few months ago, I launched another brand new agency from scratch, and I documented the entire process here on this YouTube channel. Now, I did this to demonstrate to you guys what is possible in just a small amount of time with the right work ethic. This video today is a compilation of that entire series called the Mason Flow series. It's a 5-hour free course that'll show you everything you need to know in order for you to go out there and launch an agency of your own, regardless of your niche, your service, or your location. I launch an agency, I create the agency name, I build the logo, the website, I build the sales strategy and demonstrate all of that to you. I even build an entire lead magnet funnel, which is a paid ad funnel that we're going to use to go and acquire clients for that business. And you'll be able to watch all of that in this one video. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Business isn't easy. Nothing worth having is. And you are going to have to put in time if you want to be successful. But the agency business model is the simplest business model on the planet. It's been around for hundreds of years. And it is the most effective for beginners who want to get started in the online space and make their first money so they can escape whatever position they're in right now. You might be like me. 8 years ago, I was in a 9-to-5 job. I absolutely hated it. And that was the catalyst to me starting my agency. But you might also be studying in university or in college and it's a subject that you just don't enjoy anymore. Whatever your position that you're trying to get out of, this video is your vehicle to getting out of that position and start achieving whatever goals you want to achieve within your life. Now, this isn't the first time I hosted a series like this. In fact, last year I hosted another series called the Reno Reach series, started another agency from scratch. It was very successful. And we started a school group, okay, it's called the Agency Owners School Group, where we hosted everybody that was watching the series, and so everybody could take part. This is a like-minded community of aspiring agency owners who are all working together to achieve a mutual goal. Now, if you want to join that group, I'll put a link in the description. You can click it and join and surround yourself with other like-minded aspiring agency owners. And finally, this video is going to be pretty intense today, so close all of your tabs. This is 5 hours long. Engage, commit the time to this, and actually apply what you learn. You will not find a single other video on the internet for free that is this granular when it comes to actually showing you how to build an agency. So, without further ado, let's get into it. Today I'm starting another brand new agency from scratch to show you guys what is possible in just a small amount of time. And I'm going to give away the entire thing to one of you guys for free. Yeah, I'm serious. I'm also going to buy you a brand new MacBook and give you 12 months access to the software that you need to deliver a great service for your clients and manage your whole sales process called High Level. So I can't wait to get into this. And if you don't know me, you haven't watched me before, my name's Jordan Platten. I own Affluent.co. I'm a multi-7-figure agency owner. I've been in this industry for 8 years now. I've helped thousands of people start agencies of their own. I put out free content on this YouTube channel to help people just like you start from zero, regardless of where you are based in the world. So let's get straight into this. It's been hard to dedicate the time to creating a video like this in a while, but I'm here now and we've got it, and I'm looking forward to getting into it, guys. We're going to be going through all these foundations today. I'm going to be choosing a niche, and I'm going to be randomly selecting a niche on this wheel here. We've got a whole bunch of different niches here. This is not limited to just the best niches, all loads of random niches there. So I don't know what we're going to be doing yet. We're going to establish the ICP, which is the ideal customer profile, what kind of client we want to be going for. I'm going to decide the perfect service for that niche and ICP. We're then going to select an agency name. We're going to create the logo, and hopefully if we've got time today, we're also going to create a website as well. And I'm going to be using AI as much as possible to expedite this process. Then we're going to be diving, or hopefully I say we're going to be diving into, if we've got time, we're going to be diving into lead generation. We're going to be going through the outreach strategy. We're going to develop an offer, and we might even script out the emails, DMs, and cold calls. Although this time round, I'm probably not going to be outreaching to clients and be signing clients up for this agency. I did this about 10 months ago in our Reno Reach series, which was a massive hit. You guys loved it. Got almost a million views on this series. I signed up a couple of clients in just 4 days of launching this agency, documented the entire process. You should definitely go and check that out. It will really help you if you're just starting out. Although it took me like a week or two of my time in planning and execution to create this series for you. And that is a huge amount of time when you're running a multi-7-figure business, and we're trying to scale to $1 million a month at the moment. And so I just cannot pull myself away from the company at the moment to record that style of content. So we'll see how deep we get into this based on the feedback from you guys, based on the comments, based on the love. If you're really loving it, then we might be able to stretch. We'll see. Okay, so let's get started with this. We're going to choose the niche, and we're going to randomly select this. I'm going to record this as raw as possible. I'm just going to sit here for the next couple of hours and just bosh all of this work out and just record absolutely everything we can, and then we'll mash it together in post, so hopefully it comes out all right. So who are we going to work with? Who's it going to be? Bricklayers. Cool, I'll take it. Bricklayers. So bricklayers is a sub niche of in home improvement. Okay, actually quite a good niche in my area. There's quite a lot of. Is this too close to the Reno Reach? We were doing in the Reno Reach series. We were doing home improvement businesses like bricklayers. Is that a little bit too close? Is that potentially boring? Let's just see a second option. I'm going to spin. I'm not cheating, guys. I want this to be diverse for you. I want this to be diversely different to what you've already seen. So, electricians now. We're going to go with we're going to stick with the original bricklayers, okay? So we are going for bricklayers within the agency. That is cool. Let me just close some of these tabs. And what I've done is I've got a Notion template here that I created that's going to help us through this process. So these are the things that we're going to be building out over the course of today. And so our niche is bricklayers. Now, let me just put this desk up and then we can move on. I've been sitting all day. Okay. Where are we at? Come on, camera, recognize me. Follow, follow, follow. Now what you can't see is I have just set up the under desk treadmill, which I got, which is a new, I've got a little remote here. It's a new, you could call it a gimmick, but actually one of my team members got one of these recently and it's just been the best thing. When I'm in hibernation, sometimes I work like 12, 14-hour days and you might be thinking, well, Jordan, I'm not trying to start an agency to work 14-hour days, right? I'm a psycho. I love work. I'm addicted to work and I just love growing shit. And so sometimes I'll hibernate and I won't leave the house, and then for me, that's a problem. Like you've got to leave the house, you've got to get some exercise in, you've got to stay fit, and so this makes me feel better about that fact. Just having a little walk on the treadmill. Okay, hopefully that's not too distracting. So we've chosen a niche. Barely. That was nice and random. And now we're going to establish our ICP, so our ideal customer profile. Who is that? Okay, so what it actually is an ICP, I think it was worth explaining that first of all. So I've got on the right hand side here, ICP is your ideal customer. So it's the company size, it's their revenue level, it's who the decision maker is, it's what their pain points are, it's their business goals, it's potential bottlenecks. And it's really important that as an agency owner we have a very solid understanding of specifically who it is we are trying to target, of specifically who it is we are trying to sell a product or service to. Okay, we can't just blindly go into this and be like, oh, I want to work with kitchen and bathroom showrooms. Okay, cool. So, but what do kitchen and bathroom showrooms actually want? Okay, and not what I've told you they want or some other guy on YouTube told you they want. But have you researched what the businesses in your local area are actually looking for? Okay, and not what they're necessarily looking for, but what would be suitable for them based on their individual circumstances. Are their websites good? Are some business industries are going to have better marketing in other areas because by product of their surroundings, other people are better at marketing and therefore it elevates their standard. In other areas, everyone will be dog shit at marketing because no one cares about their website, etc. So you've got to do your own individual research. So we really need a location. This is not something I really thought out, but generally speaking, we start locally. And so I'm not going to do this local to me because that'll be boring and I've got an unfair advantage. I'm going to do this to, let's do this to, where can we do? Toronto, Canada. So, Toronto bricklayers. So what I want to do first of all is I'm going to research how many bricklayers there are in the Toronto area. So if I go on Google, Google's just a wealth of information. We can see on here we've got quite a lot. So we've got 2 pages on Toronto for bricklayers. We will allow that to be masonry as well, so walls and so on. And you might be thinking, well, is that a good enough service? And yes, it is. I mean, I got quoted on a wall to be built outside my house not so long ago for 15k. So this can be a very, very good and very suitable service for ads, for paid ads, for whether that's Facebook or Google. I don't want to get ahead of myself just yet, but maybe I've got Toronto bricklayers directory as well. Let's just get an idea of if there is actually a. So we've got yellow pages. Okay, so here we've got, it says 654 results there. That can't be right. That is a lot. Is this correct? Maybe this is a broader area. Who knows? Parking lot repair, so we've got all sorts. So let's just open up some of these. So this would be a really great place to scrape leads, by the way. We've got phone numbers here, we've got websites. We could definitely scrape some leads from here. Let's just open up some of these websites and see what we've got. What kind of companies are we working with? So notice, so let's just write that down. Masonry, like that's... It's important to note these things, like other people will call, like certainly in my area around here, if I was to type in Norwich bricklayers, okay, look, everything's called bricklayers, this is where I live, bricks, and so on, right? But over in Canada, it's all masonry. So we want to take note of that. If we're going to start advertising or we're going to start trying to reach out to those clients and we're calling them bricklayers, but they call themselves masonry, what would be the term for that? What is the word for someone that does masonry? What do they call? A mason? A stonemason. Cool. Fine. There we go. So we might be able to use that in our terminology. So anyway, let's have a look at some of these guys. Nice branding, nice website. Okay. These guys look cool. What about their socials? Nice socials. Got some good stuff on here. These guys would be really suitable for ads. I wonder if they are running ads out of interest. And I'm looking at ads because really that's probably the most suitable service for beginners is paid ads. That's probably the service that we're going to be leaning into. This is what I'm really trying to establish here, is not just who the ideal customer is, but are they actually suitable for the service. So currently not running ads. So it's on Facebook, on the ad library, they're not running ads. And this is a pretty well established company by the looks of things. They're on the top of Yellow Pages. Let's have a look at some of these guys on maps as well. MB Masonry, there's no website for those guys. So lots of these guys, they're not, here you go, Build Strong Masonry, these guys look more established. I was going to say some of these guys aren't very established as far as the branding and marketing is concerned. Bit of an archaic website here, Build Strong, it's okay actually. Let's have a look what else we've got going on. Instagram, there's a Facebook link there, which is really interesting. So they've got an Instagram profile but no Facebook. So that in itself says opportunity to me. So these are all kind of telling signs of a suitable niche as far as I'm concerned, like in this area. Okay, got their Facebook. Again, websites are pretty decent. Like, there's nothing wrong with these people's websites, which is quite good. And they've got content they've been posting 4 days ago, but then the latest post was like 23rd of February, so that was a long time ago. But they're not running ads though. Oh, they are currently running ads. That's cool. Let's have a look. Nice. So these aren't great ads. That's a before and after, but we've got the after up for the before, from dentist office back to its original aesthetic. So these aren't, I mean, the copy is way too chunky. This is this is a perfect kind of client for me to reach out to and speak to them about the fact that they're already running ads and improve on their current strategy. They're already solution aware, and they're not doing the best job, which makes them very suitable for a sell to an agency service. So that's exciting. There's lots of opportunity for this. So cool. So this is going to be the industry we're going to go for. I'm going to keep things simple, and I'm going to say that as a service we are going to offer, I don't know which camera to talk to. I don't know if this one's blurred out or not. What I'm going to do, I'm going to speak to this. Hopefully this walking isn't too distracting. What I'm going to do is I'm going to offer a Facebook ad service. For bricklayers, I think that is the most suitable, albeit I think Google ads could also be very suitable as well. So the difference between Facebook and Google, Facebook is when we run ads on Facebook, we are directly putting ourselves in front of our target customer. So they might be sitting at home after a long day, they've got back and they're looking at that shitty brick wall that they've got out the front, and they see an ad from Toronto Masonry Restoration. They think, oh, I really need to get that wall repaired. These guys are here, they've got a good offer right now, a free quotation, a free design. That sounds good. Let me just fill in this form and let me reach out to them. So that's how a Facebook ad works. A Google ad is different. A Google ad is I come home from work, I see that shitty wall outside, and I say, I need to find someone that's can repair that wall. And so I Google, and because Toronto Masonry Restoration are running Google ads, they're going to hijack themselves to the top of the Google search feed, and therefore I'm more likely to click on them if they've got a nice offer to entice me in with. And so Google is, for Google, where people are coming inbound. Facebook, it's more outbound. And so both of these services would be suitable for this niche. It would depend on the agency, depend on you, depend what avenue you would like to go down. Broadly speaking, they're just as easy as each other to learn. It would be completely your choice. So service-wise, I'm going to put Facebook/Google, just so you guys know that it would be suitable to do either of these. Maybe we can just decide one or two of these in a moment or later on today, depending on, I'll see what I'm leaning towards, but either of these would be suitable. I'd still recommend just sticking to one service though when you're first starting out. Don't overcomplicate things and go for both Facebook and Google initially, because you're going to confuse yourself. So, okay, so let's go on ChatGPT and let's do a little bit of research for the ICP itself. So we kind of decided the service there. In fact, I'm going to leave that grey just for now and just until we actually confirm that. So let's go on GPT. So GPT, if you haven't used it, is a great AI chatbot. It's probably the most kind of widely used. So I'm launching a marketing agency in Toronto. Specializing in helping bricklayers, so that's masonry companies, get more leads on a monthly basis. Can you help me build out the ICP? Okay, let's see what it comes up with. Now I'm going to be doing this manually myself. In fact, just before we do that, I'm interested to see what that comes up with. But what I'm going to be doing is I'm just going to come up with this myself, and then we can revert back to what GPT has to say in a moment. So, first of all, company size. These kind of companies, when we're talking about home improvements in general, when we're talking about contractors, there are a lot of one-man bands. The one-man bands don't often make a lot of money. Think about one person putting up bricks outside someone's house or an extension. One person isn't going to get very far very quickly, okay? So they need to be at least really 2 to 10 plus is how many people need to be inside of the company. And revenue-wise, let's say we're selling a Facebook service or a Google service, we're going to be selling that for a minimum of $500 on a monthly basis, ideally $1,000 plus when we're a little bit more established. We can then do some kind of a pay per result or pay on result model where we can do either pay per lead or pay per quotation, for example. We could even do pay per job, and we could get a commission of the amount of money they're making from their clients. But realistically, they need to be making 20K plus on a monthly basis. Like, to be able to consider spending $500, $1,000 on advertisement, they need to be relatively established. So 20K plus really is the minimum. I would probably say 20 to 30K or 20 to 40K plus, 20 to 30K plus, because their profit margins are going to be, I don't even know. Let's have a look. Profit margins of a bricklayer. Okay, between 25 and 50%. So they're going to be making anything from like 5 to 10K off 20K. So it's not a lot of money at all. So would you consider spending $500 on your advertisement if you're at 20K? Well, it depends how big the pain is. If you've been stuck in that position for a long time, then maybe you would. But 30K plus, yeah, more likely. Decision maker is going to be the business owner. Okay, you might think, well, that's obvious for all businesses, but it's not. If you're working with larger companies, for example, we work with, we just signed up a brand doing 30 million revenue on a yearly basis. There was no way we were going to hold in the business owner initially to have that conversation. We had to speak to the marketing department. But we always want to speak to the marketing director or the CMO, which is the chief marketing officer, because we know that person's going to be able to have some kind of authority. So, what are some of the pain points? So I think one of the biggest pain points is they are kind of lack of marketing in general. Physical business owners are kind of stuck in the day-to-day operations of their physical business. They're stuck in the weeds somewhat. They're focused on the delivery of their service, which is great, but it means that they normally lack kind of those marketing skills. And therefore, they have lack the knowledge as well in order to grow. And they don't have no predictable or unpredictable lead flow. So typically speaking, they're kind of reliant on people calling them up, they're reliant on referrals and people coming onto the website, and so they don't have a predictable way of getting clients in. Business goals will be more leads, increased revenue, expansion maybe for some of these guys as well, actually going to kind of multiple locations, so that could be hiring. Separate these out a little bit. And their potential bottlenecks, so these are things that could get in the way. Well, that's going to be knowledge gaps, stuck in their way. Okay, lots of old school business owners in these sub niches, and so yeah, it's hard to convince them that they need to change. And solution unaware, or really time and / capacity. So the actual ability to take on new work. If we get them new leads, can they even handle those leads, you know? Sweet. So where are we at? So we were going to see what GPT had to say about this. Wow, is that still typing out? Okay, so what's it talking about the ICP? So consider the ideal clients. The average coverage area is local neighborhoods. That's fine. Company size between 5 to 50 employees. Yeah, I think like 2 to 10 plus will be okay, depending on like how high ticket they are. Focus on businesses that offer bricklaying and masonry as a primary service. Consider businesses that have been operational for 1 to 5 years and looking to expand. We mentioned expansion as a business goal. Businesses aiming to increase market share, improve customer acquisition. Companies struggling with digital marketing lead generation. Yeah, fine, we've got all that. Behavioural characteristics. Businesses that are willing to allocate a budget. Yeah, kind of obvious stuff. We haven't really missed anything here. We're pretty good there. Yeah, I'm pretty confident with that. We've got it all covered. So, nice. That's our ICP. Okay, so we know we're going for bricklayers. We know we're in Toronto. Let's think of an agency name, okay? I'd like you to help me come up with the agency name. Please send me 20 options. Now, I don't think that you guys should be too heavily reliant on AI to doing everything for you, because what it will do if you get reliant on AI is it will take away your ability to be creative, and what you cannot just take from front-facing value is the first thing that ChatGPT gives you. But what you can do is, through iterations, allow it to fuel your creative process. So I know right for a start, like none of these are suitable. These are too long. Like, I don't want an agency called Solid Foundation Marketing, like Stone Mason Marketing Suite. These are way too long. These are too long. Make them shorter. 2 words max. Build brick. Elite masonry. What have we got? Mason lead. Mason lead. Lead mason. Mason lead. I like brick boost. Ooh! Brick boost! I like that. Let's have a look at that. Brickboost.com. Does that exist? Let's go on GoDaddy. GoDaddy is a domain registrar. It's always good to check these things. Brickboost.co.uk, no. Brickboost.com. It's available, but it's a lot. Am I going to spend 5k on a domain when I'm just starting out? No, I'm not. Build brick. Okay, what else we got then? Stone setter, layer boosts, mason leads, build mark, brick boost, masonry boosts, solid mark, stone boost, urban masonry. That's quite cool. Elite masonry, brickworks. Brickworks. Ooh, I like that, but that's going to be taken. Yeah. So it also doesn't have to be, oh, bricks works. What is that? Brickworks. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Craft promo, solid mark. Give me 20 more. Stone media even is a nice simple one. You don't have to overthink this. I'm a bit of a perfectionist, like I'm a designer at heart, and so I really like to get these things nailed down. I also think whilst this is loading, I think it's really important to consider that there are two ways or two avenues to go down when you're starting an agency. You either niche down like I'm doing right now, and you pick a niche from day one and you just focus on that one thing and you try and do it incredibly well and you make your best judgment. That is an option and it works for many people. And the advantages of doing that is when you do your outreach and you're reaching out to people in that specific niche, you have a competitive advantage because you are optimized towards that specific niche, right? And that niche, yeah, they're going to be more likely to work with you than they are a generic advertising agency that's called Jordan Media, for example, because they feel like you are specialised in delivering them results. So there is that. And the negatives to doing it this way are, well, if you don't like that niche or if it doesn't work out, then it's a little bit harder to switch niches. You have to rebrand. That said, you can do all of that inside of one day. I think many people overcomplicate that and use that as a mental barrier. It's like, well, oh, I'm called Brick Boost and I work with bricklayers. I'm stuck with this forever. And that's not actually the case. It will only take you about a day to rebrand. It's just your ego that's standing in the way. Yeah, that would stop you. Yeah, stop you from doing that. So there is that. The other argument is, well, if there is someone out there that has a successful agency that's making 6 or 7 figures within that niche, and it's always worth checking it out, and that's actually something we haven't done. Okay, I'm going to just Google that in a moment. If there's someone out there that's built a successful agency in that niche, okay, and you've been trying it for a couple of months and you haven't had any success, it's not because the niche doesn't work, it's because you don't work. And so you need to either improve your sales, you need to improve your lead gen, you need to improve something, okay? And it's okay to be a little bit shit when you're first starting out. It's not okay to give up too soon. So don't niche hop. Now the second option is actually my preferred option, as I actually prefer starting broad, and this is what I did when I first started out, and using what I call a scattergun strategy. Now this strategy is when we just simply pick our location, so we're choosing locally to us, so we're starting off locally so we can leverage our locality, and then when we speak to business owners we have an in with them because we're a local face and people like working with local people. And we don't choose a niche, we kind of pick a generic agency name and we just start working with as many niches as we can in the local area, leveraging that locality. And then whilst we start delivering results, we'll get a good understanding of what niches we enjoy working with, which ones are the easiest to sign, etc. And from there, based on what the data says, after a couple of months of doing this scattergun approach, we can look at our data and then we can decide what niche we want to go down into, and we can just focus on that one thing. So both roads lead to niching down. It's really your choice which of those paths you take. My preference is a scattergun strategy. The dangers are there that it is a little bit harder to sign up clients because you don't specialise. And also lots of agency owners then get stuck in the weeds of being a broad agency and therefore don't kind of pull it back to then being niched down the line. And it is important to do that. So it's your choice. The reason why I'm niching down today is because it makes the content more dynamic. It means I can create a better brand from it. You can see my creative flow. It also means I'm going to give one of you guys a really nice specialised agency that you can go out there, you can start working with this niche straight away with the MacBook, with everything else. And yeah, make sure you enter that, by the way, guys. Click link in the description, join the group, drop a comment down below. I want to know where you're at with your agency right now, what your goals are for starting an agency. Like, drop a comment, let me know. We will be monitoring that, and we'll only enter you if we see you down there. So yeah, I can't wait to give one of you guys this and see what you do with it. So, okay, bricklayer agency. So let's do the name and then let's research let's do the name and then we'll have a look at some agencies. Okay, so craft brick, stone lead. I really like stone lead. Stone lead's nice. Stone lead. Stone lead. It's hard to get a .com, you know. It is hard. You don't need a .com, by the way, like, at all. But it is nice to have that. So that's a full-on brand, so we're not going to do that. Build lead, brick edge, crafted edge, stone edge. Mason flow. Ooh. Brick flow. I prefer the word Mason for sure. So no one's using that Mason flow. So we could, technically speaking, let's just Google Mason flow. I do like Mason flow. Mason flow is nice. As long as no one's using this, does a YouTube channel. No one's using this. And just because someone's got the .com, we can always get the .com in the future. It doesn't really matter, but let's just see if there's any other suitable. We've got Mason flow. Masonflow.ai. There we go. So you could go for a .co, you could go for a .agency. Like, I do like a .ai as a domain. I like it as .ai because it opens us up to that industry in general. It's a buzzword as well, so kind of archaic business owners who aren't really experienced in a niche and experienced in advertising, they hear AI and they're like, oh, that sounds good. We're going to be using a bit of AI and lead generation for our service anyway, and so it's like it's an AI lead generation service for masonry companies. Like, it all fits. So masonflow.ai, I'm gonna make that mine. Let's buy this right now. I like it. Okay, so Mason flow. We've got our domain there. Masonflow.ai. Ooh, it's a sexy domain. It's a sexy domain. Mason flow. Let's go for Mason flow. What does that mean to you? What do you got to say to me? Right, let me just sign up to this. Okay, so they want $200 for this for 2 years. So just before I do this, I'm just going to validate that this is actually a potentially suitable niche, because I don't want to spend $200 on this, build everything out, and then give it to one of you guys if it's not actually going to be a fruitful opportunity for you. So let's do some research. Can you research the internet and see if there are any marketing agencies that exist that specialize in helping bricklayers and or masonry companies? Now we can obviously Google this as well, but ChatGPT does do a really good job at finding this information. My light just went off, so hopefully you can still see everything fine. Okay. So we got no specific. Okay. We've got windmill strategy. There's modern marketing for technical industries. Okay. Advertising for bricklayers. Just because no one's doing it doesn't mean it isn't possible. I think this is what's very important. Because it isn't, just because no one's doing it doesn't mean it doesn't work. It just means that we have to do some better research to understand whether it's actually viable. So let's go over to YouTube and we'll type in like Facebook ads for bricklayers. If there's content on this, then like, this is home improvement, proven Facebook ad strategy for construction contractors. Concrete and masonry. Google Ads PPC, that's interesting. How to use Facebook for your construction company. Okay, so not a lot of content. Let's see what kind of results these guys generated.
My channel. Pretty much what I wanted to do today is actually go through a case study for one of my clients. And what I do primarily is I essentially run Google Ads lead generation campaigns for my clients. And what I wanted to do is kind of for
So it's a Google ad service.
Contractors.
They spent 1,000.
They've made plenty of money.
$20 leads.
7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
That's pretty good.
Pretty normal ad.
That's pretty good. 1K spent, $20 leads. That's pretty damn good. And they're doing masonry, concrete, patio, brick repair. And this is a good video to watch. Like, whoever wins this, like, you should watch this video because we can see what's getting the best leads. You know, like the concrete stuff is getting some good leads. But then we've got masonry stuff is getting good leads. The patio stuff is not really getting as many leads. Cool. Nice. What are these guys? How do they? Facebook ads for local service businesses. They don't niche down. Bro, you're missing a trick. You don't. It's kind of local business. It's not really. Yeah, fine. Okay. Cool. I mean, this feels like a very good opportunity for me. This feels like a great opportunity. Let me just go on Facebook and see if I can find any other companies that are potentially running ads here. So, I mean, we've got a lot here. 1,200. Look at this. These are all companies running ads. Masonry, architecture, masonry. You wouldn't have this volume, and like this is where it gets good. Is when we start looking back and like launched in February. So these ads have been running a long time. They get April. These ads have been running a long time, which says to me they're working pretty well. So you wouldn't be running this ad from the 27th of March, it's now the 17th of April, unless you're wasting loads of money. You wouldn't be running these ads unless they were actually converting. So I'm feeling pretty good about this. Yeah, cool. Final thing I'm going to do just to really rule this out is let's do some research on the number of masonry companies. Can you research how many? Can you find? So this is something that's called TAM, Total Addressable Market. And what we're going to be doing is, so Total Addressable Market, we're going to be looking at all of the people that are actually available in our market. We're going to try and find some studies on like how many of these companies actually exist. Can you research how many masonry/brick laying companies there are in the world? Try and find accurate data, and if you can't, please speculate. Okay. So we're not really getting the information we need here, but if we're speculating here tens of thousands of masonry and bricklaying companies, one thing I can look at is Checker Trade, which I know is a company, at least in the UK, that you can get information for on all sorts of different labour-based businesses. So if we dive into this a little bit, let's have a look at brick. I think it's important to understand as well. Let's just do Centre of Norwich. I think it's important to understand as well that with mason and that keyword, we're not just limited to bricks, but we could also branch out to construction in general. So yeah, I don't want to do it in that area. I want to be looking like nationwide. How can I do this nationwide? Builder. Extensional conversion. Extension. I don't want to do that. How many bricklayers in the UK? 60,000 working as a bricklayer. Okay. 42,000 in home building. So these, even if you said there was an average of like 10 per company, there's still an awful lot. There's a big lead pool here. There's definitely enough people that we could be working with here. Cool. Okay, I'm happy with this. Let's go ahead. You can build a successful niche out of anything. Or build a successful business out of anything. You just need to truly understand how to hit and how to hit them with what they actually want and what they desire. And the only way that you can truly do that is through repetition of working with that niche and having conversation. So you work with them over a period of time, you get to know them, you know what they want, and you start tailoring your service specifically around that. I don't know whether it's because I'm recording right now, but I'm not receiving this text from PayPal, so I'll get that set up afterwards. I'll make sure I remember to do that before this video is out. Okay, so I'm going to leave that open. We'll get that sorted. Let's go back to this. And so we've got our agency name sorted. Now on the basis that I've seen this video, I actually think, just because it's the only thing that we've seen, I think that I'm going to say, look, let's go ahead with Google Ads to start off with rather than Facebook. I think that's probably going to be the most sensible. I know we can generate $20 leads on Google, and so let's start there, and we can always test out Facebook if that didn't work out down the line. Okay, so we've got our agency name, we've got our website. Let's create a logo. Let's move on to this. So how are we going to do this? So I would recommend using a logo generator, AI logo generator. Now this can act as a foundation. We could also go over to Fiverr. So we can type in logo design. Here we see we've got a whole bunch of different people that can design logos for us. We don't really want anything like this. We want something more simple like this. This kind of minimalist approach is nice. So we'll keep it simple. But yeah, so we can pay someone here. We're going to do an AI logo generator. So let's do like brand mark, for example, create my logo. And we're called Mason Flow. I'm not going to do a slogan. Although we could see, can you come up with 10 slogans for Mason Flow? Good to see what it comes up with there. Keywords, brick, build, masonry, scale, advertising, marketing. Okay. Colors. Let's go. What are the biggest brands in bricklaying? I suppose. Tool station. What colours have we got there? Not a massive fan of those colours, but they are very construction-y. You go with a yellow of some sort. See what this comes up with. We could also look at colour psychology if we want to as well. This blue could also be pretty suitable. So we could go for like a blue, but lots of agencies go for blue. I quite like the idea of going for like a yellow, maybe even a purple, or a brown. Brown could work nicely. Ah, look at that. That's pretty clean straight off the bat. I don't know what that's going on there. Like we've got, it's not quite a brick. Mason Flow. This is nice. Let's see what we've got. So we've got that brick. I'm not entirely sure. I quite like these bricks. I wonder if we could play around with this ourselves. Let's see what we could build out. I wonder if we could make these bricks work in some way. Building your business brick by brick, paving your way to more leads, strengthen your foundations. Mason Flow, strengthen your foundations. That's quite nice. Maybe we won't use one of these just yet, but I'll put one of these inside of here just to see if it comes up with anything cool. So you do get a lot of generics. I do like this simple brick though. I like this. I don't like this, the circle around it. I think we could get rid of that container. There's something about this brick I like though. I'm gonna get rid of the slogan for now. I don't think we need that. Got that kind of blue and then we've got the red going on. Let's see what that red looks like. Is it a little bit too corporate maybe? It needs to be a little bit more masculine is what it needs. Maybe the lowercase is not. Maybe it needs to be a little bit more masculine. Kind of goes without saying, guys, that like normally be spending a little bit more time on this potentially. I don't really recommend you guys doing so. You can pay someone to do this, like as an easy way in, or easy way out, I should say. But I want to get this done for you guys without us, or with us having efficient time to move on to other stuff. You know, I'm going to keep it simple. This is what I'm going to go for right now. If I change my mind, then we can come back to this. But I think, like, keeping things relatively simple, I don't think there's any danger in doing that. What I would like to see is potentially like an emblem of some sort. I like that we have this gradient kind of using those masonry colors. I think it's a little bit modern. So what I would like to see is like a brick. So let's just, in fact, I might be able to download this and just, can I save this? Let me just go on there. Let me just quickly do this. Let's open up Photoshop and see what we can do. So if I take this, paste, just get rid of that background. Lovely. Right now, I am wasting time. That is what has happened. I am wasting time on building out this logo when I don't need to, okay? There's absolutely no reason right now that I should be spending all of this time building this logo out for this agency when it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that I sign up clients. That is the only thing that fundamentally matters. The only thing that matters, the clients don't care what the logo looks like, the clients care how the service is. So I'm going to download that right now. We're going to slap this on this, and we're going to take this as a lesson, okay? A lesson that we absolutely cannot be spending hours upon hours and hours designing our logo. We've got all the time in the world to pay a designer who can do that for us, okay? We don't need to be wasting our time doing that. Look at that, Mason Flow. She's looking clean up the top there. She's looking good. I'm quite happy with that. Maybe we make this background black, just make it look a little bit cleaner. Ooh, look at that. Come on, look at that. Okay, nice. We're feeling good. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. This is aligning now. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add these colors to this. So we've kind of got this color is the end gradient. And then we have this color here as this. So here we go. This is Mason Flow. These are our foundations. We have our agency name, we've got our domain name, we've got our location, we know our niche. We know that we're going to be offering Google Ad service, okay, because we've seen that great case study, but also because people will be coming inbound for this service, so it sounds good. We've got a logo there that we may play around with in the future, but we're not going to waste too much time. We have our ICP listed here, okay. We've got initial sub-niches of like bricklaying. We've got concrete, we've got construction, we've got extensions. Okay, the list really goes on from this. We can build this out a little bit more. What we don't have right now is a website. And look, I haven't got time for this right this second. I'm 7 minutes away to a call that I've got. It's really important. I can't spend more time on this right now. I've been doing this for a couple of hours. But if you guys comment down below, if enough of you enter the competition to get this agency, if there's enough demand for this, I will create another video. I'll create a part 2 where I will build out the agency for this the website for this agency. I will then, let's go back to our Miro board. I will then go ahead and start generating some leads. I'll get the first batch of leads for this agency. Maybe even build out the outreach strategy, develop the offer. We'll build the email, the scripts, the DM, the cold calls, okay? Maybe. If enough of you guys comment down below, and this really is then going to extend that package that you're going to win if you win this agency. But also for those of you that don't win, it's a great opportunity for you to learn to replicate. I think one thing I want to just finalize on saying is it's really important that when you're watching videos like this, you're not just copying everything that I'm doing, like word for word. This is based on one specific niche and one specific area. And what I'm doing here is I'm studying individual circumstances. I'm not just listening to something I've heard online. I've heard, oh, masonry's good, bricklaying's good, great. Let me just apply that. I've had a look into the area in Toronto. I've recognized that actually they're not called bricklayers, they're called masonry companies. And therefore I'm adapting to that. I've had a look at the specific problems they're facing. I've recognized that their websites are actually pretty decent, but they're not running ads, albeit one of them is running ads. And so the ICP differs. And so it's very important that we're on an individual basis doing our own research, and we're not just copying the information that we find online. You're not going to build a successful agency doing that. Yes, you will be in an advantageous position if, when you build an agency, you follow a trodden path from someone like me that's already been out there and has done it. Whether you join my program or join our free community, whatever you do, we have a trodden path that you can follow, right? But the key is knowing how to break away from that path and use your own initiative, use your own head to create your own. And that is how you break free of the 10K a month agencies. That is how you make 100K a month. You make 500K a month with your agency. You scale up and have bigger opportunities. Great entrepreneurs use their own brain to create their own path based on their previous learnings, and they kind of take all of those learnings from other people before them. Okay, cool. I need to prepare for this call. I'll speak to you soon. Let me know if you want part 2, and I'll see you then. Cheers. I've just started another brand new agency from scratch to show you guys what is possible in just a small amount of time. I'm doing this after making multiple millions in the agency industry myself with my own agency that I still run to this day called affluent.co. I've also helped thousands of other people start agencies of their own. And there are so many people out there that put content out on YouTube that simply do not own agencies and therefore are not qualified to talk about how to grow in this industry. I not only teach you how to grow an agency through showing you what I've done in my real agency, but I actually go out there and I still practice what I preach and I do it myself. And that's what I'm doing right now. So let's get straight into this. So far, what we have done in the previous video, if you haven't watched this yet, I'd recommend you go and checking out that video first. We've laid the foundation, so we've chosen a niche, we've established the ICP, which is the ideal customer profile, so the kind of person we want to sell to. We've decided the service we're going to be offering, the agency name, and we've created a logo. I'm going to recap on that in a second. But what we get to do today is to create the website, so we're going to get the final stages of the branding done, and then we're going to move on to getting clients. So this is going to be lead generation. We should have time to get some leads generated today, or at the very least build out our lead generation strategy. I've got a couple of hours dedicated to this until I've got a group coaching call with our community. And then we're going to dive into the outreach strategy, developing an offer, and writing our scripts for email, DM, and cold call. Now, I created a series like this myself about a year ago, or not quite a year ago. We're coming up to about 10 months ago now. It was a massive hit. We got millions and millions of views. And in that series, I went out and I started calling leads and going out and signing up clients as well. I don't think we're going to be able to do the same thing on this series. I'm working 9 hours. I'm working 9 till 9 at the moment, 12-hour days on a massive project. The business is very demanding of me and I'm in a massive growth period. So we'll see what we can do for you guys. I'm going to get as deep into this as I possibly can. I want to over-deliver on the value to you all and make sure you have everything you need to go out there and get started with launching an agency of your own, replicating the strategy that I'm going to be teaching you throughout. So this is the agency that we've created so far. We've used a random selection for niche. We had no idea what niche we were going to pick. Also random location. So the agency is called MasonFlow, and the website domain is called masonflow.ai. Now I'm giving this agency away for free to one of you guys. I'm also going to buy you a brand new MacBook Pro, and you're going to get 12 months access to the software you need in order to go out there and build a wildly profitable agency of your own and generate results for your clients, etc. Full all-in-one CRM, and I'm going to be showing you that today because we're going to be using it to create the website. So the location is Toronto and our niche is bricklayers, okay? which we established was actually called masonry inside of Toronto. And so we're actually working with masonry-based companies. We've also established from a little bit of research online, I kind of searched on Google and so on, and on YouTube actually, that Google is the most, or is a preferential service or a ideal service for masonry companies or bricklayers. And it kind of makes a lot of sense when you think about Google being an inbound platform. People search for companies to find someone on Google, right? That's not a great way of putting it. If I want to get a wall built outside of my house, I'm likely to Google, okay, bricklayer near me or wall builder near me, whatever. And therefore, if we're running Google ads, we're going to come to the top of the feed and be more likely to actually get those clicks, especially if we've got an Areas of Sport offer there as well. Whereas Facebook is more impulse. We're kind of relying on someone seeing the wall and then seeing an ad on Facebook and then opting in. It's less likely for these kind of high ticket services, although it is still possible. That's what we're going to go for. So we've got our gradient there, the branding across our logo. We got a little bit stuck on the logo. This could be a little bit better, I would say, but it doesn't matter what you launch first of all. You just need to get something out so you can get started with your agency, and then you can always change and rebrand down the line. Okay, you're not a slave to the agency brand that you launch first of all. It doesn't even matter if you build a whole website. You can rebrand the whole thing inside of a day or two. So our ICP, we have companies between 2 and 10 employees plus, so we don't want the small one-man band, which is always a danger with things like bricklayers and masonry. Revenue between 20 and 30k plus. We want decision makers who are the business owner, and the pain points that this niche is experiencing is a lack of marketing, a lack of knowledge, and unpredictable lead flow. I think I remember that the websites in the Toronto area for bricklayers are actually pretty decent, but they still are not advertising on platforms like Facebook or Google broadly. So the goals are more leads, increased revenue, and potentially expansion. So maybe hiring. From experience with home improvement, this can be a bit of a bottleneck. And other bottlenecks are knowledge gaps. They're stuck in their way. Sometimes they're archaic business owners. It's one of the last industries to really be revolutionized by digital. And then time and capacity, they're out there fulfilling jobs. They don't want to be spending time on marketing, so we've got to be mindful of that. So the sub-niches that we could consider would be, we've got bricklaying, concrete, we've got construction and extension. So we can really expand out further down the line. I know a lot of you guys commenting on the first video and engaging had said, well, what about, what are you not constricted to just bricklayers? Well, first of all, there are tens of thousands of bricklayers around the world. So you could build a sustainable agency just by looking at those industries. But we can also, Mason Flow also allows us to go into construction, allows us to go into concrete. You could even do epoxy flooring. We could do extensions. There's all sorts of different niches that we can be going for. And as I said, you don't have to be emotional and attached to the agency you initially start off with. Some of you guys might not even want to start an agency that is completely niche down from day one. In fact, actually, if you're new to the industry, sometimes I recommend that it's better to do what I call a scattergun agency. And therefore, you go for a bunch of different niches in the early stages. Let's go into this cam. You go for a bunch of different niches in the early stages. And then from there, you can then choose which niche you want to work with afterwards. So after working with, let's say, 5 different niches, you're like, well, actually, I really like working with these lawyers. And so let me just start working with some more of them. And you sign up a couple more lawyers, you split test, and you're like, yeah, this is working for me. And through the data and through your experience, you'll be able to decide what niche and industry you want to work with ultimately. But whatever you choose to do, you're not tied in for. I think many people get too emotional over business, and business is not very emotional at all. Business is very rational, okay? So let's get straight into this and pick up where we left off. And before we do, I think it's really important to highlight, if you want to be in for the chance to win Mason Flow, to win the MacBook, and to win 12 months access to high level, then you need to drop a comment down below. Let me know, or drop a positive comment, and let me know where you're at. Just drop something down below, and you'll be in for a chance to win. You also need to join our free Agency Owners School group. So this is a private community that you can join with a bunch of other peers who are in the same journey as you. It's completely free. We post a bunch of exclusive value in there. It's on school.com. It's a great platform. Click link in the description. You can go join that as well. Sweet. So let's get straight into creating the website. I'm conscious of time. I want to smash through as much as we can. I really want to get into lead gen for you guys today as well. So the tool we're going to be using is called Go High Level. And now you're probably thinking, why does that say just close then? Well, just a bit of context, this is Go High Level. Go High Level is an all-in-one agency management platform. Now, High Level have very kindly agreed to give 12 months access for free to whoever wins this series, which is incredible. You're going to be completely set up to launching your agency and having all the tools that you could possibly need to make a success of this. Now, High Level is the tool that I use personally in my 7-figure agency. We use it for all of our sales, our CRM. CRM is customer relationship management or client relationship management. And so what we do is we manage our sales process on what is called a pipeline. And so we might have our new leads, then our warm leads, then our hot leads, which are the really interested guys. And I'll dive into this because I'm going to be setting this up for Mason Flow today. And so if you want to go sign up to High Level, you're impatient, and you can click link in the description, you can sign up, and you can maybe even start working on your agency right now as you watch this video, and you can pause as you progress. Now, this is Just Close, which is Go High Level. It's the exact same software, apart from we've just put our own logo on there because we have a premium account. So this is exactly the same software that you would be using, apart from we have a couple of extra automations and so on that we've created over the time, and we've changed the branding there as well so it suits our Just Close. So bear in mind, this is Go High Level, and this is what you would see when you log into the platform. So when you log in, when you create your account, and everything's very intuitive, you're just going to put your email address in, you'll put your address in, and so on. Like it's just like signing up for a Facebook account. You're going to be brought through to your dashboard, okay? And actually, the first place you're going to be brought through to is your agency account. And if you want to know a full Go High Level setup guide, I've actually got a video on my channel, so I'll put a link in the description if you want the full Go High Level rundown. You can go through that video and you can understand how to set everything up. I'm going to give you a very brief overview right now. So the dashboard is where you will see all of your data. So this is where we can see like our new leads, our conversations, if we've set any appointments, so any potential meetings with potential clients, if they've no-showed, a cancellation, etc. So we've got all of our data on the pipeline here. Obviously, this is a brand new account, so there's nothing on here. Conversations, we have all the email and SMS conversations, SMS is text, with our potential clients. Calendars, any booked appointments that we've set. Contacts, pretty obvious. Opportunities is where we've got our pipeline. So we've got two pipelines on here. We've got an outreach pipeline, and then we have a paid ads pipeline. Now, we're only going to be using this outreach pipeline, and that's for us for physically reaching out to potential customers. So we've got new leads, conversations, and so this is us talking back and forth with a lead. This is ghosting if they're ignoring us. Appointment set if we booked in a meeting with them. No-show if they didn't show up to that meeting. Cancellation if we cancelled that meeting. Negotiation if we had the meeting, they know the price and we're just waiting to hear back from them, or we've got a second call booked. Client closed, we got the deal. And then nurturing is basically if anybody's ghosted you or they've no-showed and they still haven't turned up after a while, then we track them in the nurturing flow and we kind of warm them up over a sequence of a couple of emails. Okay, cool. Payments, we can send our invoices, etc. Marketing, we can schedule our posts for social media, so you can connect your Facebook, your Instagram, and so on, and we can schedule all of our content. Automation, this is really interesting. I'm going to be coming on to this once we've actually set up our website, because we want to make sure that we have some automations in play so we can pick up and mop up all of our leads. And then we have sites. So these can be funnels or websites. A funnel is a simple one-page landing page. So a simple funnel would be, let me just see if I can get one up for you. So this would be considered a funnel. This is what I would call a straight sell funnel. So if I just open this up, this is our agency website. So this is what I call a straight sell. It's actually not a straight sell funnel. This is just simply a landing page. So it's a one-page website effectively. So we've got our hero section up the top here with a little bit about what we do. We've got some accolades. We've got some clients that we worked with. We have maybe even a VSL here when we're established, or a video which is selling our product or service well, and then some case studies and an application button. Cool. So this is what I would call a funnel or a landing page. Some would say, okay, that could be described as a website, but a website typically is where you then have a navigation bar and multiple pages, etc. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to actually create a funnel. So when we've got an account, if we click site and I hit new funnel, I'm going to create from template. So High Level as a whole, the reason why it's so great for beginners is it has so many different templates for things like funnels and websites that you can create for a bunch of different reasons. So whether you're a wellness spa here, we've got wellness product sales, business coaching, weight loss, yoga classes, You get the idea, nutritionist. So you can have a play around with these. You can click on any of these and we can just click that preview button there. And then we can actually have a look at what this looks like. That's not actually a very nice template, although you could turn this into something pretty easily. And then if we go on websites, it does differ a little bit. So if we go on from templates, and these are a little bit more in depth. So here we've got like a skincare store. So skincare, of course, it's almost like an e-commerce element there. What else we got? Affiliate content, barbers, restaurants. So this is really great for your clients as well. You can use this, of course, to create landing pages and websites for your clients if that's what you're offering as a service. As we're offering Google, we don't really need to do that. So we're going to go new funnel and we're going to go from template. Okay. And what I'm going to see, let's have a look if there's any agency templates here. At high level, we're always updating this, so it keeps us on our toes. And yeah, we'll see if we can find something that is suitable. What we're looking for when we're starting a website from zero, like for a new agency, what we're typically looking for is we want a website that doesn't have too much imagery. I think that's normally quite key. I think many new start agencies shoot themselves in the foot by trying to create a website that has too much imagery on it, on like something like Wix or Squarespace, which generally speaking, their websites really depend on imagery. And then they struggle to actually find that imagery because they don't have anything yet. So yeah, let's just have a look at this wellness spa one. I think I quite like this as a template. It looks pretty simple. It's a little bit too simple, to be honest. It's just like, it's essentially an opt-in. What about business coaching? This is pretty simple, although I'm not a fan of the fact there's the button, there's more imagery there. So I kind of want something that doesn't have that imagery. I just want something that's like, maybe you got like these 3 stages. I think it's quite nice to have the stages. It's quite simple. And then we can edit from there. So what about this one? This is a pretty simple template. I know I can turn this into something pretty attractive. Yeah, I'm going to use this. Continue. So, what's now going to do is open up the editor. This is all pretty intuitive. Again, I got a more in-depth video where it's like a proper tutorial teaching you how to use high level. So if you want that, then you should go and watch that video for sure. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to start going through and editing this. So we have our kind of different options at the top, so different layers, then we have our pages, then we have tracking code, so if we've got like a Facebook pixel installing on there, any custom CSS, lots of this stuff that you don't really have to like be too concerned about. Maybe the font that we want to change there, Montserrat is a good font though, I'm quite happy with that. And Lato is also a decent font, so I'm also happy with that, but like we could do Open Sans, do Lato. Okay, cool. And then we've got backgrounds, we've got pop-up settings, we've got SEO, and then like, yeah, most of the stuff you won't have to play around with. On the right-hand side, though, we've got all of the stuff that relates to the content. So it's pretty self-explanatory. We can move things around by dragging it around, okay? If we want to change this text, we just click on it, and we can just type. If we want to change this logo, we just click on it, and then we just hit this button here, and then we can upload a logo. So if we upload one, we find our logo. So what we're looking at, just a summary of like what all we really need on an agency website is we need like our logo, what's called a hero section where we're going to have our headline text and maybe a sub-headline. So this is normally going to be like a benefit statement. This is going to be like a without statement. And then we're going to have how it works, so like our 3-stage process. Then we might have some kind of call to action. And we could have maybe some benefits there as well. Albeit I don't think this is going to be necessary. I think what I'll probably do is actually just extend this section and have a opt-in form, which is just the simplest agency website format, and it just works again and again. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly clean up the visual colors of the website, and then we'll move on to the copywriting, which is important because the copy, you might be thinking, well, Jordan, I don't want to see how you build an agency website, I just want to see how you actually sign up some clients. Well, the copy side of things is actually, it's something that allows us to start thinking creatively on how our service and offer actually works. So when it comes to selling to people and reaching out to them, we have a deeper understanding, and therefore we're better with our script, it's going to be better with our emails, etc., etc. So yeah, let me just get this polished up and then I'll be with you in a sec. Here we've got our basic template created, so we just simply edited the existing one. And I think, bear in mind, I've been doing this for the best part of half hour, so this is certainly not by any stretch the perfect website. What I'm doing just now actually is I'm just going to make sure that this only shows on mobile here. And actually I can edit both of those. So on mobile we want it to be centered. On desktop it's okay to be left. Cool. Yeah, bear in mind it's only been 30 minutes. You can create better, sexier websites, and I certainly have in the past, but what we're doing here for the purpose is just creating something that the bare minimum, so when somebody comes and looks at our website, we still look clean, we still look good, we still look professional, and so we're ready to start outreaching, although we're not just yet because we need to get our copy in place. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to load up ChatGPT, which is the AI platform, to help us with that. In fact, should I do ChatGPT? No, I'm going to use Claude. Now, Claude is my new favourite AI chatbot. Okay, I still use ChatGPT. ChatGPT is better for analysis, etc., and it does the pros and cons, it's better for coding and so on. Claude is definitely the best when it comes to copywriting, so I'd recommend you guys checking it out. It's Claude.ai. I use it for literally everything, so many things every single day. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to try something I haven't tried before right now. I'm going to do some ninja shit. I'm going to take the website that we've done, so I'll just click the preview button out at the top. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to export this website as a PDF. And so if we take this and we're like Mason Flow website, what I'm going to do is I'm going to upload this as a PDF into Claude and see whether it has the ability to write the copy in the right place for this website, which would be pretty insane. So it's asked me a couple of questions. So I said, help me write website copy for my new agency website. So what type of agency? So here's all the information about my agency attached in a PDF called Mason Flow Overview. Okay, so then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this that I created and let's export that as well. If this works, this is innovation right here. I'm claiming, I am claiming being a genius after this one. If this pulls through the way I want it to. So Mason Flow Overview. Okay, so let's get that in there as well. Mason Flow Overview. It's a marketing agency that offers Google Ads to masonry companies in Toronto. Okay, I'd like you to make the copy persuasive. Please be mindful of the specific sections on the website, such as the hero section, including the headline and subheadline. Also, make sure you write the 3-step process for our service. Make sure you focus on benefits and not features. And not features. Make sure the copy is written in layman's terms, so a simple person would be able to understand. Most importantly, make sure the copy would make a masonry business owner want to work with us and have us run their Google ads and generate them more leads. At the bottom where we will call to action for a application form. Okay, let's see what you got for us, Claude. If this fails, then so be it, we tried. But if this does it, then this will be pretty cool. Hero section, unlock a steady stream of high quality leads for your masonry business. Discover how Mason Flow's targeted Google Ads can help you attract more customers, increase revenue, and grow your business in Toronto. 3-step process. We take the time to understand your unique masonry business, target audience, and growth goals to create a customized Google Ads strategy. Our experienced team develops compelling ad copy, selects the right keywords, and optimizes your campaign setting for maximum effect. We monitor your campaign's performance, make data-driven adjustments, and provide transparent reporting to ensure you get the best results possible. Okay, this is a good base. Bottom call to action, transform your masonry business with Mason Flow. So I think your copy is a bit too technical and in many ways focuses on the mechanics of the service and not the result. Imagine the ICP was a simple person who didn't even understand how Google Ads work. They don't care about the keyword optimization. They just care about the result. Speak to them more simply and okay. Let's see what this comes back with. More customers, more jobs, more revenue for your masonry business. Ooh, come on! Come on! Let Mason Flow attract a steady stream of new customers and grow your business in Toronto without the hassle of marketing. Yes! 3-step process. We listen. Tell us about your masonry business and goals. We're here to help you succeed. Our team will create the perfect plan to get your business in front of the right people at the right time. You grow. Watch as new customers discover your business and your revenue soars. We'll handle the rest. Come on! Genius. Come on. Okay, the team at Claude are geniuses, but come on, that is jobs with Mason Flow. Are you a masonry business owner in Toronto and want more customers and more jobs? Mason Flow is here to help. We specialise in helping businesses just like yours attract more customers who are looking for your service. Fill your schedule with a steady stream of new jobs. Okay. Cool. Do you think we could be pigeonholing ourselves by just saying masonry businesses, or is there a slightly broader word we could use that would then entice other businesses like bricklayers, concrete, construction, etc. Let's just see what it says. Because it doesn't matter if we just go for the specific niche. Like construction's different. So here we go. Whether you're a bricklayer, concrete, or other, Mason Pro is here to help. Okay. More customers, more jobs, more revenue for your construction business. Let Mason Flow have you attract steady flow of new customers and grow your specialty contracting business for your contracting business. So we never accept the first thing. We always have to challenge. Come on. Come on. We've got time, guys. We've got time. We're going to get on to lead gen today. This is the quickest agency website of all time, right? And it's all it needs to be. It doesn't need to be any more than this. More customers, more jobs, more revenue for your contracting business. I love that. Let Mason Flow help you attract a steady stream of new customers and grow your contracting business in Toronto without the hassle of marketing. So now, look, we're going to go for Toronto first. We're going to say, like, hypothetically, you start off with Toronto. Once you exhaust all of the leads in Toronto, then you can change this. You might think, what about everyone else? Well, that's fine. Just get rid of the word Toronto, you know? You might even want to start outreaching to another city. So you temporarily change your Toronto to a different city, so it looks like you specialise there, you know? Just use your head. Okay, get more jobs now, risk-free consultation. I think like get more jobs now is fine. Yeah, get more jobs now, risk-free consultation. Right, because we're going to give them a free strategy on the consulting call. That could be an offer, right? Free strategy. I like that actually. What about that? What about if we did like a free strategy as like our pull? That's the thing that we're going to give to these people, a free marketing strategy. Okay, we're going to have a templatized marketing strategy that we can give to everyone in this kind of a business, and that's the pull. You give them a free marketing strategy. We get them on a call, we give them something for free. They're like, wow, this is awesome. And then if you build a relationship and there's avenues, like we're not trying to sell them anything. It's not like, do you want to get 5 new leads per month? Like that's like a generic offer that many people go for. Instead, let's just offer a free marketing strategy. Okay? There's no expectation there. Then we can sell them on the implementation of that marketing strategy. Come on, Jordan. You're on fire, my man. Okay. How it works. I prefer how it works. We listen. We create. You grow. Oh. Lovely. This is fucking easy. Tell us about your contracting business and your goals. We're here to help you succeed. Our team will craft the perfect plan to get your business in front of the right people at the right time. Watch as new customers discover your business and your revenue source. We'll handle the rest. Get more contracting jobs with Mason Flow. Of course. Of course. What is this bit? So it's actually written a bit too much copy there. We kind of don't need that. For the bottom TTA section, can you just write a call to action with a headline and a brief description which offers a free marketing strategy? Will essentially yeah, cool. Claim your free marketing strategy. Make that a one-liner. Fill out the form below to apply for your. Fill out the form below, and our experts and will be in touch to help you attract more customers, boost your revenue, and grow your contracting business. And grow your contracting business with completely free strategy. Fill out the form below and we'll be in touch to help you grow your contracting business today. Basically just wrote what I wrote. Fill out the form and we'll help you attract more customers. Boost your revenue and grow your contracting business today. Okay, we'll roll with that. Cool, thank you, Claude. So it's not the sexiest website in the world, but it certainly serves a purpose. The copy is fantastic, it sells. Let's get this bad boy on a landing page. First thing we need to do, though, is just the SEO. So this is like when we share the link, it then changes this bit of text at the top here. So this is going to be Mason Flow. More jobs for your jobs. Get more jobs for your contracting business. Cool. Okay, so we're safe. Let's have one last check of this. Just make sure the font's gone a little bit doolally on mobile there. So let's just make that a bit smaller on mobile. Yeah, I'm happy with that. This all looks good. What's the font size there? 32. Let's make that 32 then, it might be better. Yeah, that's all good. Okay. Save. And now we're going to publish after we've saved. And we need to publish to a domain. So we need to add a domain. We need to add our domain. And that is going to be masonflow.ai. Ah, I remembered. We didn't use the AI terminology. Can we use that? Can we just chuck that in there? Can we just sneak that in there? Should we do free AI marketing strategy? I mean, it's worth a test. Let's do that. Let's just get it in there. Let's do that. Free AI marketing strategy. Frame your free AI marketing strategy. What's the AI marketing strategy, you may say, Jordan? Well, first of all, it's just a buzzword. But second of all, we'll be using AI in order to appointment set. So if we're a lead generation agency, here we go. Conversation AI. Thanks, High Level. That's an appointment setting bot that we can use and we can plug that in. There you go, that's our AI element. We can tap into that keyword. Now, we of course want to test this if the potential customers are like, I don't know what that means. Like, what's this AI thing? Like, what does that mean to me? You know, if they don't care about it, then of course, like what we will do is we will just stop using it. But it's worth testing out, seeing as we've got that AI domain, and it's a bit of a buzzword at the moment. So we're going to connect MasonFlow. What I'm doing is just connecting my GoDaddy right now. Okay, we can go ahead and change the DNS manually if we want to. You just add what's called a CNAME. It's very, very easy. If you go onto Google or YouTube and just type in like how to add a CNAME. So we're going to allow that to do its thing. And then if we go over to here, we can tick that off the list. We've created the website. Awesome. So next thing we're going to do is create the lead generation, is start lead generating. Perfect. So this is the funnel we're going to connect. We're going to connect the lead magnet. I just realized we didn't even put the form on the website. That's a problem. We need the opt-in form at the bottom. Okay, let me just quickly do that and I'll see you guys when I've done that. Okay, so form's been created, here it is. So I've stuck with the same design, first name, last name, email address, phone number, and then website. I agree to the terms, so that by providing phone number I can receive text messages, claim the free strategy. They click that, and then what happens is when they then click claim and they fill in their details, it's going to say, thanks for filling in this form. We'll be in, to claim the free AI marketing strategy. We'll be in touch as soon as possible. So that's like the easy route. But what I think would be even better is if we treat this like an actual lead magnet. Like the more I think about this free AI marketing strategy, the more I'm like, actually, this is a pretty damn good lead magnet. It's a really good in with these businesses. And so instead, what I'm probably going to do, and I'm not going to do it right now because I want to have time to do this lead generation stuff with you guys, is I would set this up to redirect to a thank you page, which I'll quickly touch on in a second. And the other thing to highlight is I've got a phone number here as well. So if you've got your phone number, and I'd recommend using your high-level phone number, which you can redirect through to your mobile rather than using a mobile because it looks quite a lot more amateur. Actually, that would be true for the majority of niches, but because this is like construction and contractors, most of them have their mobile numbers anyway, so that's fine. And location just reaffirms again that we are local to them there too. So I'm happy with this. I think this is looking good. Like I think this is a really great base for someone here. Like one of you guys is going to do something awesome with this. So what I was saying about a lead magnet. So a lead magnet, let me just explain over here. A lead magnet is a landing page which has a lead magnet is simply something that we offer in order to magnetize leads. And so it's not a bait and switch, but you could describe it like that in the sense that we're giving some free, well, it's not a bait and switch at all, I don't know why I said that. We're providing free value in the form of some kind of a product, and then in return we're getting the details of the lead. And then normally we want to make sure that product is closely related to the ICP, our ideal customer, and therefore we know that the people that are trying to claim that free product, or it sometimes can even just be a low cost product if you want to make sure they're really qualified, the people that are claiming that product are going to be suitable for our service. So in this instance, if we're creating this free AI marketing strategy, right, and actually guys, now I think about it, I've thought of a way I could extend this series for you. Drop a comment down below if you want me to continue after I've gone on to, because we're probably going to have to do another episode after this where we start writing some scripts, if you want me to actually create the lead magnet as well. If you want me to do that, drop a comment, let me know, and if enough of you drop that comment, then I will create that lead magnet. If not enough of you do it, then I won't create it and I won't spend the time doing it because it's a time-consuming thing to do. But if you'd like to watch the process of me creating a lead magnet and a way to entice leads, it isn't just some generic, I'll get you 5 leads or you don't pay type offer, then yeah, drop a comment down below, let me know, and I will create that for you. And also, of course, every time if you drop a comment down below, you're going to be in for the chance to win Mason Flow anyway. So if you haven't done already, make sure you go ahead and do that. And yeah, I can create that for you. So what I'm going to do is I can create the product, and then what I can do off the back of it is I can then edit the thank you page and make sure that deliverables are all there. And we could even set up the back end email, which we connect to this, which then delivers the product. So we'll create the lead magnet itself, we'll deliver that product, and then I'll run you through the flows on how we can actually convert that potential customer. Fuck, this is valuable, man. We're getting into it. Then I can run you through the flows of how we can convert one of those customers and how we can then position the sales call to someone that's opted in for the lead magnet. Yeah, drop a comment down below and let me know if you want to do that, and we'll get it done. I'm just going to change this here first of all. So so we've got, I'll do /free, and then we're going to call that name. That's going to be that. So when we go through to Mason Flow, it's going to take you through to masonflow.ai/free. Nice. So you see how this goes, by the way, guys. You see how this goes. Like we're creating, and I know I'm experienced here, and I know I have an unfair advantage in the fact that I've built thousands of agencies at this point on behalf of other people, and so like this is clockwork to me. But I want you to see through me actually doing this, the thought waves that I'm having. Like I trust my gut relentlessly. I trust my ability as a great marketer and as a great salesperson. And so when I come up with ideas, I'm always trying to look for those slivers of uniqueness. And so we came into this with no idea of what niche we're going to start working with. We have no idea of what the website's going to look like. like what kind of offer we're going to go for. And then out of nowhere, we've now created this and crafted this specific offer, this free AI marketing strategy, which we don't really know what it's going to be like yet. So again, we're going to have to kind of make that up as we go along and create something of value. And we've got a unique angle. And this is how you stand out as a new agency owner. You know, everyone's always like, oh, this space is so saturated. It's saturated with people doing the same thing. And even if you wanted to join the space and do the same thing as everybody else, you're still going to be able to be successful in it. It's actually just a repetition of numbers games. Most people can't get off their arse and call more than 20 people in a day over the course of 2, 3, 4 weeks, let alone 2, 3, 4 months or 2, 3, 4 years. You know, the reason why people don't succeed is because they start and then stumble over the first block and then they just give up, you know, move on to something else. And so it doesn't matter, you don't need an offer as unique as this. You can literally go in with the generic offers that other people are. In fact, actually, I'm trying to promote agencies at the minute to not go in with offers at all. Like, just build relationship, just be honest with people, be realistic with people, and trust me, you'll be able to sign them up. It's just that repetition of the sales process that you need to stick to. Anyway, let's get into lead gen. I'm running out of time. What we got? Okay, I've got a little bit of time right now to go through lead gen, and I've got to jump on a coaching call with our community. So, lead gen, what's going to be the best way to do this? So, let me think about this. So, masonry companies are, let's say we're going for masonry companies and bricklayers first of all. I know we've already established that we can go for like a bunch of other niches. But broadly speaking, masonry companies and business owners are not tech-savvy business owners. So they're not really going to be on LinkedIn. And so we can check out LinkedIn. LinkedIn is obviously the easiest place to find potential customers. So we can use a tool like, we can use clay.com. Okay, so what we're going to do when we go to Clay is we're going to create a table. Okay, so let's create a new table. And we're going to find companies from LinkedIn. Yeah, let's do that. Or local business using Google Maps. That's way better. Okay, so let's go Toronto. The key from this is to know that there is no one lead generation strategy that works for absolutely all niches. You really do have to. You have to make sure that you're testing out a variety of different things. So let's go like there. That feels like a decent. It's probably out of Toronto. I don't know the Toronto area, but let's go with that. And let's go with masonry. And then brick. And number of results. The maximum this action will pull is 200. Okay, well we're just going to do it once then, and then we'll do it again. That must be some kind of rule on Google. If you want to bypass that, then you can use something like Phantom Buster. Or you can use Data Miner. Okay, so new blank table. Let's go. So LinkedIn I find is always a nice place to look as well. But we might be able to scrape. So what Clay does is it uses a whole bunch of different tools in order to scrape information. So we've got a bunch of businesses found here, so on Google. So searching for businesses, how many is it going to give us? So this is going to give us a maximum of 200. So look at all these. Just masonry, paving. It's just so easy to do this with Clay. Like, it's just such an exceptional tool for things like lead generation. And automation as well, if you want to automate emails. I think my gut tells me that like Google is going to be the best for sure, but we're not going to be able to find all the business owners' details. So they're not going to be on LinkedIn, these business owners. Some of these guys don't even have Facebook pages, so why are they going to be on LinkedIn, you know? And so what's probably going to have to happen is this will be a mix of, okay, what we can find on LinkedIn, plus the rest of this list, we're going to have to manually go through and look for the business owners ourselves. And then we'll build it all out as this final list on Clay. So what has that done for us? Okay, so let's see if it's got additional results to find. So it did 179 there. Let's just see if there's any more. That's a lot of just masonry keyword in one city. That's a serious amount of businesses under the keyword masonry in just one city. So that is all of them. So let's adapt. Let's change that. So let's go and add enrichment, and let's do company. We don't want to enrich though. We want to find more companies. So what we want to do is go. We want to go. New row. No, import. That's it, import. There you go. So again, we're going to go Toronto, and we're going to make it pretty hefty. Cool, and then we're going to do brick. And we're just going to allow it to do as many as it can. So let's see how many extra we got. We can get rid of those as well. Don't want to screw up the data, but there you go. The brick room. So not all of these are going to be like, we're going to have to obviously like check these leads as well. The brick, the brick, the brick. Why is there so many the brick? What the hell is the brick? Let's have a look at that. What's the brick? Okay. It's a furniture store. Avoid furniture stores. Unless they're online. If they're e-com and they've got good traffic, furniture stores can be banging. But just ignore... Wow. These guys have got a lot of locations. These guys have got... Hats off to the brick. Come on. 16 rows. Okay, so there's going to be, like... Brick is giving us a lot of kind of, like... questionable businesses there as well. So not all of these are going to be right. So we've got like Brick Street Bakery, Mattress Store Bakery, Mattress Store Evergreen Brick Works. That could be right. Is that right? Let's have a look. No, that says Farmers Market and Nature. That's not right, is it? Brick Works Park, Soho Brick. Okay, I think we established in like Toronto, the word brick is just not used for what it is in the UK. So like in the UK, if I search bricklayer or something in like in the UK in Norwich, then we'd find loads. Let's make it a bit bigger. Like 170 isn't that good. Well, for one city, it's pretty decent, but there's other sub niches that we can be pulling out here. Now you can also use, just to highlight, you can also use Phantom Buster to scrape Google. If Clay isn't within your budget, you can. I'll make sure I put a link in the description so you guys can get a great deal on Clay. I love this tool so much, I invested in it. Like I used it and I was like, I need to be part of this. And so I invested in these guys last year. And they're just exceptional. The customer service is fantastic. But I'm not afraid to say, like, look, if you can't afford to use Clay, that's fine. They do offer a bunch of free credits. Hopefully I'll put a link in the description. I'll see if I can get the guys to give you guys some free credits so we can get you started and off the ground. And then, if not, you can also use Data Miner to manually scrape, or not manually, but it's a Google Chrome extension where you can scrape. Okay, so let's see if, I mean, that's done a lot. That's added a serious amount to the bit. You've got 322 there. Like, you're definitely signing up a few clients from this. This is 100% getting the agency off the ground. Like, that's a good lead pool. But of course, only if we can find the business owner's details. So let's just bear that in mind. And so let's explore a couple of ways that we can generate these leads. Okay, so I'm going to stick with this because I want it. We can build a bigger list here. We could get this up to 500. We could do concrete. We could do epoxy. We could do extensions. There are loads of other keywords that we could be doing. We could easily squeeze an extra 200 leads out of this, and you guys should. But I want to make sure that I'm getting through this and giving you guys as much value as I can in this video without running out of time. So what we're going to do is we're now going to try and find people. Okay, so we're going to search the website, and then we are going to look for job titles, and we're going to do like owner, partner, director, C-level. Yeah, we're going to do that. In fact, yeah, let's do that. And VP, manager, let's see what we can pull. And then we're going to just like, we don't want to limit the results. No, let's preview. Let's see how many we can actually pull. We kind of probably want to limit the amount per company, but I don't have a good feeling about this on LinkedIn. Oh no, that's because the company name isn't set, surely. Why is the company name Google? What's going on there? What's happening? Column, table, column, website. Let's just make sure everything's okay. Website. It's possible that I have Google listed on here somewhere. Let's just search. There. That's causing the issue. Right, let's see if that solves the problem. So, yeah, I don't know how many people we're going to find. Turner Construction's taken up quite a lot, so I'm going to limit the results and just have a maximum of 2 per company. So there's obviously some big companies here. And the location of these guys is kind of all over, so let's just do the guys that are in Toronto. Okay. So, let's enrich their profile. Let's also find a personal email and do a work email and do a mobile number as well. Now this is going to cost a lot of credits, but I just want to show you the capacity of what Clay can do. So you don't have to be doing that. And of course you can be way more conservative and actually pick which leads you want to do that for. But I just want to show you how amazing this thing can be. So what it's doing, so it's found the person, it's got their LinkedIn, and we can kind of click on them and see a bunch of info scraped from their LinkedIn. But then it enriches their LinkedIn profile, which means it gets a bunch more information from their LinkedIn. Okay, oh, I've not got enough to create Clay. Am I logged in on the wrong account? I must be logged in on the wrong account right now. I'm not logged into my correct profile. How annoying. Okay, let me just upgrade for you guys. See, we just get it done. You know, I can't even be asked to log out and just do this again. Like, we get it done. Let's get it sorted. Okay. Yeah, I'm on my old account. Damn. How stupid. Okay, so let's rerun these. So, rerun. And then what it's going to do, so like, let's say it's finding personal email. If it doesn't find the email in the first column, then it will go ahead and it'll search in the next. So it'll be like, let me use this tool to find the personal email. So this tool it's using their LinkedIn, is it? No, it's Nimbler. So I just realized I've been recording with my face in the corner, but in the middle, but YouTube doesn't like it when we show leads on screen. Like, it's a breach of privacy. I can understand that. And so we've had videos removed in the past. And so, yeah, basically, we're going to have to blur this information out so you can't see. But we've got personal emails here. We've also found some mobile numbers as well. We've got work emails here. So, like, all of this data is just being enriched. Like, Clay just does such an incredible job of doing this. So we'll see what information we can show. We're probably going to have to blur out the majority of this. Okay. So what we're doing is we're using Clay to find personal emails, mobile numbers, work emails as well. Okay, and so we found 45 contacts there, potential leads, are all based in Toronto. We need to probably filter through these job titles. You probably wouldn't waste credits on some of these. So we've got senior vice president, we've got director, we've got, we don't want to coordinate, vice president, director, managing partner, COO. But these are all the big companies. This is the thing, right? These are all the big dogs. And so this is what I expected to happen. Like, most of these companies are small local businesses, and therefore you can't find the business owner's details with ease. And so instead, what we're going to have to do for the majority of these leads is I'll have to go through, and we can add a column here. And this can be, I don't know, maybe even we could export this list. So let's just say we wanted to export it and we wanted to work with it elsewhere. You can work with this on Clay. So if you want, you can just use this list on Clay and just continue to work through it like like you would any other list. Or you can, or what we can do is we can export it as a CSV and then we can upload it to Google Sheets. So if we go over to Google Sheets, go to Sheets, and we create a new sheet. So then we've got our new sheet, and then now if we find our downloaded, there we go, we downloaded that, and then we go File, Import, and we take our file, we upload it, and we slap it into here. We're going to have our big list of companies, and then what we're going to do is we're going to say this is Toronto Masonry and Construction. Let's put a date as well. Let's just leave that for now. Okay, so now what we can do is, there's a couple of things. We can go ahead and we can manually scrape. So we can go on a couple of these websites and see if we can find a business owner's details. So let's just do this for a few of them. And then the next thing I'm going to try and do is a directory. So we can go About Us, Can we find details? No, but if we go on to, oh, here we go. Do like, oh no, that's annoying. What was that called? Brown's contracting. And then we just type in owner. Mike. We highly recommend Mike and his team. So we know we've got Mike. Mike's mentioned there as well. Okay, so now we can have that. And then we can say it's Mike. Okay, so we call up this number or we ask for Mike. And we can do the same thing for this one. So let's have a look at what we can find. No, we're not going to find it. Stone Contractors Group. There you go, it's a stone business owner, Toronto, Carlo. There he is. What's the second name? Carlo Gill. Cool. So you get the idea. We can go through and we can do this. Now, if you go on Fiverr.com, you can pay someone else to do this for you. You could pay literally like $100 for like multiple hundreds of leads. So this is the way you can do this. And like most people don't like doing this, right? But I spent days upon days upon days upon days generating leads for myself in the early stages. Like I've spent countless days throughout my entire career generating leads. This is how you find the leads that other people can't be bothered to get. You know, most people are trying to get leads on somewhere like LinkedIn, and then they're like, well, what, I have to manually generate them leads? I'm not going to do that. Like, that takes too much time. Well, think about how many people think like that. Think about how many people say to themselves, well, I'm not going to do that because it takes too much time. That's why you're going to do it, because it does take time, because other people aren't willing to. So when you reach out to Mike, when you reach out to Carlo, the likelihood that they're not being reached out to by every other idiot is slim, because of the fact that you're going in and putting in the effort that other people aren't willing to put in, right? So you can go ahead and you can do this for all these other companies, right? But let's just say for whatever, we're always looking on the About Us, but let's just say for whatever reason we can't find the details. So another option is Canada or Toronto Business Directory, okay? Or Business Registry. Ontario, Canada's Business Registry. Let's have a look. What is Canada's equivalent to Companies House? Companies House is what we have in the UK. Here we go. Oh no, that's the UK one. So we can look for companies there. So let's see if we can find the details. I mean, this one's going to be on social, so we'll be able to find them. But we've got Build Strong Masonry. There they are. Can you find the business owner's details? Yes, come on. So here we go, Government of Canada. Annual filings, Director, Ream. There we go. That's how it's done. You get the idea. You can do that for other leads. You can go through this process and we can find and we can just keep generating leads. Cool. And then what else we got? Final step. You could also be finding companies from like Canada Masonry Directory. So now what we could do as well, what's this here? Oh, look at that. Masonry Contractors Association. Boff. Oh my God. Come on, look at this. Look. Look at this. Look at that. That is business owners' names. See, this is why you search. This is why you look for these things. This is why you don't just take the first thing that you find. So I can take this list. I can download that. I can hit Save Details. Now I can go back to our good old friend, Claude. We slap that in there and we say, please take this list of companies and send me a CSV of company name, phone number, and any contact names listed. You can also do this on Data Miner. You'd be able to do this on Phantom Buster as well. Now, I haven't tried this on Claude, so we'll see what it comes back with. Here we go. There we go. So it's formatted the numbers strange. I don't know why that's happened. There might be maybe there's some, oh, it's because of these. That is correct. Okay, so anyway, that was going to continue sending me that list. We can take that list, we can copy this, and we can paste that straight, you get the idea. We can paste that straight into this. So now we've got a massive hit list, all back off some information we found online on a directory. That's how we generate leads, you know. So I'm going to build this list, and I'm also probably going to pay someone on Fiverr to generate this list as well, so we can go that step further and make sure whoever wins this agency does have a nice comprehensive list of leads that they're going to go ahead and hit. Again, we're going to have to remember to blur this information out so this video is all right. And I hope you've had a ton of value from this today. I'm now going to jump on a group coaching call. If you haven't yet entered the competition, enter it. And if you want me to create that lead magnet, please do let me know, because we've just done lead generation. I'm going to go through next outreach strategy, developing an offer and so on, which is probably going to take me through to like an episode 3. We can squeeze out an episode 4 and maybe even a 5, but definitely an episode 4 on going through and creating this lead magnet and the whole strategy behind that. All right, cool. See you soon. Cheers. Look, I'm a 7-figure agency owner. I've been in this industry for 7 years now, helped thousands of others start agencies of their own. And last year, I started a brand new agency from scratch to show you guys what is possible in just a small amount of time. And we managed to sign 2 clients in under a week's worth of work. So it's a pretty great series, got millions of views online. It helps so many people get started, and I'm repeating that process right now. In fact, only a couple of weeks ago, I launched a brand new agency from scratch, and I'm documenting the process right now. So let's get straight into it. Okay, quickly, before we get into this video, I've got an announcement to make. If you're making more than $10,000 a month in your agency right now, or you're around that level and you want to get to 100K a month in the fastest and most logical way possible, regardless of your niche, your product, or your service, this applies to you. I'm hosting a live virtual event on Wednesday, the 22nd of May and Thursday, the 23rd. This is genuinely live and not some recording built to trick you. We'll be able to interact and go through this live with you. It's a one-time event. There are no replays whatsoever, so you need to sign up and show up if you want to be able to install the data-driven scaling system that I've used to scale my agency, Affluent.co, to multi-7 figures. This is information I have never revealed online before. I told it to a select group of people who have already scaled their agencies to multi-7 figures, and I'm going to go through that on the workshop. Now, if you're watching this right now, you're at or around 10K a month, click the link around here, maybe in the description, maybe in the comments, sign up and show up to action this information and get ahead of your competitors. Sign up predictable clients, retain those clients, remove yourself from the day-to-day operations and run a business like a real business owner, not some high-paid employee stuck in the weeds. And if you're watching this and the event is already over, then you missed out this time, but make sure you follow me on social media so you get notified if we run events like this in the future. But right now, we've got nothing in the calendar. So yeah, if you're watching it in time, awesome, congratulations. If you're below 10K, I'm sorry, this doesn't apply to you right now. For the rest of you, enjoy this video. Right, and so this is what we've done so far. And if you haven't watched this, I recommend pausing and going and watching that stuff, because I'm giving you guys the source, and I want to show you the process, not just tell you based on theory like most people do. So we've already built the foundations. We chose a niche, the ICP, which is who the customer we're going for. What niche, I suppose. We decided a service, the agency name, the logo, the website. And we've also gone through the process of generating a whole bunch of leads. And so let me just show you a little bit right now. So these are the foundations that we've got here. And so the agency is called Mason Flow. Our domain is masonflow.ai. We are going to be working, and this is all randomly selected, by the way. We just use some random wheel selector and yeah, picked bricklayers, masonry. We also have, we're offering a Google ad service to these guys. And yeah, what else have I got to add? Now, we're also going to be doing a lead magnet, a free AI marketing strategy, which is going to be the lead magnet we're going to use to sign up clients for this agency, which is going to be pretty cool. We haven't built out that lead magnet yet, but loads of you guys commented on the last video saying you wanted me to create a video around it. So we're going to go through that for sure. So this is the website we designed on the last one, excuse me. So Mason Flow. all of this copy we actually managed to write with AI using Claude. It was a pretty awesome process. And yeah, I'd recommend you going to check that out. And so nice, simple landing page, does everything we need here. Claim your free AI marketing strategy. I'm looking forward to building out that. Looking forward to building out that lead magnet actually and seeing how that converts. And I'll document the process. As I said, loads of you guys commented, so I'm going to get that done for you. And look, I'm going to be straight up with you guys. It is 10 p.m. right now, and I was this close to not recording this video today. Purely because I've been working 9 a.m. till 9 p.m. for the last 3 weeks straight, no weekends, working on a huge project at the moment. It's incredibly exciting, incredibly exciting, and you're going to see it very, very soon. But it's 10 p.m. I'm getting a flight to Amsterdam at 3 a.m. tomorrow morning, and so I am absolutely shattered, but I'm so committed to putting this content out for you all, right? I truly want to help as many of you as I possibly can. If I don't record this video right now, this video is going to be delayed by a couple of weeks, and I don't want to have you guys waiting, okay? I want this to go out to you so you can just start implementing this and really start making an impact in your lives and starting the agency that you've always wanted to, based on what's actually working, right? Not just based on someone trying to sell your program with some outdated information, right? I'm in the trenches. I know this shit. I'm tried and tested, and I want to rationalize it for you anyway. We're here. We're here. I'm glad I'm doing it. So we generated a huge batch of leads. I can't show you all of these because YouTube doesn't like it when we show leads. So we've got a whole bunch of masonry leads. What I've actually done since you saw this video last, or since you last saw me, I should say, is, I hate that little thing on Loom that comes up. I sent this batch of leads over to someone on Fiverr who is actually now going through and finding decision makers. Normally, I'd recommend, if you're just starting off, going out and doing that yourself. So taking that batch of leads and going through the websites, trawling through it. If you haven't watched the second episode yet, go and watch that, and I run through some lead generation protocols for you. So I would recommend doing that. If you do have a bit of budget, one of the first things that you want to outsource as an agency is the lead generation side of things. So that's what I would definitely do. So we've got our lead list. It's a bit of a high-pitched noise happening in this office right now. Hopefully it's not too loud for you guys, but we move. So we're going to move on to the outreach strategy. That's what we're going to build out right now. So and I think it's really important to note that when we're building any kind of outreach strategy for any kind of agency, I think I'm going to do this all in this Notion. We have to look at, okay, what channels do we actually have access to? What channels are realistic for us to reach out to in the ICP? Because many people be like, oh yeah, I'm going to cold call, I'm going to email, I'm going to DM and so on. And it's all well and good, but you have to consider whether or not those strategies are even suitable for your ICP. Where is your customers actually hanging out? Man, this light is making me look shiny. Who cares? Yeah, we have to consider where our customers are even hanging out, right? And so we've already established with these masonry guys, they're not very tech savvy. And so the likelihood of these guys hanging out on social media for us to DM them is incredibly slim. And so for me, it doesn't make sense for us to be pursuing any kind of DM strategy. Now, when we were going through lead generation, we noticed how much of a struggle it was already to try and find these guys on LinkedIn to try and validate and find the business owners. And so there's no point us doing that. But the options are cold calling, emailing, and DMing. Okay? These are our main options. There are a few other unorthodox options which are just kind of out of the box. You can probably think of them off the top of your head, which I'm not going to run through right now because you guys will saturate the shit out of them and then they'll stop working. And so the other I would say, which you're not going to saturate, which is great, is door-to-door. In fact, actually, I just want to come over to this camera for a second and talk about this. Now, it's actually funny because I was talking about this in our private community only a couple of weeks ago, about how it's taken me so long to get to the point on this channel where I can talk about cold calls openly enough for people to be like, yeah, I'm going to cold call for the agency, even though I've known the entire time that cold calls are the most effective strategy for you to secure meetings with potential clients. But cold calls are scary and they're intimidating. And when we're in a sea of other gurus that are like, you only need to send emails, you only need to send DMs, it's really easy. Everyone gravitates to all of the easy shit and they always avoid the difficult stuff. But the truth is, all the stuff that's really difficult difficult to obtain. All of the things that really get the best results are the most difficult and are the most comfortable. And that's why cold calling is one of those things. It's incredibly difficult to not actually conduct the cold calls, because 20 calls, 25 calls will get you more meetings than any amount of emails that you can send, right? As in at the same like-for-like volume. But it's very difficult to get yourself in the right mindset to pluck up the courage in order to pick up the phone. Door-to-door is the big daddy of that. Now, door-to-door, and I know this because I've done hundreds of cold calls every single day in multiple cold calling jobs, and I've got credible results from it. I've also been door-to-door selling around the UK to estate agents. It was absolutely grueling going in, selling to people who are all trained salespeople, grilling you, but it teaches you how to be quick-fired and quick on the spot. That's why when I started my agency, I also went door-to-door, and I signed multiple clients from door-to-door. And so what I'm saying to you right now is, if you really want to push yourself and you really want to get maximum results, try door-to-door. Like, actually, please challenge yourself to do so. Over the next 5 days, or whenever you're starting outreach, just pick 5 days that you're going to go local door-to-door, knocking down doors and trying to sign up clients. And I promise you, it is going to be one of the biggest character building events of your life as far as sales is concerned, and as far as building and challenging yourself. And number two, you are going to be shocked at how many meetings you get. Even if you screw it up, you're going to get so many meetings, but people respect you going in and actually speaking to them. In this digital age, we are losing the art of face-to-face communication and face-to-face sales. Old school business owners, which is what the majority of brick and mortar business owners are, they respect people, especially young people, that go out of their way and have these old school kind of like conventional ways of approaching people and speaking to individuals. So try door-to-door. I promise you, you will get incredible results from it. And drop a comment down below. And I haven't even mentioned this yet, actually. But I'm giving this whole agency away for free to one of you guys who drop a comment. So if you drop a comment and you let me know how you're going with door-to-door, or just drop a comment, let me know your goals of your agency right now. I'm going to be giving this entire agency away to one person for free. I'm also going to buy you a brand new MacBook Pro, and I'm going to give you 12 months access to all the software using Go High Level that you could possibly need in order to go out there, get great clients, manage a pipeline, deliver incredible results for them. So why, you ask? I don't know. I don't know. It feels good though. Like, it feels good. Like, this feels right. Like, I want to impact you guys. I want to help you achieve this. And like, this is just the most logical way to help as many of you achieve this as possible, is just by showing you this stuff, you know? Albeit, like, it's hard to find the time. It is. So I'm not going to be able to cold call all these companies and so on this time around. But we're going to go the extra mile and get this lead magnet and everything built. Anyway, I'm ranting. So door-to-door, we've got cold calling, we've got emailing, we've got DMing. We're getting rid of DMs because I don't think it's going to be suitable for this niche. They're not hanging out on social media. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't mean for your niche, don't do DMs. DMs can be incredibly effective, but with every single thing that we do as an agency, we have to be assessing the unique circumstances that are in front of us. Okay, so we do have door-to-door, we do have cold call, we do have email. Now, I'm getting rid of door-to-door purely because of the fact that, like, I'm obviously not going to be going door-to-door to masonry companies in Toronto, am I? But you guys certainly should. In fact, I'm going to leave that on there just in case you can, and whoever wins this should. And also, if you're not based in Toronto, it's not a good enough excuse, so you can just change the website to not say Toronto, but to say something else. Right? We can generate more leads from another city. So no excuses. So we've got cold calling and we've got emails. So what I'm going to do is we know what strategy we're going to use then. So we're going to do cold calls and emails. So we've got door-to-door. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a script, and I think that script, like, it's always best to write the script in whatever is the most longer form. Like, and this is kind of a rule for all kind of copywriting. When we're writing something, and there's multiple iterations of it, or we're trying to use it for multiple purposes, we want to write whatever is the longest. Out of these, like, it's most likely that the longest here is going to be either cold calls or emails. What I'm probably going to do is email first, and then we'll adapt to a cold calling script afterwards. And I'm just going to write the cold calling script on the fly, so it's kind of like somewhat unique around this individual circumstance, just to show you guys that like a cold calling script doesn't have to be something that is taken from like my program or whatever. Like there are 1,000 different ways to pull off a great cold call. There's 1,000 different ways to pull off a great email, but it's the psychology behind it, which hopefully you're going to learn right now. That'll enable you to do this for yourself and just nail it. So let's do the outreach email then. Okay, and then I'm also going to see what like AI pulls out, just out of interest. Okay, cool. So first thing we're going to do, get off bold. What are you on bold for? Piss off. So, hey, first name. Simple. You can say hi, you can say morning, you can say afternoon, whatever. Just make sure it is the right time of the day whenever you're doing it. And zoom in so you can see this. And what we're going to do is we're going to do simple framework. So we're going to do attention. And let me just think. Let me pluck into my bucket of frameworks. We're going to go with the ADA framework, okay? Because the ADA framework is the easiest to understand. So attention, interest, desire, and action. AIDA, A-I-D-A. So this is a basic copywriting framework that you can use for writing pretty much anything. You can use this for your ads, you can use this for your copy, you can use this, you can use it as a base for any kind of persuasive based copywriting. So what we're trying to do, first of all, is trying to grab attention. So we want to say something which is going to grab attention in the eyes of the person that receives this, okay? So it might be, for example, like this is going to be a pretty basic one. This is pretty common, so we'll change this. Let me think of this. There used to be a strategy that I used when I first started my agency, and these things normally come like full circle over time, like because people stop using them. Let's open up like a couple of these companies and just have a look into something. So it used to be the case, like, and there are still some industries, but it used to be the case, like at least when I first started, that if you reached out to a company and you offered them a little bit of free value up front, and like this is the case with all business, if you can offer someone a little bit of free value up front without like devaluing yourself, it's very easy to then upsell them to something else. So I'm just seeing right now, what I'm looking at in my extensions here is Meta Pixel Helper, and I want to see whether these guys have the Facebook Pixel on their website. The Facebook Pixel is a small bit of code that allows companies to track the actions that people take on their website. Okay? And so actually it's not really the Facebook Pixel we want to be looking at, is it? It's the Google Analytics. Is there equivalent? Tag Assistant, cool. Let's get this on. So what this is going to do is going to allow us to actually see whether or not the companies that we're looking at have a Google tag installed on their website. So this is simply going to say to us, okay, do they have a tag? Here we go. Zero. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look at no one. Nothing. Okay. I think that was the old website still. No tags. Okay, let's just validate something. Are there any benefits to having a Google tag on your website other than tracking for Google Ads? Yeah. Conversion, audience demographics, etc. Cool. So it's basically the same thing as the Facebook Pixel, and so here's the thing. if they don't have this installed on their website, they can't track the actions of what people are doing on their website. They also can't have a look on the back end of their analytics of everything that's happening on the website either. And so this is a nice in for us. It's a really nice way. You currently don't have a Google tag installed on your site. Are you aware of this? Okay. So here's something a little bit different for you. Like, you probably wouldn't have seen an email like this before, with this offer at least. So, attention. I was on your website earlier, and I'm going to do website link. It's going to be a personalization. We always want to have some kind of a personalization in our email to make sure that we actually stand out. That is key. So yeah, we don't want people to feel like a number. And I noticed you don't currently have a Google tag installed on your site. Are you aware of this? And an interest? I'd be happy to set one of those up for you free of charge, ? It's a small bit of code that will allow you to get more customers from your website. Which is not a lie, it is true. With a Google tag, you'll be able to get more customers from your website because you'd have access to your data, you'd be better for Google Ads, etc. If you're wondering why I do that, honestly, I just think it's a good way to help out other local businesses in Toronto. Diffusing the person here, like, it's not even like I'm trying to sell them. It's like, I just think it will be a good way to help other local businesses out in Toronto, okay? This is nice. Again, leveraging locality, a massive in when we're first starting out, like the type of things that we want to make sure that we're doing. When you're just starting, and I'm not going to rant about this now because I rant about this in every video, starting local is an advantage. It's your in, and we need ins when we're just starting out, okay? We need to find them as much as we can, okay? And if you're going international, you're like in the big bad world, like what have you got? You know, like you're a nobody when you're just starting out. That is the harsh reality. And so, at least to somebody local, we are a local individual. There is some reason to engage in conversation with us. Let me know if you're keen. I've got some time tomorrow. I've got some time in the afternoon tomorrow. So we're not even saying like, do you want to jump on a call right here? This is just like super casual. Let me know if you're keen. I've got some time in the afternoon tomorrow. Have a good one. Jordan, owner of Mason Flow. P.S. I'm a local marketing expert who specialises in masonry companies, by the way. I might even just put masonry, by the way. And you notice like this is really casual tone. That is by design because of the ICP. We're speaking to labourers. We're speaking to masonry guys. You think these guys would respond to like, hey, it's Jordan here. I was on your website, on your Facebook earlier, and I noticed you're not currently running ads. Is there a reason why? I would love to get you an extra 30 leads per month. They're thinking, hey, why the fuck is this donut? Like, they don't even know how to generate. They don't know what generating leads on Facebook is. They don't give a shit about that. They just think, who's this donut trying to sell me an email? We're speaking a lot more casually here. We're coming in. We're coming in with a Trojan horse. We've got something on the front end we're going to offer, and then we're going to come in. And when we build that relationship, we're going to be like. So and now you've got a Facebook. Now you've got a Google tag installed. Have you ever considered running Google Ads? Have you ever considered, or are you aware that you rank on number 3 on the page 3 on when you Google Toronto masonry companies? So you've actually got 13, let's say, hypothetically, you've actually got 13 other competitors that go ahead of you. Did you know that literally for a couple £100 a month, you could get right to the top of Google? Speak to them, rationalize it. Even if we just said couple of $100 a month, right? That might not be the budget we're going to go for. We might want $500, $1,000, but at least it gets the conversation going. We have to speak their language. So it has to be very casual, and we get to this gradual point of then being able to upsell them. So like what starts as just like this free in, this little bit of value that we're offering up front, actually ends up being like a more in-depth conversation where we can dig the pain. We can be like, look, whilst I was installing that tag on your website, I noticed that you're actually on page 3 of Google, and you've got 14 other competitors that are ahead of you right now. I imagine you're struggling to get leads for your website, aren't you? I can't imagine you get many leads through this website, do you? No, actually we don't. Yeah, no, we don't. Yeah, is that a problem? Do you have a problem with lead flow, or where do the majority of your leads come from? Oh, we get a lot of referrals. Oh, fine. But I imagine that's not very predictable, is it? No, it's not too predictable. So what if I told you we could get you to the top page of Google and you'd only have to spend a couple $100? Really? Yeah, 100%. Go into it. Okay, you open it up. In fact, like, instead of us going into it now, why don't we, I've got some time over the next couple of days. Why don't we book in a time? We'll probably only need about 20 minutes and I can just run you through a few things. And if you don't want to go ahead, absolutely no issues at all. But at the very least, you at least know what is possible in the space. Help in hand. Building a bit of rapport, natural conversation. We're not then forcing something down their throat, you know. And that's exactly the same angle I want to go on through here. With this agency, we're doing this AI lead magnet that we're going to be launching as well. So yeah, cool. Anyway, I'm conscious of time. Sorry guys, I'm sure you'd rather me put out this video and I mean, let me know in the comments down below if you would have rather me waited and you have to wait 10 days or whatever later than this got released for me to record the video, then cool, and they can make it more polished. But I feel like this is real life. This is, you know, this is business, man. Like this is, sometimes we graft, you know, I'm a multi-millionaire and I still have periods of my life where I will graft 12, 15 hour days when I'm working on something big and I'm passionate about it. And this has been one of those periods and we just get the shit done, but I don't lose my principles. And my principles are, I upload a video every single week for you guys and I over deliver to you every single time. I'm not like every other guru that you see there online that will just upload videos whenever it suits them. You know, I have a commitment to you guys and I'm showing up, right? I don't make excuses. So cold calls, let's explore this a little bit. So obviously, for obvious reasons, I can't write an entire cold calling script right now. I'm not going to do like the whole getting past the gatekeeper stuff and everything. Maybe we can go through that a little bit, but I've got videos like that on YouTube, so you can click link in the description. What I am going to do is like talk about how we can adapt this for the actual cold call itself. So first thing we do, let's say we're hold of the actual business owner. So we've managed to get hold of the business owner. So first thing we do, if you've ever seen me cold call before, really important, we want to validate that we're speaking to the right person, okay? And then sometimes, and it depends on the niche, so I do say this quite a lot, but it depends on the niche, and especially with this niche, you want to say this. So my name's Jordan. I know you're busy, so I'll be quick. This is very important with this niche. And in fact, I would actually say, I know you're probably out on a job. So I'll be quick. And this is relevant to them. They're masonry, they're going to be out. You know, the business owners of these companies are still stuck in the weeds, the majority of these guys. So I know you're probably on a job, so I'll be quick. Now, there's two things that we could do. I think it would be really interesting as an industry, we're an all-time trust low at the moment, and all of these offers of like, can you get another 5 qualified leads like we went through in Renault Reach? Those kind of offers are dying off. They don't work anywhere near as well anymore, and that doesn't mean that cold calls don't work. It doesn't mean that offers are dead. That doesn't mean that the industry is dead. It means that we adapt like we do as marketers. That is what we do with business owners. We adapt to changes. Right now, that whole like, can you handle another 5 qualified leads? That only works for a certain few niches and a certain few areas. It doesn't work for everyone on a broad sense. And so it's worth testing out new shit right now, because if we test out something new and it works well, then we're onto something, right? So let's see if we can adapt this. So I notice you currently don't have a Google tag installed on your site. I wanted to offer setting that up for you guys for free. Are you aware you didn't have one? Okay. I notice you currently don't have a Google tag installed on your site. I notice we don't want to shorten. We always want to read. When we're writing a cold calling script, the key is we want to read. We want to be like reading it so we can figure out what our tonality is going to be like when we're doing it. I noticed you're going to have a Google tag installed on your site, and I wanted to offer to set one up for you guys for a charge. There's two options. We need to A/B test. A/B test simply means let's say we're going to call like 100 companies using one of these, 100 companies using the other. Cool. So that's that. And then if we get asked why, then honestly, I just think it's a good way to help out other local business in Toronto. But selfishly, I'm also a marketing expert that specializes in masonry. So it's in my best interest to build. Honesty. Like, this shit works, especially with simple business owners. Now, honestly, I just think it's a good way to get at. Honestly, I just think it's a good way to help other local business in Toronto. But selfishly, I'm also a marketing expert that specializes in masonry. So it's in my best interest to get in your good books with like a laugh. You know, this shit works. You tell someone the truth, and they're like, "Fair, all right, yeah, you can put a tag on my website." They'll think he's a nice guy, that old Jordan that just called me up. Like, he even said to me like that he was quite transparent about it all. He said like he wanted to set it up, but really only because he wanted to build a relationship. But well, we'll just see what happens, won't we? That kind of tone, rather than like when you try and snake around people, they don't like it. They don't like it. They don't like it one bit. Cool. So this is really all we're going to be doing, and what we're going to do is. So off the back of this, what would that look like? So if you get a yes, then let's just do a little objection handle. So if you get a yes, then do we want to book a call for this? Yeah, I'd say we want to do that. So book a call. No, then you want to say. So they say no, always push back. Like an objection is not a rejection, it's just a request for more information. So, okay, no worries at all. Can I ask why though? Like the tag will actually help you get more customers from your website. I'm not trying to sell you anything right now. Rationalize it. You can say things like, what have you got to lose? In fact, what have you got to lose is more of like I think that's more if we're like putting a direct offer. I think in this case, like this would be better. Cool. If you've got any like particular questions on like other objections in this stuff, then please do let me know. Drop a comment down below, and then I'll be able to dive into that in a little bit more detail for you guys. What I'm going to do though is I'm just going to like take this information and just like see what is like thrown out by Claude just out of interest. I want to see what's like kind of pulled out here. It's 10:30 right now, and I've been going for 40 minutes, and so I would like this to be like a little bit longer for you guys, but like honestly, like as I said to you, I need to get some sleep. I've got a 3 a.m. flight, so this is cool. I'm currently writing outreach scripts for my new agency. I'm going to, in fact, let me do this. Send you my entire ICP and a proposed email outreach script and cold calling script that I have written, full stop. I would like you to send me over some other ideas on other ways that I could build a relationship or gain interest from my potential customers, full stop. Currently, I'm going to be trying the Google tag strategy because I think it would be a nice way to provide free value. But you may be able to think of some other creative ways or creative offers that I can test out here. Very much time that. Thoroughly recommend. It's called Voice In. That's a big hack right there. Oh. I just realized I'm not recording on that camera. What am I doing? Let me just quickly record that intro whilst we're waiting on this. I'll re-record that. I've forgotten where we're at. What do I do? I think I'd sit this will be funny. Here we go. We'll keep this in actually. You can see the authentic nature of recording YouTube content sometimes. This camera wasn't recording at all. Let's recreate this, shall we? Hopefully that was everything. This video has been a bit mismatched, hasn't it? There we go. It's raw. It's real. So, what do we got? Free audit or assessment? Pretty bog standard. Educational content, webinars, workshops, case studies, blah, blah, blah. Okay. It feels pretty generic to me. Is there anything that is more unique to the niche itself? Like, think about the ICP. They're masonry business owners. They're in many ways simple business owners. They're not very tech savvy. Is there anything like I can offer that's unique to their individual circumstances that you can think of? Free low-speed website optimization, local SEO, content calendar, job site photography, free booking tool, visual mock-up of a completed project. That's the closest thing, but that's like not none of these are beginner agency things, like visual mock-up of completed project. Like you help them with an application that helps them do mock-ups on their job. Like that's a really interesting angle, actually. It's like, many agency owners think that when they're trying to sell their services, they want to launch Facebook ads. And this is not something that you want to be doing like day one. And I'm going to teach you a little bit about like lead magnets when we go into this, like in the next video. But sometimes you have to sell people something else to then upsell them to what you actually want them to be on. And so you might need to sell like a lead magnet up front, which they desire more than your retainer service. And the term is sell them what they want, give them what they need. And so many established agency owners will build front-end products which are completely different to their core service. They are complementary but completely different, just to get unique lead flow in, just so they can stand out in the market. And so let's say we're using this as an example, a visual mock-up of a completed project. Well, there are going to be many apps online that allow people to create visual mock-ups of like 3D mock-ups of projects, because I know that, because kitchen design or bathroom showrooms use them. They use 3D mock-ups when they're doing their work, and it's relatively easy for people to use. If you bring it to another industry that isn't currently using it, you show them how to implement this stuff. It doesn't even have to be your software. You add value that sense and you generate leads that way. You can upsell them to whatever marketing services you want to, because it's still in the category of like improving their business, improving their offering. So that's actually quite an interesting thought wave. But anyway, we're not going to get too deep into that right now. Offer-wise, for now, we've got ourselves an offer. We're going to go in with this Google tag. That is the best offer that we've got at the moment. It's just it's gonna enable us to get our foot in the door. There are many other things that we can test out. We are going to be exploring, of course, that lead magnet as well, which is really going to be a secondary offer. We've got like the front end offer that we're putting out, but actually we're probably going to need to write some copy afterwards for this lead magnet that we're launching as well. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, cool. So really what we're going to do in the next video is we're not just going to be writing out some copy, or going through and creating a lead magnet product, going through the landing page and so on, but we're actually in theory going to be going through this strategy again, writing some new scripts on this Notion document for the lead magnet that we have created unique to those circumstances. And then we're going to have two strategies that we can test out, or you guys, oh Christ, what happened then? You're going to have to test out, whoever wins the Mason Flow agency. Maybe we can give you a little bit of coaching from our team as well to help you implement on this stuff. So you're going to have two really great strategies for you to use and implement. So that's all I got time for today, guys. Hope to speak to you all soon, and I'll see you in the next episode. Take care. Bye-bye. Cheers. Over the next 60 minutes, I'm going to attempt to do what most in the agency space would deem impossible by creating a brand new lead magnet from scratch, the entire thing that I'm going to use to attract brand new clients for a new agency that I just launched called Mason Flow only 2 weeks ago. Now, I've documented that entire process on YouTube for the benefit of you guys, and I'm going to give that entire agency away to one of you to get your feet off the ground in this industry. And I'm not just going to give you a ready-built business. I'm also going to buy you a brand new MacBook Pro, so you've got all the equipment you need, and I'm going to give you 12 months access to the all-in-one agency management software High Level, which you'll use to manage both your agency and the results that you're going to get for your clients. So this is an all-in-one, ready-to-go agency for free, and all you got to do to enter and be in for a chance is drop a comment down below and let me know the position you're in right now and why you want to launch an agency. Now, this isn't my first rodeo. I launched another agency from scratch last year. I built the whole thing, signed up a couple of clients in under a week, gave it away to one of you guys. And I also own a multi-seven-figure, that's a multi-million-dollar agency right now called Affluent.co. I launched it 7 years ago. We've helped people from all over the world generate literally millions in revenue. And as a result of that, I've helped thousands of other people start agencies of their own on this YouTube channel and through our education business. So that's enough of my accolades. Let's get into this. This is the agency that we built, okay? We did this a couple of weeks ago. If you haven't watched this series yet, go ahead and watch this first of all. You're going to love it. I document the entire process. It's always been my mission to give more away for free than most people would have you pay for, and I don't just talk the talk, I walk the talk, and I'm actually going to show you this shit, you know? It's not the theory. This is what you actually do to build a real business. So this is Mason Flow, and we randomly selected a niche, we randomly selected a location, we came up with Toronto and bricklayers, so masonry businesses, hence Mason Flow. The domain is masonflow.ai. It's not connected yet because I don't want loads of people spamming the contact us form. And we wrote all of this copy on video. You can go and watch it all. And what we decided we're going to do, and I say I decided I'm going to do, with the help of you guys on the subconscious sitting on the other end of the screen feeding me with those messages, I decided that I'm going to launch a lead magnet to attract clients for this. And that lead magnet is a free AI marketing strategy. Now, this isn't my core service. The core service we're going to offer is Google Ads for these masonry businesses. But I want to offer a lead magnet in a way to attract people and provide free upfront value and position myself as an industry leader. Now, for those of you that don't know what a lead magnet is, it is as it sounds. It's a magnet, so if you imagine a free resource or a low-cost resource, which we use to attract leads for our business. Because when we're trying to sell as a new business owner, our potential customers need to know, like, and trust us. And one of the easiest ways that we can help them know, like, and trust us is by providing some free value up front to them, just like this YouTube video you're watching of mine right now. I'm providing a ton of free value up front to you, and then some of you guys, only a select group, some point, you're going to be suitable for one of our education products. Maybe you want to work with us one-to-one. You're going to come to us because you already know, you trust me because I've delivered a lot of value to you up front. That is how this marketing game works, and that's exactly what we're applying when it comes to this lead magnet. Now, do you need a lead magnet when you're launching an agency? Absolutely not. Will it help you in the early stages? Well, that's dependent on how good the product is. If the product is shit, it's probably going to hurt you, right? But I'm going to go through this process because usually I talk to you guys and teach you guys how to just directly sell your service. And you can directly sell. I want to stipulate this. There are 1,000 ways to do this right. I'm just showing you an alternative right now by going ahead and creating this lead magnet. Now, I've got under an hour. I don't know how I'm going to create this yet. I've never created this exact lead magnet before, so it's going to be an interesting process. So with that in mind, I'm going to stop wasting time and actually get into this. So you can go watch the other videos if you want to see the website. What we've already done is we've gone through the process of laying all the foundations, all the things on screen. We've decided the service, the agency name, the logo, the website, obviously. We've generated a bunch of leads already. We've built the outreach strategy. We've wrote the email scripts and the cold call scripts as well. And we built out this Notion document, which is an overview of absolutely everything we've got going on for this agency, okay? So the location, you get the idea. You can screenshot this right now or pause on screen if you want to read through this. And you can also see the outreach scripts that we've written out as well. These are direct sale outreach scripts and they're not linked to the lead magnet just yet. Although hopefully if we've got time at the end of this video, we will go through writing some new outreach scripts for the lead magnet itself. Okay, so feel free to check that out in your own time. What I'm just going to do is just create a bit of a plan right now on the things that we need to do in order to build this lead magnet out. So build lead magnet, that's going to be the thing that we are going to do, at least in this video. We might have time to do some other content. So as always, guys, this series has been led by you, and I want to make sure that I'm over-delivering to all of you. So if you want me to go a step further and not just finish this series when I build this lead magnet today, but if you want me to then develop the ad strategy, okay, because we might want to put some spend behind this lead magnet and see if we can generate some people through that. And if you want me to then write this further scripts, okay, then we can look at doing that. And then we can also develop a scaling strategy as well, I suppose. Or develop a launch strat. So if there's hunger for it, and only if there's hunger for it, I'm only going to be creating the content if you guys actually want this stuff from me, okay? I don't want to waste my time nor your time by putting you through content that you don't want. If you want me to develop the ad strategy, you want me to write further scripts, you want me to develop a launch strategy for this agency, then I will do that for you. But what we're going to start off with today is building this lead magnet product out. Okay, I'm just going to very quickly take a whole bunch of different supplements. I'm a bit of a biohacker. I take 50 supplements a day. I haven't had my focus ones today, and I feel like I'm going to need them. If you want a little hack, okay, for those of you guys, I've got a bit of saffron here. I've got a bit of dopamine. I've got a little bit of DMAE, and I've got Qualia Mind and Notable Focus. This is my current focus stack. and it makes me feel pleasantly zoned in, okay? It really shuts the ADHD mind out. All right, let's do it. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready with a lovely bit of Colombian coffee there for us as well. And no, that is not a hidden message. So let's do this. What I'm going to be using, and I've done this, I've used this throughout, is I'm going to be using Claude AI. I used to use ChatGPT quite a lot, but now I use Claude as my number one AI platform. And this is by design. Claude has an AI in general, which has enabled us to save so much time in the business. And if you're not using AI right now in your agency, then you really are wasting a huge amount of man hours on a daily basis, when you could have computers doing a lot of stuff for you. But the key is you have to know how to do the thing that you're trying to do through AI if you want to get a good product. You can't just go on AI and replicate. I want to stipulate, you can't just go on AI and do what I'm about to do here and create your own lead magnet for whatever you want without having an understanding of what a good lead magnet is. So as I'm going through this process, I'm going to explain to you guys and document as much as possible why I'm choosing to say the things and make the decisions that I'm making, okay? Now, the first thing I'm going to do, and the key really for using any AI tool, is we want to develop as much context or get as much context as possible. So I'm actually going to download this, the actual website here. So I'm going to download this so we've got some context, and this will allow us to, so Mason Flow landing page, and this will give us some baseline context that we can upload into Claude. Okay. So if I take this and I upload it and I chuck it in there, and then if I also take the Notion page that we created as well, and we download that bad boy and download it as a PDF, same thing. So the key really is just as much context as possible when we're doing something like this. We want to make sure that Mason Flow context, okay, and then let's just make sure that that zip folder is there. Sweet. And I'm going to get that uploaded into this as well. Okay. Nice. So, place to begin. Let's just create a bit of a baseline. So, I recommend this app, by the way. It's called Voice In. It allows you to talk, which just saves so much time. And I'll just call this Creating a Lead Magnet. Man, I felt like that intro was very, very high energy. I feel like I just zenned out a little bit since the start of that. Okay, let's do it. So, I would like your help on creating a lead magnet. This is going to be a free lead magnet that I'm going to use to attract and build authority with masonry businesses for my new agency called Mason Flow. I would like you to research the documents that I've attached. One of them is the landing page for the new agency, and the other is some notes on the agency itself and some information and even some outreach scripts. Full stop. After you've researched those documents, can you please create a short plan for how we can develop this lead magnet called the free AI marketing strategy? And then I would like your help on building this product out. And I have under 60 minutes to do this. So let's make sure we are as efficient as possible, and that throughout this process, you are acting like a world-class marketer. Okay. Thank you. So before we get into the content of this AI marketing strategy, can you please propose 5 different formats for this lead magnet? For example, do we deliver this in the form of an ebook, and so therefore a PDF, or does this come in the form of a keynote presentation, or maybe it's in the form of a Loom video? Personally, I think it has to be something personal and bespoke to the individual. So I'm thinking we need to create this so it can be templatized, and then we can fill in parts of the information in order to make it feel as personal as possible. That's a horrible
see, I'm just trying to just get my thoughts out. But actually, you'd just be surprised that sometimes you just need to articulate your thoughts to the best of your ability and just allow AI to do its thing and see what you come up with. So personalize a PDF report. Okay, so interactive work. But my vision for this is I want it to be, the reason why we're doing free AI marketing strategy is because specifically, and this is very key to understand the thought processes behind these things. Masonry business owners, bricklayers and so on, they're quite archaic business owners, okay? They're not very tech savvy. They're normally kind of like 1 to 3 man bands, and they don't really have a good website. They're not really hot on social media. And so when we then throw something like AI into the mix, it's like, whoa, it's like this big new shiny object. So we want to use that buzzword, but we need to not just grab their attention, but we have to back it up by then actually providing value. And we need to be really careful about the way that we execute it here. We can't be doing this in a way that is going to confuse the customer, okay? Because it's very easy, if we're showing them something new and shiny, it's very easy for us to confuse them. It has to be taught to them or explained to them in a way that is very, very simple, okay? So, yeah, let's have a little look. So interactive workbook and video explainers, well, I don't have time to do that, but that could be good, like a little mini course, but we don't want to presume that they'll have the time. If it's free, the likelihood of them actually watching the video content is incredibly slim. Customized slide deck presentation, provide a web-based dashboard, AI personalized video series record. Okay. So, I mean, it's really going to be my 2 main suggestions, isn't it? It's going to be a presentation deck, or it's going to be a PDF report of some sort. I'm thinking that a PDF report might feel like a bit of an overwhelm. Let me see if we can, first of all, let's see if we can find anything similar. Can you see if you can find any similar documents online and send me over links to those documents so I can research them? I'm thinking it's going to need to be like a slide deck, and then on each slide we can have an individual point. So that might be AI appointment setting, that might be AI content creation, whatever that is. So we're going to give them a bunch of ideas for how they can use AI for their marketing in their business. So let's have a look at some of these things that we've got. So we've got, I'm going to go over to Google as well and just see if we can. Let's see if we can, if we can go, so free AI marketing strategy. Let's see what we can find. AI marketing strategy generator. That's interesting. Masonry business growth channel. Let's go social media. And can I put anything else in there? No. It's going to guarantee it's going to ask for an email address, and I don't want to give you an email address right now. So let's just see. Purpose. Is that it? Table of contents. Well, that's shit. It's literally just like a ChatGPT output. Okay, fine. Well, I don't think that needs to be the case. So what else? AI-powered marketing playbook. Let's have a look at some of these then. So let's see what we've got. Okay, that's not helpful. Okay. Did you just make them links up? Did they just make all of that up? Outrageous. I should have made this clear, these not functioning links. Okay, well, let's use ChatGPT. Okay. I didn't give it the context. That'll help. I would like you to research any lead magnets that you can find online and send me links for anything related to free AI marketing strategy, especially if it relates to lead generation. It's not really what I'm after either. Yeah. Lead magnet generator. So this really isn't, this is not really what I'm after here. Like, what is this? Is that just a... I mean, why have you done that? Okay, well, I'm going to presume this doesn't exist. You know? You have the power to create compelling content that can drive traffic through to your website. Okay, what have we got going on then? Let's try this out. Task aid. With our AI-powered lead magnet generator, you have the power to create compelling content that will drive traffic to your website in seconds. Choose a topic, determine the format for the lead magnet, and outline the content, write the content, design the content, the lead magnet, set up a landing page. We don't need to do that. Interesting. Okay. Shall we see if we can use this? Do I want to use this? Oh, let's give it a go. Screw it. Come on, go away. Isn't that just like the most annoying thing, like a forced... Okay, what do we got? Getting started. Don't get me on getting started. Let me search. I hate these tools. This is like a lead magnet in itself. You know, it's like the big over-promise and under-deliver. What are you doing? These stupid tools. Like, what is this? What the hell is that thing? Yeah. Bye. And create this myself. I don't need this shit. Okay, I'd like to get started with the creation of this lead magnet. Can you please propose 5 steps that we need to take in order to create this product? We're going to go with a presentation deck, which will be sent over to the potential customer as a PDF, and we're going to make sure that this content is customizable. So what are the 5 steps? Well, it doesn't have to be 5 steps. It could be under that. What are the steps that we need to take in order to create this lead magnet? Okay, fine. So with that in mind, what I would like you to do is create the outline for each slide of this presentation. I'm thinking it doesn't need to be more than 6 slides, maybe 7, with one being a title slide, the next being a content slide, as in the contents outlined, and then the next being some gumph on how AI is helping businesses grow. And then we can go into some strategies. In fact, actually, what I'm thinking is we should have a title slide. We should have a content slide. We should then have a opportunity slide, which is some information on AI. And then we should have we should have 3 sections of free value, which tell the user how they can implement AI, or at least some systems that they could be using to improve their business. So whilst we're doing this, I'm just going to plan this out myself. Let's just create. So this is what I'm thinking. So I'm thinking we have like title. I'm thinking we have contents. I think we have So we have their logo on this, then we have content, then we have opportunity, or just like AI stats, and then we have the opportunity, and I'm thinking like this is competitors, like no competitors or get ahead. Okay, and then this is going to be strategy 1, strategy 2, strategy 3, and then we're going to have call to action. Okay, so we're going to have a title with this product and their logo. We're then going to have content, and we're going to have, so what's going to be included, we're then going to have AI stats, we're then going to have the opportunities, so how they can get ahead of their competition, we're then going to have 3 strategies that they could use, okay, and how they can do it, so a little bit about the how, and then a call to action to work with us. Now I'm thinking it might be good for us to actually just go through this on a Loom video, and we deliver this to them in a Loom video. So yeah, let's see. Okay, so let's go back to this. This is the format I think we should follow for the presentation. Do you think I'm missing anything from this? Bear in mind that this is a free lead magnet and I don't want to overwhelm them here. I want to just express the opportunity there is at hand here and provide them some free value. So in theory, they could go and implement these strategies themselves, but then at the end, just call to action to working with our agency so we can implement it for them. Okay, what I'm thinking is, I think I've got a bit of an idea here. This is going to be pretty cool. This is quite a unique, I want this to be unique. I want you to see like that you can come up with unique ideas, and this is how we as marketers stand out from everyone. So, okay. Please can you come up with and write all of the content for all of the slides, bearing in mind that I don't want it to be too text heavy and I want to make sure that we are addressing our ICP correctly. Remember, these are masonry businesses and they are not particularly tech savvy, and therefore we need to make sure the tonality is layman's terms. And I feel like I draw this point home all the time. What's important to understand about AI is that it really just saves a huge amount of time, but you yourself as the business owner have to be able to think critically and be able to not just accept the first answer, because it's very easy for someone inexperienced to come into this right now and just create a dog shit product. Like that's likely to happen for most people who aren't thinking critically. So like if you just accepted, let's say this first answer, and we've got like 3 strategies here: personalized lead generation, optimized ad targeting, enhanced customer engagement. Like they're a little bit weak, they're a little bit wishy-washy. So like it's not really the best strategy. It's kind of generic, and so like you want to build out this and with a lot more. You want to build this out with a lot more substance. So cool. We can get the content in, and we're going to do the design and stuff afterwards. So the power of AI, your untapped opportunity, 3 AI strategies to grow your masonry business. Next steps. Okay, so I think that we do this. I'm going to add another slide, which is going to be like benefits. So I suppose what this is turning into, this lead magnet is actually turning into like a mini VSL right now. I mean, screw it. Let's do it. That's what it's turning into. It's what it's turning into. So we're going to have, let's make this smaller. Okay, and let's get the Mason Flow logo. Okay, and let's just say let's just make this up for one of these clients right now. So let's just take here we got Toronto Masonry. Let's take one of these guys, so Red Robin Masonry. There you go. Just get your website up. Let's take that logo. Let's get it in here. Okay. Now we can deal with the design later. It's not the most beautiful looking thing right now, but we can get this sorted. Well, I say it's not the most beautiful, it's pretty clapped, is the real honest truth. We can just get that down the bottom there. There, that'll do. Let's make that. Let's put that on all slides. Here's what it is. Okay, so contents. What do we got? I want to add a benefit slide ahead of what we're going to cover, just to get them pre-excited so they understand the 3 core benefits that this strategy is going to help them achieve. So please come up with 3 core benefits, and these want to tie into any masonry business's core desires. I like these 3 core reasons, like generate more high quality leads, increase your revenue and profitability, save time and streamline marketing efforts, but they sound quite generic. So can we make them speak their language more? Can we make it a little bit more layman's terms, like generate more high quality leads? Like, let's expand on that a little bit. You don't need the 3 bullet points underneath. I just want 3 points here, just 3 sentences only, and preferably not too long. So how do these relate to marketing, or how do these relate to AI, for example? Can we relate them to AI in some sense? Like, save time and streamline your marketing efforts. Like, that in itself isn't very layman's terms. Like, yes, saving time is important, but can we relate it specifically to the pains of maybe automating your marketing efforts, or don't waste time on marketing efforts, or whatever that looks like? Just think about them. They're out, they're working on a job. They are very busy. They're very stressed. They don't want to have to be thinking about this stuff. How can we relate these statements to their specific desires whilst making them layman's terms as well? And if we can tie in AI, then great. I don't even know. You've got these as a statement and then a paragraph underneath. I just want these to be 3 short sentences. So the only thing we've got on this page are 3 short sentences, please. Thank you. That's better. That's way better. See, this is what I mean. You see, you get the best prompt out of it if you just keep going. Get more masonry jobs without spending hours on marketing. Boost your profits without raising your prices. I'm not sure if I like that one. Okay, what you will achieve. Get more masonry jobs without spending hours on marketing. Gain a competitive edge in the local market. Social media. Gain a competitive edge in the local market. Now let's work on the power of AI slide. So I would like you to come up with a better statistic. So give me like 5 options of some really great statistics that show the power of AI and using it in business for lead generation and growing. Whoa, that's a big stat. Businesses that use AI for lead generation see an increase of 59% in conversions. Is that a genuine stat from Salesforce? Can you confirm that that is a real statistic that Salesforce published on number 1? Okay, I mean, that's not good, is it? Can you find me a specific reference to a statistic that is similar to this? I want to express how valuable AI is when used for lead generation or just increasing revenue. I need a really solid statistic that I can use on a presentation that expresses this. Please give me 5 options and make sure they are genuine. Companies using AI and B2B lead generation report up to us B2B lead generation. Damn. Okay, we're taking it. We put a link to the state of sales. There you go. I'm going to use that quote. So that's what we're going to use. We've reiterated again and again. So businesses using AI for lead generation see a 59% increase in conversions and a 58% increase in revenue. And then we're going to put a link. There you go. Cool. And then what we're going to do. So what I'm going to do is, so we've got what we're going to cover, the power of AI in 2024, your untapped opportunity, free strategies to grow masonry strategies to grow right now. Okay. Businesses using AI for lead generation see a 59% increase in conversions, 58% increase in revenue. Then the next thing we've got is your untapped opportunity. So we're reiterating what the opportunity, this is the broad opportunity. This is their opportunity. So we're going to say most of your competitors aren't leveraging AI marketing yet. This won't be true for long. Scarcity there as well. So we make that desire. Then we're going to have logos of competitors. This is going to be a good one. And then we're going to send over, it's going to be strategy 1. So we're going to have the 3 strategies. So I don't feel good about those strategies at the moment. So I don't feel good about the 3 strategies you've sent over. Can you please make sure that you rewrite those? By free, I mean the letter free, not free as in no cost. Jesus. Okay, that'll do. Right, so please change those 3 strategies. Give me 5 options. In fact, give me 10 options total, and I will choose the 3 strategies off the back of it. For example, AI automated appointment setting. We ideally want these to be things that the business owner can implement themselves. And so if you're creating a strategy, make sure that you're only doing it if it's something that we can reference quickly for the business owner to implement. Maybe we give them a link of how they can implement it themselves, for example. AI ad copy. Oh, go away. AI ad copy, email marketing, social media marketing. Chatbot. I think I like chatbots. I think that's simple. Voice search, no. Reputation, no. Lead scoring, no. Okay. What about these 3? Why don't we do AI-powered chatbots for their website, so they no longer have to respond to customer queries first of all, and we can preload it with information, so basic questions can be answered by AI, and then only when someone is ready for a quote can does the human have to take over. Then number 2 would be AI lead generation bot. So this would be running ads to generate leads, and then an AI bot having a conversation with those leads in order to get them booked in. And then number 3 would be social media content creation. So they can be posting on social media regularly without having to spend hours coming up with content ideas. We can build them a content system that will allow them to post regularly on content without having to come up with ideas themselves. Okay, I would like you to make these much more layman's terms. So I would like you to make each of these strategies incredibly simple to someone who doesn't understand this technology. Remember the ICP here and who we're speaking to. So a AI lead generation bot, instead we want to call this automatic customer finding bot or something along those lines. Just make sure you understand that the tonality wants to be very simple and not in any way marketing jargon. Okay, so 24/7 customer help bot. Automatic customer finding bot. Not sure I like that. Okay, so we've got 24/7 customer help bot. We've got automatic lead generation bot. We have social media content creator. 24/7 AI customer help. I wonder if I'm overcomplicating this by giving 3 strategies here. I wonder whether it'd actually be better to make this simpler. So like it could be overcomplicating to give them multiple strategies. It might be easier just to be focused on one thing to not overcomplicate. So maybe it would be that like an AI chatbot on their website and a lead generation bot and social media content. Like, it's a lot, you know, it's a lot of things to consider. So I wonder if these things can marry into each other. So I'm thinking that it's possible that this could confuse the person if we consider that the ICP are not particularly tech savvy, and therefore if they see, and if they haven't used AI before, and they suddenly see that we're suggesting an AI customer help bot, an automatic lead generation bot, and a social media content creator, this is going to be pretty overwhelming for them. I'm thinking maybe we just need to reveal maybe one main strategy to them. There could be multiple elements to it, but maybe one main strategy that just makes it really attractive for them and desirable for them to start using AI. So I wonder if that would be best being an 24/7 lead generation bot, for example. And that lead generation bot handles both inbound inquiries and outbound inquiries from platforms like ads. What are your thoughts on this, and how can we best execute this? Okay, can you write 3 slides for that 24/7 lead generation bot? Okay, so I've literally got 5 minutes right now until I've got a group coaching call with one of our communities. And so it's very evident that this entire lead magnet isn't going to get done in this 60 minutes. So I really did attempt to do the impossible. It doesn't always work out the way that we want it to work out. And so what I'm going to have to do is make this 2 steps for you guys so you can, so we can go through this in more detail. But what I'm going to do right now, so my thought process is I really want this to be like, I want us to reveal this 24/7 lead generation bot, and I want them to be attracted to the idea of that. So basically, we're answering questions from potential customers visiting your website, getting them ready for a quote, and then it works around the clock so you never miss an opportunity to grow. We'll never miss an opportunity, and you can focus on fulfilling work. So we're reiterating those points, but I'm then thinking the next slide wants to be like a bonus, so it like touches on the strategy that we can use for that. So how we feed the bot is a bonus of how to feed the bot with leads, and we run them through a couple of strategies for that. And then the next thing is going to be next steps and how they can actually work with us. Okay, so I'm going to send this over to this, and we're going to just get out some final content for the bonus section. And then hopefully we can finish off this video with having all the content planned. And all I need to do is actually pull this thing together in the next video and actually finalize this lead magnet. Cool. Okay, so part 2. This is actually a couple of days later from the footage you just seen, and I was going to break this into 2 different parts, but I'm going to put it all in one so we have the whole creation of this lead magnet in just one video. And so what I'm actually going to do just before I resume creating this lead magnet is I'm going to do a bit of strategy planning for exactly how I want this to actually work, because this magnet has, from memory, kind of molded into something different than I maybe initially had planned. And whilst we didn't have a concrete plan of whether this was going to be like a PDF or whether it's going to be like a presentation or a video, we're kind of now coming to terms with the fact that this is it's a slide deck really, with which can be turned into a PDF, but also could be turned into video format. And so I think it's important when we're doing these things and products mold into something different than they were originally planned, that we go through a good thought process of strategically planning the individual elements. Okay, so what we've basically got is, let's just have a little bit of have a look at our marketing flow. So we have our website, and then we have a lead magnet. Okay, and that lead magnet is currently it's an AI marketing strat. Okay, now I think it's important to know that, and I've probably mentioned this at some point in this video already, so apologies if I'm repeating myself at this point, but it is really important to note that this AI marketing strategy is just something we came off with just like that whilst recording this video without having this huge amount of thought into it, and it's something that I think that will work really, really well. But there are many other lead magnets that we could launch, right? We could have like a masonry content, or like best performing masonry ads. Okay, I'm just going to think of these off the top of my head right now. We could have a scaling masonry scaling guide. Okay. We could have, what else could we have? We could have most effective masonry marketing strategies. Okay, and these are all kind of like ebook style. You could have some kind of a resource. It might even be like so it could be like a copy generator. It could be a tracking sheet. There are many different things that we could do and ways that we could provide value to this. And so, yeah, if you want me to create like an in-depth ideation video in the future, going through how to come up with ideas for things like this, and we can do that, and we can use the power of AI to help us with that process. But I just want to highlight that this AI marketing strategy thing is not just like the only strategy that would work in this instance. I just think it's a cool thing for us to play around with, and I think that it will work well. So we've got the lead magnet, okay, and so that's going to be delivered via so we've got traffic, which is going to be our website, and also outreach, and then we have lead magnet, which is AI marketing strategy. It's going to be so what's going to happen is they're going to opt in, and then we're going to, I believe we're going to be able to AI generate this, or AI personalize. Okay, and then we're going to do this through using Zapier. I don't actually know that this is 100% possible, but we're going to go with it and see what we can do. And then, I mean, we could even go a step further. And so delivery is going to be it's going to be email, okay? But you could say that the format, okay, it can either be delivered in like a PDF or link, or it could be a video. So we could even personalize, we could automate the video creation there as well. And so then a delivery is going to be, delivery is going to be via email. So that's how we're going to send it out to these guys, okay? So at all stages here, and then there's probably some like remarketing to be done. So if they've opted into the lead magnet itself, then like there can be like there can be remarketing. So we could have like an email flow. Okay. If we wanted, we could have an SMS flow. And what we're ultimately trying to achieve here with all these things is we're trying to get booked call, right? That's our goal. We want to get a booked call. So we can achieve that in multiple ways. Sweet. And then you could argue, okay, let's plug the holes. What else? So we delivered it via email. Well, we could also say that we could also do appointment setting. So we're going to call the leads. So you can daily dial the leads. And again, try and book a call. So, hey, I've seen you opted in for our free AI marketing strategy. How have you got on with that? Position as like a customer service call. Would you be interested in us implementing XYZ, or would you be open to hearing about how we just generated this result for this business, or we're actually just looking for one masonry company in the X area at the moment that we can implement this for? Would you be open to a quick conversation? That kind of a chat, right? So nice and casual. So this is how we're going to plug the holes. I'm just going to have a squeeze the juice. And this is just a normal flow. So this is going to give us just a bit of an idea as to what exactly we're trying to achieve. And we'll build upon this a little bit as we progress. But really, this is kind of acting as a bit of a recap for me to know where we picked up or where we left off last time round. So we've got to creating the content. And what I'm going to do right now is I'm actually just going to go ahead and just finish this content myself. I don't think I need to document that process. Okay, so made some serious progress. The whole document is actually now created, and this is going to be really great as either a VSL, so video sales letter, or we can export this as a PDF and use it that way as well. So I'm going to run you through the doc and then just give you an idea of the psychology behind the slides and the ways that you could adapt this for yourself. So first slide, we've got the company's logo and an AI marketing strategy. So we've got that personalization from the start. I would recommend when doing anything like this that you do make it completely personalized. If it's just a blanket document, then I mean at scale, obviously that's absolutely fine. But when you're smaller and we're trying to attract as many clients as possible and get the highest conversion rate, then it's always better to have personalization. So we've got Red Robin Masonry, AI marketing strategy. So what you will gain: more masonry jobs without spending hours on social media, a competitive edge in the local market by adopting AI, marketing on autopilot so you can focus on what you do best. So these are 3 specific pain points. So we've got more jobs, okay, we've got getting a competitive edge, and then we've got being able to focus on what they do best, like not having to focus on marketing. So what we're going to cover: power of AI in 2024, Red Robin's untapped opportunity, again more personalization there, the best strategy to use right now. So businesses using AI for lead generation see a 59% increase in conversions and a 58% increase in revenue. We've got the source there as well, so getting them hyped up for it. Now, none of your competitors are using it yet. Okay, so this is key. This is a really interesting slide. So first of all, the design of this whole document isn't great. Like obviously I'm boshing this together for a YouTube video and I'm trying to do it in record-breaking times, right? But the design isn't beautiful, but it will certainly do the job. So none of your competitors are using it yet, and I've got a number of different competitors. These are all the main competitors that I could find on YouTube to Red Robin, so I just put in like Masonry Toronto, and so it's really important that when we're going through this and creating this document for each person, we're getting rid of the logo. We don't want the logo to be sat there, but we want this to be like, okay, shit, like Toronto Masonry, they're not doing this. Masonry, they're not doing this. Interesting. Now the early bird catches the worm, okay, so you want to be the first. So this is the strategy. So we've got 24/7 lead generation bot, and what we're going to be doing is it's going to be answering all your questions from potential customers, preparing them for a quote, and works around the clock so you never miss a job again, and automatically rejects time wasters so you can focus on fulfilling work. And I've got this mock-up here of a conversation I'll just quickly rustle together. So this is James from James Masonry. I saw you filled out a request form for a quote on a new wall. Thanks for reaching out. What's the ideal timeline for this? Ideally ASAP, so within the next 2 months. Okay, aiming for a quick turnaround then. Great. Looking at it in the diary. Can we make this work? We can make this work. Could you tell me a little bit more about the wall, measurements, design, etc.? Will be 10 meters long at the front of my house, looking for electric gate to be and put this up to. Okay, cool. And then we've got this. We're saying a quick call. Mondays, our mornings, afternoons, or evenings better for you. So we've got this mock-up, and it's going to give them an idea. And then the bonus is like, this is how you fill the bot with leads. So we use Google search ads to, number one, hack your way to the top of the Google search on all masonry related searches, become the obvious choice in the local market above your competition, and create a predictable flow of new jobs. Okay. And so the way I created this and this WhatsApp one, I think I just Googled like WhatsApp image generator. I didn't keep the tab open. This one here is just like a Google Ads preview tool. So it's on this website, Nordic Click here, and I just filled in the information there, and it's given me this mock-up. So best masonry companies in Toronto, and it's giving them that very clear picture of, okay, this is my company here, and this is actually now almost like it is a mock-up of them having a Google ad, so they can envision that for themselves. They can be like, wow, that would actually be really good if you put in top best masonry companies in Toronto. I come up to the top, and this is where this is the bonus, but this is us actually really just teasing our main service. Cool. And so we're like, you have 2 options. Number one, you can implement this yourself by heading over to Appointment-Wise for your bot. So this is actually my bot of choice when it comes to AI appointment setting. It's completely your choice. Like you might have a different bot that you prefer to use that you've seen online. If you go over to YouTube and let's say you are doing an AI appointment bot for whatever reason, make sure it makes sense for your niche though. Don't just copy everything I'm going through. I'm trying my best in this series to really make you understand the reasons why I'm doing things. I don't want you guys just to be thinking now, oh, an AI marketing strategy is the best lead magnet of all time in SMMA. Absolutely not. There are probably 10 other lead magnets that'll outperform this one. This is the first one that we come up with, and it's a good concept, right? But there are many other lead magnets out there, and please don't just get caught up on this. And I keep saying this again and again and again, but you have to use your own brain, use your own way of thinking. That's how you stand out in a marketplace. But if you are doing AI appointment bot, then Appointment-Wise is definitely my tool of choice. And so I'd recommend checking those guys out. I'll put a link in the description if you want to use them. But what we're doing here is we're giving them the option to go ahead and do it themselves because we want to give them that value. We don't want it just to feel like, oh, this is just a sales message. So we've got the Appointment-Wise for the bot. and then Google Ads to launch your first campaign. And I'll link through to the Google Ads sign up page. So we're like, cool, you can go ahead and you can do this yourself. Or you can schedule a free 20-minute consultation with Mason Flow and have a casual chat on how we can implement this system for you. Okay, so this is our first call to action, a free 20-minute call. It's a casual chat. We're diffusing it. We don't want it to feel like too salesy. So why work with us? Number one, we only partner with one masonry business per city. Don't let this be your competition. Okay, now with many of you guys, if you're working with, I mean, you could do two, but I actually do like the single specialization. If you're working with like one individual niche and you have niche down, it is nice to only work with one in a local area. That means your results are going to be better, but also you can leverage that when it comes to signing them up. So we partner with one. Don't let it be your competition. We create that scarcity there, and they're already thinking about these competitors. They're thinking, well, he's probably reaching out to these guys as well. I don't want him to work with them. So from a psychological standpoint, that'll work well. There'll be zero time investment from your side. And this AI system is only the start of how we can help you grow. We really only just tease Google Ads here. This is just the start of how we can help you grow, okay? Drop us a quick email or visit masonflow.ai/partners. Now, we could send this over as a PDF, and so we can go file, we can go download, we can go PDF, and we can attach this to emails and send it over to people who fill in the form, and we can be manually updating this yourself. So if you're not particularly tech savvy, you can go ahead, you can download that, you can update the logo, we can remove the competitor there, we can update this. It's going to take you 2 minutes per company who fills in the form to generate a new PDF yourself and make sure that, yeah, this is all completely personalized. I would say, though, that my gut when I've created this was I actually originally wanted to create, I'm going to come over to this camera for now. When I originally went through this, I was like, I wanted to come up with a lead magnet that wasn't like a video or something along those lines. It was just like a downloadable resource that we could send over. So maybe it was like an ebook. But I just think going through now, it's because it's a strategy. I don't think it would be the best way to display the information in the sense that we get the highest conversion rate and the information is absorbed in the way that we want it to. My gut tells me that creating this has really turned into a bit of a VSL. And so I believe the best way to deliver this information will be on a video of some way, shape or form. So you can go ahead and you can go and record a video yourself. And what I would recommend you doing is recording a video, which is, you can either do it manually for each of these. So you can go ahead and you can record a customized video for every person. So you can say, hi, John. So I'm making this video for Red Robin Masonry. This is your AI marketing strategy. This is what you're going to get out of this document today or out of this video. What we're going to do is I'm going to teach you how to get more masonry jobs without spending hours on social media. I'm going to teach you how to get a competitive edge in the local market by adopting AI. And of course, how to put your marketing on autopilot so you can focus on what you do best. Let John understand you don't want to be spending your time on marketing, right? So I'm going to teach you today how you can implement AI and how this will do it for you. So what are we going to cover? First of all, the power of AI, so you get the idea. I'm going through this like a VSL, and I'm recording and just essentially reading through the slides, acting as my prompt as I progress. And we want this video to be a maximum, absolute maximum of 10 minutes, ideally 5 minutes. So you could do it that way, and you can record this video each time personalized. Now, what I would actually recommend for the way that you deliver this, let's say we are recording a video, and let's say hypothetically you are creating a lead magnet, which is along these lines, and you're not just copying me for the sake of it. What I would recommend you doing is recording this video for each and every person uniquely that comes in and fills in your form to request this marketing strategy. Because realistically, regardless of your outreach, regardless of your website and your inbound, you're going to be getting very few people requesting these lead magnets in the early stages, okay? Unless it's an exceptional sell, unless it's just like a no-brainer for people to opt into, it's a completely shiny wrapper and so on. So yeah, the likelihood is very few people are going to opt in. And so it makes sense for you to be spending the time to personally go in and record a brand new video for each individual person, because this is going to allow you through repetition to get really good behind a camera. You might be thinking, well, Jordan, why do I need to get good behind a camera? There are going to be so many times in your agency as you progress, maybe not in the early stages, but there are going to be so many times where being good behind a camera will come in handy. You're going to be sending Loom videos to the team. You're going to be creating internal training. You're going to be sending Loom videos to clients. You're going to be on meetings on Zoom, which is as good as being behind camera. And so it pays to get good and comfortable being behind a camera, okay, understanding recording VSLs and sales psychology and just getting comfortable at that shit. And so through that repetition, it's a nice opportunity for us to practice and hone in on that skill, which will be very valuable for us down the line, okay? It's again taking that path of most resistance in this instance, so we can gain valuable experience that'll drip feed into the rest of the agency. Whereas most people will be thinking, how can I automate the shit out of this as soon as possible? And don't worry, I'm gonna run through that bad boy now. I'm gonna show you how I would automate the shit out of this. But I don't think that's the most valuable thing to do as a complete beginner. If you want to hone in your skills and you actually want to get good at this and not just rely on robots to do everything for you. So what is the robotic way? Okay, how can we actually fully automate this? Well, what you would do instead is you would record a video like this, a face-to-camera video, and you wouldn't screen record on something like Loom, okay? You'd still have the presentation up on screen so only you can see it, so it's acting as a prompt. And you would go through and you would read off the pages and you would go through your little sales video, again, between 5 and 10 minutes, ideally 5. But you wouldn't mention any company names. And you wouldn't mention anything specific to that individual business, because you want that video to apply to absolutely anybody you send it to. And so then afterwards, we're going to take this video and we're going to edit it into the corner, okay, of a screen recording of the custom presentation. I hope you're following right now. So what that's going to do is have a generic video on a completely custom screen recording. And if we match those two together, then it's going to give us the illusion of creating a completely custom video for every person that we send this out to, okay? So, how do we do that? What I'd recommend you doing is heading over to my YouTube whenever you get a chance. If this is something that you want to do, and you can watch this video, I put it up nine months ago. This new AI tool will make you rich, okay? A company called RepliQ. This is one of many companies that will enable you to do this, okay? So you can see here, let me just see if I've got an example here. What RepliQ will do, there you go, we can see that here. So what RepliQ will do is give you the ability to upload, this is your pre-recorded video, this little thing here that you can see, me, but this is pre-recorded. And then this at the back here is automatically generated by RepliQ, okay, based on what we input it with. So we can have RepliQ automatically generate this presentation, okay, it can screen record going through, it can go on this and like, okay, cool, let's go through, yeah. And then it will stitch together this video on top of it. Okay, and you can do this through RepliQ directly. You can do this through many other tools. I don't care if you use RepliQ or anyone else. Like, it really doesn't bother me which tool you use. There are many different tools that will do this exact same thing. Have a look into whatever one you resonate with the most. I do not need your affiliate commission, and I don't want anyone thinking that I'd ever recommend a tool, which I never would, by the way. I would never recommend a tool just to get affiliate commission. I only recommend tools that I actually use myself, and if you want to use any other competitor of any of the softwares that I ever recommend, feel free. It has to be whatever works the best for you and whatever you resonate with the most. Okay, so this is our product. How much further should we go with this? So we've created the lead magnet, we've got the presentation itself. What I'm not going to do is go ahead and create all the email and SMS flows and so on in this video. If you would like me to go ahead and create an email flow for this, then yeah, please do let me know, and maybe we can do that in a future video. But for now, I'm not going to do that. We've gone through how to AI personalize, but we haven't gone through how to AI personalize the document itself. And okay, cool. So I suppose the next step then is, how do we AI personalize this? How can we make sure that this document, like let's say after we've accepted that we're going to go through and do this manually, because it is easy, we're just going to take that logo and replace it. We're then going to take that company name, we're going to replace it. And I'm also just going to make sure the competitor's company name isn't on here, or logo isn't there. That's a very easy way to manually update this. But we can automate this process as well. And for those of you like techie guys, then we can run through how to do that right now. And so the tool that you're going to want to use is called Zapier. Okay, and so let me just get into my Zapier account. Okay, so Zapier is a tool that marries up two different softwares, okay, and it says if this happens over here, then do this over here. And so in this instance, we're going to have the trigger being set as a form being filled in on Go High Level, and then what we want it to do is create a new presentation on Google Slides off the base of the information that we get. And so I haven't created this specific automation before, so I don't know how well this is going to go. So as with everything, let's just stumble through it and see what happens. First thing I'm going to need to do though is go over to high level and log into our accounts. One moment. Okay, so we're in the Mason Flow account. I'm going to go on to Form Builder, and then we've got our free AI marketing strategy. And actually, no, I don't want to do that. I want to go on automations. We want to set up an automation that says when someone fills in that form, okay, we're going to trigger an automation to add someone onto the pipeline. So AI marketing strategy. So what I did there, just for you guys, I know I just work quick on this stuff. I go into automations, get create workflow, and then we've just got a new workflow here. Okay, so we're going to call this AI marketing strategy. New trigger. It's going to be form submitted, and we're going to save, and we're going to make sure that the form, we want that to be the right form. Okay, so add a filter. Form is, we want it to be the free AI marketing strategy. Cool. And now what we want to do is we want to add opportunity on a pipeline. So we're going to create an opportunity, and we're going to do our, before we do that, let's go ahead and create a new pipeline stage. So let's go opportunities, pipelines. Let's create a new pipeline for now, and let's do the AI marketing strategy. And then we're going to have to do initial opt-in, and then cool. We can do different stages along lines, but just for now, just for the sake of this automation, so we don't get stuck on this. Let's just have that. Let's set up an automation. Let's put me over there, not in the way. So we're going to create an opportunity, and we're going to do it in that pipeline with, it's going to be initial opt-in. The opportunity name can be the contact first name, that full name, and then we're good to go. Okay, so let's see what else, if that works as a trigger. So I'm going to save that, and I'm actually then going to test this out, most importantly, just to make sure that this trigger is actually working in the way that we want it to, and we can actually get the information out of it that we want. So if we go over to this lead magnet, well, you know what, easiest thing to do is just fill in the form direct. So right, to a number in there that is not my real number, so don't call it, because some poor bastards can get spammed by you guys. Okay, claim the free strategy. Yeah, of course. Claim the free strategy. Okay, sweet. Now, what information are we going to be fed by this? So let's just have a look at this and just make sure the submission is coming through. We do have a submission. Okay. And now if we go over to Zapier, and we set up a trigger, we're going to set the trigger as lead connector. And we're going to do pipeline stage changed as the trigger event. We're then going to use the account that we actually do use. Okay. Now we're going to have to connect a new account because this is a new high level. So if we go down to settings, and then we go integrations, it's going to be API keys. There you go, generate key. Take that. Let's go back onto Zapier. Connect a new account. Okay, got a new account. So in pipeline stage, AI marketing strategy, move to stage, initial opt-in. Let's see what information this actually pulls in. Hopefully it gives us the information that we actually want. So we've got website there as well, contact source. Tell you what we don't have is company name. We've got the website, but we need company name really, don't we? So let's go back on high level. We need company name to import the correct field for this one here. Okay, we're going to submit that. Now when we go back over to Zapier, and if we do another test, going to find a new record. Okay, there we go. Have we got that red brick masonry somewhere? Yes, company name. Perfect. So now we've got the information we want. And so now we're going to go Google. The trigger is now going to be Google Slides. And the event is going to be create presentation from template. We're going to use our account. And the presentation is going to be, okay, title a new presentation is going to be, we'll do their company name and then AI marketing strategy. Okay, let's do that. And then is it shared? Yes, we want it to be shareable. Template presentation. That's the only thing. This isn't a template. This is, we need to make this template. So the thing I'm getting stumped on here is the logo. We're not going to be able to pull the logo from the website. In fact, like if I had more time on this, I could definitely pull the logo from some kind of automation. There'll be like a logo extraction tool that we can connect to Zapier. But again, we're kind of pretty short on time, so I haven't got the time to do that right now. But you could definitely use a logo extraction tool. What I'm going to do instead is have the company name imported from the field that we've already got, because we've already got that. So go over to the Zap. What is the company name import field? So what you're going to use simple merge field. So this is what we would use when it comes to like email outreach as well. So it's a simple merge field. If I put that there, in fact, let me just do it. It's a company. This is going to be company. I need these side by side ready. Company underscore name. There you go. Okay, so you could do a logo. I just want to give you an idea just how we can automate this stuff as much as possible. So in the quickest time possible, I don't have the time. So again, we've got company name here. Okay. And then what else have we got? Logo's still going to have to be the only manual thing that we do. You could argue that you could just do this as well, but that's fine. And rest of it, that's going to be a difficult one. That's going to have to be manual as well. We can't automate that process unless, there's going to be no way that they've gotten that as API automation. But again, there are ways around this. There are many tools that you can use which will allow you to create a template and then import field this. You would definitely be able to import that. It's very rare that someone will be spending this short amount of time on creating a lead magnet, but just to give you an idea, there's absolutely nothing on here that couldn't be automated with the right amount of time spent onto this. If I was dedicating an entire day to this process, then I could definitely do the logo, we could definitely do even this, we could definitely do this as well, but we're just time-based. We don't have the time right now, and so we'll keep those things manual. But you 100% will be able to automate that process. So that's all we've got for now. It was just literally just those two company name fields. So I'll just give you a basis, I suppose, on what you can do, and you guys can build out and be as in depth and inventive with this as you want to. Okay, because you've got the time and I don't. Okay, so presentation title is going to be AI marketing strategy, and then we've got company name there. And so company name field comes up, which is what we entered. And we are going to go for red brick masonry. We're going to hit continue. And then we're going to test that step. And what that's then going to do is, in theory, it's going to create this document. Okay, so let's go over to Google Slides and see if that document has been created. Okay, let's have a look what we've got. Look at that! Red brick masonry. Hey, come on. So, simple. So, through automation, we've managed to import these fields, and we've managed to create this completely custom document now, with a custom title, etc. And so, that's pretty cool, right? And so, next step from this would be, okay, cool, well, there's a couple of different things that we can do. We can go ahead and we can obviously go and change the logos ourselves and make sure that we download this document as a PDF. We can send it over that way. Or we can, you might even be able to go a step further and take this document here and actually download. So can we download Google slide as PDF Zapier? Can we do that? Use PDF output from Google. How to export Google Slides to PDF. So what can we do? Well, we can just use the share link. Try finding Google Slides and G Drive using G Drive find file action. That'll return a PDF version of the Google Slides. And okay, fine, interesting. So now if we just go, it should actually already give us like an output by the sounds of things. So we should already here somewhere have an output for the file itself. So let's just see what that would look like. So the next thing we could do is we could go back and we could set an action. Maybe we'll be able to get lead connector. So this is lead connectors go high level, by the way, just to create confusion. Maybe at this stage we can get it to go ahead and create. Maybe it can go ahead and it can send an email from lead connector from go high level directly to deliver this, or we might need to deliver it by Gmail. It doesn't look like we can set that prompt up. We can add it to an opportunity. So we can add it to an opportunity. We could change the pipeline stage. So we could now just say, okay, cool. Well, what's going to happen now is we're going to mark the lead. We're going to move the lead to pipeline stage delivered. Okay. So it knows that we've created the automation and we've gone ahead and we've delivered that. So we could certainly do that if we wanted to. So you could just go pipeline. We could just go email, so it recognizes who we're actually trying to pull in here and mark as a lead true, and yeah, that's fine. In fact, we don't even need to, we can put the email, we can put the phone, then full name. In fact, we don't need to, we can just do the email address. And so we're doing stage delivered, so we can change the pipeline stage, cool, and we can test that step, and it'll move the lead over to the correct successful, that's fine. And now what we could do is we could also send over the email via something like Gmail instead. So Gmail, can't help myself. I want this video to be nice and seamless, but it's not how this shit goes, you know. It just doesn't work like this. When you're creating an automation, you're like, let me try this, let me try that, let me flick around these little things, you know, just fanning around with things and just to find the way it works. And believe me, I'm doing much less of it right now as I would if I was actually going ahead and creating this. But I'm wondering now if we can, if there's like there's a Google Drive, like is there like I wonder if there's like a send documents. What can we do there? No, there's not like there's no way we can automate this through Go High Level. Out of interest, if any of you guys think there is, then do let me know. So it's going to have to, the email's going to have to be delivered via Gmail. So it's going to have to be like event, Gmail. It's going to then be send email. Okay, this is if we're delivering this as like a PDF, by the way. If we're doing the video, it will be a bit different. I can run through that in a second. So it's going to be to, and it's going to be this email here. It's then going to be CCing in and we can CC ourselves in. Okay, so you can put your own email address in there just so you can get a copy of them every time they're delivered. I'd recommend doing that. It's going to be coming from, and then whatever email you're trying to send it from, and then obviously from name is going to be you, or it could be Mason Flow. And then we've got subject, it's going to be, okay, and then body text along the lines of, hey, and then we can have first name, hope you're well, as promised, here's your completely customized AI marketing strategy that you opted in for. This isn't going to be the best email in the world. We cover okay, so the link, and then we got conscious of time again. We keep running out of time, don't we, guys? What do we got? Export links, plain text. What's that? How does that? Let's have a look at that. Let's see if that's. Can I copy that? Right, that's TXT, but it's got to be PDF. Hey, there we go. Look at that. Come on. Come on. Let's go. So we've got that there. We've got our PDF. That's nice. So this is if we are sending as PDF. Obviously, we don't have to do this. We could be doing our video format. And again, I'll run through it in a second. So we've got link. Bosh. In the strategy, we cover, I think it makes sense to tease the content a little bit. I think that would be appropriate. So what do we cover? What are the main things? So we've got, let's do these ones because they're more selling points. Okay, so we're going to keep it really simple. No sales jargon and so on. It's just going to be like, hey, first name, hope you're well. As promised, here's your complete customized AI marketing strategy that you opted in for. Link. Using this strategy, you will get more Mason jobs about spending, competitive edge, marketing on autopilot. Don't hesitate to reach out if you have any questions at all. All the best, Jordan, founder. I'm adding this just as an example for you guys. I'm not going to actually leave that in there, but like you could have it in a PS. People always gravitate to the PS. If you've got any case studies, then you can have PS. We recently achieved X for Y. So we've got that's like no call to action, but we've got a little tease, and as we're delivering this, we're like, we recently did this for this person. Okay, so we've got a little case study there. And also, of course, if you do have results, we're doing this on the basis of a brand new agency. If you do have results, then after this slide, so like just after this one here, we can take this and we can get rid, and then we can go case studies. Okay, so we could then be like 1, 2, 3 case studies, and we could have them in our presentation, and then bosh, this is going to massively increase the credibility of this strategy that we're teaching. And so we always want to do stuff like that. Cool, so that is, should we test this? Let's see what we've got. Nice, instant. Your free AI marketing strategy. I'm actually going to personalize the subject line. But hey, Jordan, hope you're well. As promised, here's your completely customized AI marketing strategy. There it is, attached. Le bosh. Simple. This is a very, very simple opt-in for this niche. Executed beautifully, if I may say so myself. And there we have it. So, okay, we could have first name there. You could have company name, but I think it's more personal to have that first name. So we're going to skip that test, and we've got that working there. We've also then got the pipeline stage that has changed. Let's just make sure that automation triggered as well. So where were we? So we've got this, go back. We've got opportunities. We've got AI outreach. There we go. So we sat there in delivered because we were initial opt-in. We're now in delivered. So if for whatever reason someone gets stuck, we can have them there. Awesome. So that is how we automate this entire process if we're delivering this PDF. Okay, so we're just sending over this value document that someone can open up. And the document in itself is valuable. Maybe we want to change a little bit of the terminology to make sure it flows even better. But that is how the most basic form and how we would deliver this. What I would actually do let me just think. What I would do is actually create a delay. I think what we want this to feel like is we're creating it for them. And so what we could do is we could do delay for, and then we could delay it for, let's say, I don't know, you could delay for 12 minutes. Something like that. So if you wanted to, this is optional. Basically, after we've created the presentation, we're going to delay sending it out to them. And then it's going to feel more like somebody has actually gone ahead and created this document for them on their behalf. Now, if we want to, and we were going to be following the process of, let's just make this split screen with what we've got going on here. If we're going to go through the process of, like we've said, and we could AI personalize this, but using like video, for example, this could be a video link. And all we would simply need to do is add in an additional step here for based on whatever tool we're planning on using for that. Okay, so that might be Replicue, that might be another tool, synthesizer, or something along those lines. And so all we would do is we would create a presentation, then we would add another step in there, which is then going to send this PDF presentation or a link of it to whatever relevant tool you're using. It needs to obviously have the ability to read presentations. If you want to figure out some of the tools that you could use for that, you can go into ChatGPT or Claude. And so we would just add that step there, and then it would then go create a video for us. So we've got another step. And then the next step would be in sending that email with, instead of using the direct link of the Google slide, we are using the direct link of the video that was automatically generated in whatever AI tool we use to create that video. But it is completely your choice on what way you would go ahead and deliver this lead magnet. Sweet. So I'm out of it, guys. I've got a huge amount of work that I need to crack on with, so I hope you've had a huge amount of value in us creating this lead magnet. If you would like me to create the email flows and the SMS flows and maybe a little bit of the dialing, then absolutely we can go ahead and do that. If enough of you guys comment down below and are hungry for us to go ahead and create that side. If you would like me to create the ad strategy, again, let me know down below. Let me drop a comment down below saying you want another episode. Enough of you do so. I will make sure I create that content for all of you, so we can go ahead and we can continue building this thing out. So next video, if we do create it, will be developing ad strategy, writing further scripts, and then I suppose maybe if I've got time, we can go ahead and we can do a launch strategy as well. And finally, for those of you that haven't entered yet, drop a comment anyway, because I'm going to give away this entire agency, the whole lead magnet, all the automations to one of you guys completely for free. I'm going to give you a brand new MacBook Pro and set you up with 12 months access to high level, so you've got everything you need in order for you to go out there and start an agency of your own. Well, not start one, because I've already started it for you. You can just take over from a multi-7-figure agency owner, so you know you're set up for success. See you soon, guys. Take care. Paid ads are an incredibly effective way for you to sign up clients for your agency, regardless of your niche or your service. But the thing is, when we're just starting out and we haven't spent money on ads before, it can be pretty daunting, right? We want to get the best bang for our buck, and we just want to get results without wasting a whole bunch of money. So today, I'm not only going to teach you the best strategy that you can use for your agency right now when it comes to paid ads, but I'm actually going to show you by building an ad strategy from scratch for a real agency that I only launched a couple of weeks ago. And we're going to be creating this ad strategy around a lead magnet that we also conceptualized on a recent video. And this isn't my first rodeo. I own a multi-7-figure agency called Affluent.co. We've been around for over 7 years now, and I've helped thousands of other people start agencies of their own. And I'm starting this agency that you see on screen right now called Mason Flow in Toronto, that services bricklayers and masonry businesses, and we offer Google ads. This was all randomly selected, by the way. I documented this entire process on my YouTube channel. You can go back and you can watch the episodes. I'd recommend you doing so. And I'm showing you the steps that you need to take in order to go out there and launch an agency of your own. I did the same thing about a year ago now in a series that we called the Reno Reach series. I signed up my first couple of clients in a couple of weeks, and then I gave the entire agency to one of you guys for free. And I'm going to do the same here. I'm building the entire business end to end, and I'm going to give it away to one of you, okay? Because I want to help you and I want to see you succeed. And all you need to do to be in a chance for win, to be in for a chance to win, is drop a comment down below. Let me know the reason why you want to start an agency and maybe the position you're in right now. And I'm not just going to give you this ready-built agency, but I'm also going to buy you a brand new MacBook Pro, and I'm going to give you 12 months access to the software that you're going to use to grow your agency called High Level. You can use this for your current client acquisition, but also to aid in getting client results as well. Okay, if you want to get more information about what we have done so far in this series, we've written some great scripts, we've gone through and studied the ICP, we even
conceptualized and came up with the idea for that lead magnet, even creating the entire thing as well, which is an AI marketing strategy. And I'd recommend you going back and watching the first episodes of this series first so you can see what's brought us up to this point, okay? If you just want to get into the ad strategy stuff, that's absolutely fine. You can watch this video, but you are going to have an awful lot more context and a serious amount more value, arguably the most valuable free content on building an agency that exists out there. That is my goal from this series. So this is what we've done so far. We've built all the foundations, we've chosen the niche, we've figured the agency name out, we created a logo and a website. We even built the lead generation strategy, generated our first batch of leads, built the outreach strategy, developed an offer and wrote our first outreach scripts. We just created the landing page for our lead magnet, and we have now built the lead magnet as well. It is a free AI lead generation or free AI marketing strategy I think we went for. We built this landing page on Go High Level from zero. Again, I actually showed you this whole process. And yeah, here we go. We're doing a free AI marketing strategy for this lead magnet. Now, I think it's important to note for any of you guys that are kind of just jumping in at this point, and just for any of you that have been watching this series full stop, this is not the only way to build a successful agency targeting masonry companies in Toronto, okay? And the information that I'm going through in this series will apply to any agency, but you have to understand the psychology behind the things that I'm doing. There is no one way of building a successful agency, and anybody that tells you there is just one way is talking absolute shit to sell you on a product, and they don't have your best intentions at heart. I'm always going to tell you what you don't want to hear for free, okay? Other people will tell you what you want to hear for a bit of cash. The truth is, there are 100 if not 1,000 ways to build a successful agency. You have to figure out the best way for you, for a series of iterations and a series of tests to your market and a deep understanding of the people that you're trying to serve, and also a deep understanding of your service. And the only way you get to that point is through obsession over a long period of time. It's consistency in your learning. It's watching series like this, but thinking about the psychology behind the things that I'm saying and the things that I'm doing, rather than planning how you're going to directly copy exactly what I'm doing. That is going to keep you in the place that you're in right now. That is going to stop you from ever being able to build a substantial agency. So please don't copy everything I'm going through. Think about the psychology behind it and think about how you can apply it. And there are also ways that we can improve on the shit that I'm doing, okay? This might not be the best way, but it's the first thing that we came up with, and therefore that is what we're sticking with. And if the person who wins Mason Flow wants to launch a whole bunch of other lead magnets, they want to create a new website, want to do some new outreach scripts, more power to them. I encourage it. Okay, we want to read the data, we iterate, and so on. Okay, I don't want to get ahead of myself now. Just wanted that little disclaimer there. So let's get straight into it. And so we've built this lead magnet, and I am going to develop the ad strategy today. And I think it's important to note that ads don't always apply to every single agency out there. It is, of course, it's going to cost you a little bit of money in order for you to get your feet off the ground with ads. And I will run through some frameworks on how much you should spend, how much it's going to cost, and some expectations there as we proceed through to this video. But if anything, this will just serve as a really great bit of education for you when you do come to that point. Before we get to the ad strategy, though, it's very important that anybody, regardless of what we're trying to run traffic to, and this applies to any business, not just agencies, we have to plug all of the holes first, okay? We have to make sure that there is no leakage in our process. So we mapped out this lead magnet in the sense that we're going to be driving traffic to our website. People are going to opt into our lead magnet. It kind of AI personalizes through Zapier, so it automatically fills in the company name and everything. We then either send it via PDF or a video, whatever we decide, and we deliver it via email, and the goal is to get a booked call, okay? At the end of the lead magnet, right at the end, we have a call to action after we go through some fancy shit. We're like, drop us a quick email or visit masonflow.ai/partner, and then you can go ahead and book a call on our Calendly. But what happens if they go through this lead magnet, they opt in, and for whatever reason, they don't open it, okay? Or maybe they do open it and they just don't book a call. Well, that's what we call leakage. And so we need to remarket those individuals. We need to have either an email flow, an SMS flow, or both, an automation, a sequence that allows us to retarget these individuals and get them to take our eventual action, which is booking a call, right? We put another layer on top of that, and because this is just automation, this is just the easy thing. If we then appointment set, and so what I mean by appointment setting is you physically call up every lead that opts into that form and you have a conversation with them. We'll come up with a script for that in a moment. Okay, in doing that, we're gonna plug a lot more holes. People that don't respond well to email and SMS, but do want human contact, and so we can do that. And you don't have to do it. You can pay an appointment setter, but initially it's going to be you. And I normally always recommend you doing it, being in the trenches yourself first. It's not even worth considering running ads if you still have leakage in your funnel. So we have to make sure that we don't have any leakage.
So this is what we're going to work on next. First step is going to be actually creating this automation. And so if we go into high levels, this is the tool that we're using. You can set up an automation like this. I suppose you could send the emails manually. You could send the SMS manually. There are many avenues that you could go down. My recommendation broadly is use Go High Level. It is going to make your life a lot easier. So if we go on automation and we hit create workflow, I'm going to do start from scratch. I would like to do a 5-part sequence. In fact, before we do that, I'm actually going to outline what this sequence looks like. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's pretty nice, actually. It means that this is actually quite simple, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up this flow in line with what we've got going on here. Because this is going to be a 5-part sequence. Okay. So you could do 3-part. I think like 5-part is the sweet spot from a lot of testing. If we do a 5-part sequence, then yeah, we can get a lot more information across in our emails. And I'm going to give you the theme for this sequence as well. I'm giving you guys a lot of juice today, as always. That's always the goal, right? So here we go. We're going to go first theme of the first email. Broadly speaking, it's going to be delivery of product. So it's going to be product delivery. So this is going to be us actually delivering the lead magnet, first of all. There's going to be no sales going on in there. Okay? And the second email is going to be, let's do a strategy call. So straight away, we're going to call to action a strategy call, just for the people that are super hot and they're like, oh, do you know what? I want to take the next step here. After that, we're either going to do like a case study or a story. So we want to either go through our results. I actually think like a story is probably the nicest way. And you can notice here, I'm just kind of just thinking about this on the spot because of the fact that there are many ways that you can do this effectively, but we've kind of got to think about the individual circumstances. In this instance, these people they're cold, they haven't heard about us before. A little story would be nice. And then we can do a case study of some sort. Now, this is obviously going to be a little bit tricky if you haven't worked with any clients yet, so you can replace that with another story. It can be like a bit of a founder story if you like. And obviously when you do have a case study, then you can use and leverage I'll still go through a case study framework for you so you can apply it to your own circumstances. Cool. I think I'm going to do, it's going to obviously be our call to action, but it's going to be like a scarcity call to action. Okay, which is going to be a book call. So this is going to be the framework we're going to follow for our SMS flow. And so let's just go ahead and just create this bad boy. So first of all, we have something that's called a trigger, and that is our way of essentially saying to high level when we want this actually to go ahead and trigger. That's pretty obvious, right? And so that's going to be a form submit. So we've already set up a form on our landing page, and we're going to do add a filter. And the form is, we've got a form, this will load data. Got one on our landing page already. Why isn't that coming up? Free AI marketing strategy. There we go. Let's put me there. Well, I won't get in the way. Okay. And the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do email. And we're going to do send email. And we're going to deliver this email. Okay. So we're going to send this from, you can put your from email in there, obviously. And you want to put your name in there, okay, rather than it just being Mason Flow. And then we're going to do, in fact, like Mason Flow. Let's do that. Because Mason Flow, we're leveraging the name Mason in there as well. So we actually already set up our delivery email. So let me just load up Zapier and have a look through that. Okay, so this was our delivery email. So, hey, Jordan, hope you're well. As promised, here's your complete customized AI marketing strategy. The link. Using this strategy, you will get, and then we've got all these things here. Okay, so if we just take that and then we go over to high level, we can make sure that we have that all in place. So we could do like your free AI marketing strategy as the subject line there. Okay, and yeah, that's all good. So there we go. And then this name wants to be, and this is really important, we change our import field. So we change this to, there you go, no, custom values. And it's going to be contact first name, okay? There you go. This link is going to be, in fact, actually, it depends on how you're automating this. So we automated it through Gmail and Zapier, and so that's how we automatically generated this link. In this instance, okay, we probably don't want to what's going on there? Okay, in this instance, I'm just going to keep it here so you've got the template there, but like just bear in mind, based on the previous video, we used a different way to actually to deliver this. So cool, we hit save action. So first from email, so let's just do hello@masonflow.ai. Okay, hit save action, and so we can rename this just for ease. So we've got a good idea as to. So let's call this one product delivery. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to set a weight. I'll zoom in and to make sure that you guys can see all of this right now. I'll change this up at the top as well to lead magnet workflow. So now what we're going to do is set a weight for 24 hours, which is obviously a day. You could just do 1 day there as well. Okay, and then we're just going to hit there and do wait 1 day. Keep this nice and clean. And then we do another email. And this one is going to be our, what did we say this was going to be? A strategy call. Same information again. Okay, subject line this time round. Let's go with, let's do a variable. So let's do like contact first name. I'm not going to use AI for this one because I've got this stuff. I've written these scripts 1,000 times over, and so I'm going to give you a bit of a framework for this and just talk you through the process of actually creating it. And so let's do this. This could work for you too. Like this is going to be like an attention grab, okay? So we want it to really just grab their attention. So make it thought-provoking is what we're ultimately trying to do here. So let's take the first name again, and let's do Jordan here, or it's Jordan, or just like a quick intro. And hope you're getting a bunch. Hope you've found the AI strategy we sent you interesting. Got a delivery guy turning up. Let me just quickly grab this parcel. Or is he going to leave it outside? It's all good. Dog's going to bark like crazy though. So I hope you found the AI strategy we sent you interesting. Most agencies, let me just think, charge for strategy. It's hard to document and also write at the same time, so I'm just going to get in the zone and just write this and then explain it to you afterwards. Okay, so, hi, first name, Jordan here. So we're just keeping it simple, so it's a bit personal. Hope you found the AI strategy I sent you interesting. Most agencies guard strategies like this and charge a lot for them, so it'd be smart to start implementing it before your competition do. Competitors do. So we're basically, it's a little bit of like scarcity, I suppose, at the start. Anyway, thought I'd reach out to personally introduce myself and offer you a free one-to-one strategy call because you opted in. Honestly, I don't usually take these calls due to time constraints, but we've got some really cool ideas for you guys that I'd like to share. I've opened up a couple slots this week, so if you're keen, let me know. Speak soon, Jordan. P.S. We only work with one masonry company in each city, and we don't have a partner yet in your area yet, but we intend on securing one ASAP. So it's a pretty casual email, kind of following in with the theme of like the ICPs. We've established these are pretty casual business owners, broadly speaking. Anyone in home improvements kind of is, and so it's not too salesy. It's just like, hope you're enjoying it, hope you're implementing it, and then it's very casual. Like, I don't usually do calls, but I'd be up for having a call with you guys. I've got some ideas for you, so we've got a hook there. And then we've opened up a couple of slots. We've got a bit of scarcity, very casual sign off, and then we're just reaffirming we only work with one masonry company each city, and if we haven't got one yet in your area, but it will be one of your competitors if it's not you, essentially. So it's a really nice casual way to just kind of transition into the book a call request. What I kind of realised as I'm going through, this is very hard for me to talk about what I'm writing whilst also being in a creative mindset and writing this out. So I'm actually going to build this entire workflow, and then I'm going to run you through the emails bit by bit afterwards. So I'm going to crack on with that now. Okay, that actually took a little bit longer than I anticipated, but we move. So, right, we've got our 5 emails here. So we've got our first email, which is product delivery, which we've already gone through. Then we have our first offer of a strategy call. I think I already went through this one with you guys. Yeah, I already went through this one with you. We wait a day, and then we send over a case study. I decided this was actually going to be a story first, but I actually decided it made sense to do the case study first. Now, this is an optional one. You can get rid of this if you don't have a case study yet, so whoever wins Mason Flow likely won't. So you can just get rid of this one and just do a 4-step email flow in the meantime. So we're going like, this could be you, first name, and then we're keeping it simple. So we're going in with, so just a little bit of story. So we recently started working with this client name and owner of this business, a masonry business struggling to break through a revenue plateau. Despite delivering fantastic work, they just couldn't scale to the next level, so feeding into the pain points, okay? They needed a predictable way to get more jobs in without wasting lots of money, so they started working with us. So this is getting rid of their concerns. Within just a few months, we managed to generate them 12 new jobs, so desirable result. They're like, okay, how much does that make? Well, contract value, roughly 56,000. Now, this is just the start, and things can only go up here for this name. So then we've got a loop, okay? So these are the results that this guy's getting. You could be like this guy, okay? This could be you. As I said in my email yesterday, we only partner with one masonry business per city, and we're yet to work with one in, and then we're going to do their city. If you want that to be you, instead of one of your competitors stealing your jobs, drop me a quick message back and we'll have a chat. So we're painting a picture of, okay, like if you don't do this, one of your competitors is going to, so drop me a quick message. We'll keep things casual. I'm not going to sell you on this. Speak soon, hopefully. Jordan, founder at Mason Flow. Bit human there. Cool. So we're offering the strategy call for the first time. We wait a day and then we do the case study, okay? So, in fact, that subject line, okay, so we've got like, what have I done there? I've already done the case study. That was that one. I was going to go on to the story. That's it. Question about your masonry work. So it's like a take on quick question 4, which is one of the best performing email subject lines of all time on Outreach. This one's actually a little bit longer. It probably doesn't need to be as long as this, but it kind of got carried away as I was writing it. But I think it's sometimes nice to have a little bit of a longer email and then just for a bit more context, but you can play around with this and split test it. So, hey, first name, it's Jordan. Just dropping a friendly reminder to put that free one-to-one strategy call with me whilst we've got, I'm going to just call it one-to-one call with me. Well, that free call with me whilst I've still got a slot available this week. Also ask out a question, and also out of interest, what your most successful, and also ask out of interest what your most successful way of getting work is right now. I can only presume it's referrals like most masonry companies, but I understand how unpredictable that can be. In fact, that's the very reason I launched Mason Flow. My uncle owns a firm out in New York, and I offered to help him with his marketing a few years back. Now, obviously, this is a made-up story. You want to make this relevant to you. I just want to give you some context and the kind of thing. And if you tap into yourself as an individual and you make yourself relatable and you share your story, people like to hear it, and it just humanises the brand. So my uncle owns a firm out in New York. I offered to help him with his marketing a few years back. Anyway, the results have generated for him were far better than we expected. Sure, we made a few mistakes along the way. Again, human. If everything's perfect, then we lose trust. But over time, we perfected a strategy that would work for any other masonry business. It worked so well that we decided it would be unfair to partner with more than one company per city. We've got very high success rate on finding partners, and we only started looking in this city a week ago, so there's still enough time for us to have a chat. Worst case scenario, you learn more about our strategy and implement it yourself. Can't say fairer than that, ? Okay. This actually is probably better as an outreach follow-up in this sense. We only started looking for in city a week ago. And so you could say in this instance, and we don't have one in city yet. Cool. So that's our story. And then we wait a day, and then we do last chance. So we're doing an RE, so like regarding, so it's like we responded to an email, which normally gets a better open rate. You passing on this question mark. This one's a lot shorter, and we're keeping it casual. Hey, first name, this is the last time I'll drop in about that strategy call with us. So if you're up for a casual chat, let me know ASAP. For ease, I've put a link here for you, and then we do calendar link. If you've got any questions about the AI strategy I sent you to, we can discuss on the call. All the best, Jordan. PS, expect to see some Toronto local masonry ads online soon. Let's make sure they're yours. So again, painting that final picture, we've got a short email there. So we are really coming from multiple angles here. We've got pain points, we've got case studies, we've got stories, we've got that scarcity. We're just hitting all areas of buyer psychology so we can make sure that we are plugging all of the holes when it comes to this, this automation flow here. So that is the automation flow. Let's just... let's go back to our Miro, and what do we need to mark off? So automations and scripts. We actually should create a script right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a quick script before we get into the ads. Let me just load that up. Okay, so this is our Mason Flow doc on Notion. I'm just going to do a setting script for the lead magnet. Okay, so again, this will change per lead, and so normally it's actually a very, very casual call and script when we're setting. So someone's opted in, we wait like, well, you could call them almost immediately. You can strike whilst the iron's hot, but any time within the first 24 hours would be a call on a lead magnet. And so the script's going to be simple. It's going to be like a customer service call. It's going to be like, hey, name, or hey, is that John? Is that John? Okay, so we just want to make sure we're speaking to the right person first of all. Great, my name is Jordan. I'm calling, I noticed, I'm calling regarding the free AI strategy you opted in for time. Okay, let them speak. So this is like, okay, them speaking. That's them responding, okay? If we were writing like this whole script and I was making a whole video about this now and I didn't want this to be like hours and hours long, then I would probably write their responses and like if this, then that statements, but I want to just get through this for you guys so you got the holes plugged and then we can get into the ads. So, great, my name is Jordan. I'm calling regarding the free aid strategy you opted in for. And they're like, okay, cool, whatever. Yeah, what do you need? And you're like, I just wanted to give you a quick call to check if you've had the chance to look. Maybe not. We could do. I just want to give you a quick call, firstly to check you received it okay, but secondly to find out the reason why you opted in for it. Okay? So we want to find out a little bit more about them. And then it's really going to be like discovery, in the sense that we're going to be going in and we're going to be like finding out, okay, like current position, desired position, okay, so where are they at, where do they want to be at, and roadblocks standing in the way. So this is point A, this is point B. What are the roadblocks? Get that information, pain if possible. So we want to try and dig some pain out of them if possible. So like, okay, so you want to start advertising or you want to start implementing AI in the business. Why can't you go ahead and implement that strategy yourself? Do you intend on doing it? Oh, we can't. I don't really have the knowledge. Okay, that's fine. Well, are you struggling with lead flow at the moment? Yeah, we've got a lead generation problem. What kind of issues is that causing in the business? You know, we're digging these kind of pains if possible. And then it's going to be, so we've done our discovery. And I would say this is going to be no more than like 5 to 10 mins max. It could be like 2 to 10 minutes, depending on how chatty they are. And then it's going to be like, So it'd be like, we'd love to book in a time to help you with a free strategy to achieve said desired position. Are you available over the next few days? And then proceed to go ahead and book a call. Now, what I would recommend you doing is having a bit of an elevator pitch ready as well. So if they ask like, well, what do you do? Or what are you trying to sell me on? Or like, what's your core service? And I would have a bit of an elevator pitch there ready to go as well. Yeah, of course, like your standard objection handling and so on, of which we don't have time to go through in this video. We cover this in a lot of detail inside of our program and the Affluent Academy. So if you're interested, by all means, click the link in the description and book a call with us. We go through your objections, all your scripting, and then we can actually help you by listening to your sales calls and giving you feedback on ways that you can improve through our accountability coaching period as well. So for those of you that are interested, we actually guarantee 5 clients within your first 90 days of working with us, or you get every penny back that you spend with us. And so a lot of attention goes into this stuff and making sure that we help you become a killer salesperson. So yeah, click the link if you're interested in discovering that. For the rest of you guys, well, for everyone watching the video right now, I'm now going to go through the paid ad strategy. So let's do that. So we've got our automations, we've got our scripts. Let's build out this automation strategy. Or this ad strategy. And so I think the first thing for us to understand is, how do I do this without this turning into an entire really lengthy ad? So what I'm not going to teach you how to do right now is how to set up a Facebook Business Manager account. I've got some great videos on my YouTube channel that will help you how to do that. So I'll put some links in the description if you want to learn the basics of like how do you set up Facebook Business Manager, how do you set up YouTube ads, whatever, like then you can go and check that out. But what I'm going to be doing right now is just going through the specific strategy for this individual lead magnet. So the components that we have ad copy, okay, which is the text. We then have our ad creative, the image or video. And then we also have, I suppose, our foundations setup. Okay, so this is like our campaign type and so on. And all these things kind of feed into each other, with actually the most important thing on here being ad creative. Like creative, I think many people still advertise with the false understanding that ads is all about great targeting. And what really or truly is the case with ads now is that your creative is the targeting. So in many cases, you can get away with running almost completely broad ads, just geo-targeting a location. By that, I mean like selecting, let's say you're running ads to Toronto, you just ran ads to Toronto, and you let your creative be the targeting. And so by that, I mean either your video has to state in the first 5 to 10 seconds exactly who it is you're trying to target, or your image makes it very, very clear, attention, masonry business owners. Okay, we want to really call out to that ICP, the ideal customer, as simply and as quickly as possible, and that's the most effective way to run ads right now. So that's probably what I'm going to spend the most time on now, is getting a good creative together. And there are many ways that we can do this. Of course, what I'm not going to do is script an entire video. And I think it's important to bear in mind that for those of you guys that are going through this process yourself and you're creating a lead magnet, you're creating your ads and so on, like you're realistically going to have to spend, like on, even though I can bosh through this because I've done this so many times, but you're going to have to spend, realistically, it's going to be like a day to do this stuff, then maybe a day to do this stuff, and then maybe a day to do this stuff, and then a day to do this stuff. So you're looking at kind of like a week all in if you really put in the work to get everything done here. Realistically, like 2 weeks if you're learning everything on the go. If you're spending any more than that, then you are procrastinating. And so, yeah, then we come to like this part of creating the ads. I would give yourself a good day to be able to come up with the ad creatives, record your videos, get all your images, gather your assets, write all your ad copy. But I'm doing it right now in 15 minutes because I've got a group coaching call with our community in 15 minutes from now. So that's what we're doing it in. So I'll shut up and actually get this done. My gut says to me that if we want to get the attention of these individuals, I want to create an image ad, first of all, because we've already established I don't have the time to do a video. But I'm going to do an image ad creative. And then, so we're going to create the ad, and then we're going to reverse engineer and go through the setup afterwards. So let's use ChatGPT. ChatGPT 4.0 has got a really great inbuilt, and we have this on various other tools for a long time, but like ChatGPT has now got a really good image generator. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get it to generate an image. And we can use this image as the foundation for our ad. So because we're doing a free AI marketing strategy, just think about this. What could we do? Generate an image of a robot bricklaying on a building site. Yes. Come on. That is what we want. I hope this spits up something good. Give us some fire right now. Yeah, a robot. That's going to create some... What we want trying to do is we want to get attention. We want to grab attention and get people to stop scrolling. So like, how can we get bricklayers to like stop on their feed and have a look? You know? Come on. What's happening right now? So you could do that, and then we could probably add some text on top of it as well. So maybe in the meantime, I'll open up Canva. Okay, so this is what we've got. It's not obvious enough. It's good, but it's not obvious enough that they're laying bricks. So I'm like, let me just give it a prompt. Can you make it more obvious that the robot is laying bricks? I want it to grab the attention of a bricklayer that would see this ad, and also make the robot feel a little bit more human than that. Okay, so it's our second take. It's better, but it's not exactly what I want. Like, it's still kind of too much emphasis on the robot and not enough on the bricks. So let's see what we get back of these prompts. Sometimes we need to send we need to get another chat going to like rejig everything, because it can just like get too obsessed with like the existing one that it's built and just be like iterating off that. So sometimes it's nice just to get a completely fresh one. Oh, that's quite a good one there. That's pretty obvious that it's laying some bricks there. It's quite a serious robot though. It's like a... I'm going to start a new chat and see what we can get out. Okay, we've got it. This is much better. Just start a new chat. Can we create a robot of a bricklayer, of a robot as a bricklayer on a building site? And so we've got this image here. This is class. This is a great image. Is that struggling to load right there? So let's save that image. So we've got that creative. I think something's going on with the internet right now. That's why it's being slow. What do we got? Look at that. That is class. That's a great attention-grabbing creative. Oh, AI is so cool, man. Robot bricklayer. And then what we're going to do is, I think we double down on this, and I think I'm going on Canva right now. Canva is a really nice web-based editing tool. It's a very simple tool for anybody to use. So if you if you don't have any editing skills and you go on Canva, you can go on all these templates for ads, and just absolutely fantastic. And so go have a play around with those. But what I would like to do in this instance is I'm just going to create a brand new design from scratch. We're going to do like an Instagram post, so it's a square, and I'm just going to chuck this this image of the robot on top of that. And so then what we're going to do is put a little bit of text on top, and we're going to do... let's see what we've got. Okay, so with the limited time I've got, there are a couple of things we can do. We can either go down this route where we've kind of got like our text on screen, where we're like attention masonry businesses, we've got that attention grabbing, like call to action, and then you've got the AI in the background. This is quite a cool design. Albeit like it's a little bit busy for my liking. So if I had more time here, hence like I would spend normally a couple of hours doing this, and I'd probably be going ahead and keep making this a little bit a little bit easier to read, maybe playing around with that background a little bit. But I think this is like a really nice basis for us to go on, and then we can use this. But what I would actually probably do is I would probably split test this image just like direct with the actual image itself. So I'd split test this one here with this one here. And by split test, I mean we'd run both of them side by side and see which of these two actually performs best. Because ultimately the algorithm is only gonna be the thing that knows, you know. So you can always try and make your best judgment, but you're never truly going to know until you actually start running the thing. And so what we're going to do is I'm just going to take this image here, and we're going to make this a bit smaller, and then I'm going to write the ad copy now as well. So, okay. So what's important to note with an ad copy is that, I've got this call in 4 minutes. What's the best thing for me to do here? 1 second. Okay, just jumped on that call and picking this back up. So, where were we? So we got this strategy will help you, and then we're going to have a number of different benefits there. I'm probably going to run this through AI afterwards, actually just to see what it kind of comes back with as far as like suggestions and changes are concerned, just in case we get some really valuable feedback. So let's just have a look at what we've got on our actual lead magnet to see what we can pull out of this. Like as always, we want to be referencing the material that we've already got created. So let's have a look. Take this. There you go. More jobs without spending hours on social media, a competitive edge in a local market, time to focus on what you do best. Okay? Will help you get more jobs without spending hours. I'm also going to play with something else. Okay, I'm actually going to get rid of this bit because I think it's a little bit overkill in this instance. So we can do benefits in this instance. So we can be like, we can tap into this. In fact, we could just keep it. We're currently offering a free marketing strategy to help you get more jobs on autopilot. The strategy will help you get more jobs without spending hours on social media, competitive edge in the local market, and time to focus on what you do best. Click below, fill in your details. We only... And it's custom built for your business. Click below and fill in your details, and we'll send it over to you. Cool. So this is a very simple ad copy here. Toronto masonry business owners in Toronto. Okay, this strategy will help you get more work without spending hours on social media, gain a competitive edge in the local market, keep your time to focus on what you do best, and it's custom built for your business. Click below now and fill in your details, and we'll send it over to you. Cool. We could add a little bit of scarcity in there. You could, if you want to, say you're only doing this for 5 companies. You could say you're only running this to a certain date, but I'm going to keep this relatively open, so it's open to interpretation there for you guys. So there's our ad copy. Simple. We then got our creative there. Again, like pretty simple, but it calls out to the audience. It's attention grabbing. They fill in what I would recommend being a lead form, and then using that lead form, they just put in their details and what we want to collect. So lead form wise, we want to get their full name, email address, phone number, current business goals. Let's do that. So simple, and again, you can have whatever you want, but full name, email, phone, current business goals. So asking them, what are their goals right now? So we want to get a picture of them. So when we then call them up and speak to them, we can say, I can see when you filled in the form, you said that you're currently hoping to achieve X, Y, Z. And we can tap into that, show that we've listened to them, etc. You get the idea. So that is our ad strategy built out. What we now need to do is just go through the setup. And so what I would actually recommend in this instance is us doing, so let's just create this below here. So we've got ad setup. What this wants to be is campaign wise, it wants to be a conversion campaign, okay? And it's going to be a lead form, okay? So lead form is simply where we have a form that pops up on Facebook. They can fill in their details. We could, if we wanted to, drive traffic through to the landing page. If it was the landing page, we'd be optimizing. It's a conversion campaign optimized for leads, and we make sure we've got a pixel set up on our landing page. Okay. Outside of that, so we've got campaign conversion lead form. Then we could also do our targeting. And targeting is going to be broad, no interest, geo target Toronto, because we're mentioning Toronto here. That could be option number 1. Option number 2 can be bricklaying or masonry. Okay, so actually masonry. And then geo target Toronto. So we'll split test both of these audiences. And then the actual ad itself is going to be image ad. And actually we've got 2. Image 1 with text. Image 2, no text. So we've got the one with the text and we've got the one without the text. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to keep it nice and simple. Okay. So what we're actually looking at here is one campaign with 2 ad sets and 2 ads in. So 4 ads total, because we've got these 2 images testing against these 2 audiences. And so let's say we've got this spending here, let's say it's $10 a day each. I mean, realistically, what are we going to need to spend here? I mean, ideally, this is the minimum starting budget. $10 a day equals 40 total, okay? That's really going to be the budget we're starting off with. Cost per lead. So let's do targets. So cost per lead here, and this is going to vary so much from agency to agency, so I can only give you some broad benchmarks. But cost per lead, so CPL, which is pretty obvious. It's how much money we're spending to acquire a lead, okay, is CPL is going to be between $15 and $50 in all honesty. And then your cost per booked call, or your cost per we're not going to do cost per book call because we're not optimizing for book call here, we're optimizing for lead. It's going to be anything from $15 to $50. It depends on the industry and the area, but this is really what we're going to be looking at. If you're doing about 15, you're absolutely smashing it. So what we're looking at here is generating on average like 2 leads per day. So we're going to have like a 3-day testing window, which essentially says to us, okay, cool, every 3 days, we can look at our ad account, we can make sure that we're checking what is working, what isn't working, and we can be getting rid of any bad performing ads. So this is, first thing we're going to do is check, okay, which of these ads is performing best. Well, let's just go with image 1. And then after that, we're going to choose this audience. Let's get rid of one of these. And then what we do is we just replace and keep replacing with new creatives, new ads, every 3 days, and just maintaining all of the existing ads that are getting a good cost per lead. And then over time, we're stacking in additional creatives, additional interest, and so on that are winning, and we're scaling our ad account, what's called horizontal scaling, through having multiple extra ads and iterations there in different tests. Now, I think it'll be valuable for you guys to understand when is the perfect time to start running ads, because from my belief, at least anyway, it's far easier to acquire clients by outbound initially because it doesn't cost you anything. So sending emails, doing your DMs, doing your cold calls, going door to door, as we've discussed, all these ways of acquiring clients. Doesn't cost you a lot, okay? It costs you time, but you gain a lot of experience and you gain a lot of knowledge. And so I believe that is the most effective way to sign your first few clients. When you get case studies and when you get leverage, that is when you want to start moving over to ads more so, because you've got a little bit of budget there, you've got a bit more confidence as well, your close rate is going to be better, all these things that come into play to make sure you're going to be more successful there. That does not mean to say that any of you guys who have got some cash can't start running ads from day one. You can, but just be aware it's going to cost you more to acquire a client than you probably think. You're going to be spending at least a few $100s to actually acquire a client for your business. And again, it depends on many set of circumstances. But cool, that's enough for you to get stuck into. Next video, I'm going to get into building a full-on launch strategy and a plan to scale this agency to 10K a month. I'll see you then. Cheers.
Here's the thing, you can scale an agency from 0 to 10k a month in literally 3 months, but you could also scale an agency to 10k in 3 years. And the difference between those two scenarios is what I'm going to be going through in today's video, through the context of a brand new agency that I just launched from scratch. It's called Mason Flow. This is the agency, that's the logo. I documented this whole process on YouTube, literally going through the entire step-by-step of launching this agency. I'm not going to bore you with the details, you can go and watch the thing for yourself. It's hours and hours worth of free content that you can go ahead and implement. We built the brand foundations, okay, so the website, the name, we randomly selected a niche and the location, we built the landing page as well, all of the outreach scripts, we typed out email and cold calling, and we created a lead magnet from scratch. I say I did this, and marketing, AI marketing strategy as well, the whole lead magnet, and then the paid ad strategy for that as well, and an initial ad mock-up, okay? You can go and watch the whole thing. I'm not going to show you these things now. Hopefully we'll just throw up some B-roll so you can see that as I'm talking about it. And I'm going to give you this whole agency for free. I'm going to give it to one of you guys on this channel, okay? It's no use to me because I own a multi-7-figure agency called Affluent.co. I've been in this industry for 7 years now, okay? I don't need another agency at this point, and I get more satisfaction seeing you guys succeed. That's why I help and educate people start agencies of their own. I launched another series like this last year called Reno Reach. I actually signed up some clients and gave the whole agency away again for free. Now this time round, I'm also going to give one of you a MacBook Pro and 12 months access to the agency software Go High Level, okay? And all we need to do is comment down below and let me know why you're starting an agency. And at the end of this video, I'm going to let you know exactly when I'm going to announce the winner, okay? Don't sleep on this video because it's going to be in a couple of days' time, so you're going to miss out on it. If you've already entered, you still need to know exactly how I'm going to announce this winner, so go check that out. But the purpose of this video is not to show you Mason Flow, but to now plan how I would hypothetically scale this agency to 10k a month. Because I know I could scale this agency to 10k in 30 days. Other people, it could take them 3 months. Some other people would take them 3 years. And the difference between those things is what I'm going to be highlighting. The exact path that it takes and the differences between the people that it takes a long time for and the people that really narrow it down. What do they know that you don't know right now? And I've helped people do this again and again and again. In fact, instead of me just talking about it, I feel like every time I'm like talking about it, I'm like, oh yeah, I've helped loads of people start agencies. And for those of you that don't know me, it's just like, okay, all right, man, like, show me. So this is Affluent Academy. And this is one of our B2C, this is our B2C program. We help people launch and scale. So this is for beginners. And if I haven't even gone on this today, but if I go on celebrations, you can guarantee that someone today has been signing up clients. We have a process called ring the bell, where they ring the bell when they've signed up clients. So James, 5 clients signed, there we go, 6 hours ago. 15 hours ago, Kevin signed a client, 3 clients signed, and you get the idea. So on and on and on and on, literally every single day people are posting. There you go, Benjamin. 10k a month, okay, 10 days ago, signed up another client for 2,400, hit 10k a month in his agency, awesome. Harry hit 20k a month in his agency 11 months after joining the program, okay, and it just goes on and on and on and on and on. There's a 9k deal signed there, another 9k deal signed there the day after from a wow, 11 clients signed here, 20 clients. So you get the idea, 730 ring the bells, and this is just the people that are ringing the bell. Think about all the people that haven't got the time, that forget, that just can't be bothered. Okay, we've done this for years now. I truly understand what it takes to scale agencies successfully, and I recognize the differences between the people that do and the people that don't. And it's very important you understand these things as well if you want to be successful. If you're watching this series right now, I'm guessing you're not doing it for entertainment value. I'm going to presume that you're doing it because you genuinely want to get out of the position that you're in life right now, because you genuinely want to start a successful business. And so pay attention to this, because I'm not going to hold anything back. I'm going to reveal all of my cards right now and let you know exactly what it takes to get to that point. So get rid of all your tabs, get pen and paper, and write this stuff down intently, okay, as if you're in a lecture or something. I don't care. So let's go through yourself first, because I think you yourself, and I know, you yourself are the biggest bottleneck in scaling your agency. It's not what you know, it's who you are, okay? So who you are is really the biggest bottleneck and the difference between yourself and myself, okay? The difference between you and Harry, that scaled to 20k a month in just 11 months, is who you are. You're not Harry. And so how do you become a little bit more like Harry without changing fundamentally who you are? Actually, I say that some of you guys do need to change fundamentally who you are if you want to be built for success. Because the truth is, if you yourself and your chemical makeup right now and your mentality, if you were meant to be a 10k a month agency owner, you would already be one. And there is a reason why you are not one right now. And so there might be fundamental things that you need to change within your life in order to become that person, okay? And so let's have a look at our habits, let's have a look at our routine, let's have a look at how often or how well we are sleeping, let's see how well we are studying, okay? And most importantly, let's establish
whether we actually fucking want it. Like, do you actually want this? And really consider that. Do you want it because you want it? Not because Andrew Tate shows you that starting an online business is cool, or that you follow me and you're like, Jordan lives a good life, I want to start an agency. Like, do you actually want to start a business? And normally the precursor to that is, am I in a position I want to get out of right now? Because the truth is, if you're not in a position of pain, if you're not in a position that you want to change, then you're really going to struggle to make that impact, to stay motivated, to put in the work required, okay? So the first difference, okay, between you and me and Harry and all these guys that are doing really well is they actually want it. Like, they actually want it. Okay, they don't just say they want it or think they want it. They genuinely want it. And normally this goes hand in hand with them being backed into a corner of some sort. Okay, maybe they just quit their job and now they need to replace their income. Maybe they need to provide for a family member, or maybe they've got children and they're just tired of just not being able to provide the life that they want to provide. They genuinely want it, and that's the thing that marries all of them. And I don't care what that reason is, it just needs to be a strong reason. I've got plenty of videos on this channel where I talk about this, and maybe we can link some down below. So you need to want it, okay? And then you also have to have the capacity to hit targets. What you need to understand about the agency business model, it's one of the, if not the most simple business models that exists on this planet. It is just person A, which is you, going to person B, which is a business owner, and we're just selling a service, okay? And that service, normally as an agency, just so happens to make that person money, okay? As a business, like, the best services we can sell are ones that either make people money or save people time, okay? Two are the most valuable assets on the planet, okay? And so, in order to sell said service, what we need to do is reach out to as many people as possible, okay? And then when we reach out to those people and sign them up, we need to have a high success rate with all of those people. And an agency really is just an algorithm of numbers. And once we understand those numbers and how to manipulate them, we can truly craft and mold the business that we want around our existing lifestyle. And so all of these people that you've seen, they understand that they need to hit targets. And I'm actually going to run through some specific targets that you guys can follow. Like, I can't stress this enough, guys. Like, if you actually follow the stuff I'm going to go through today and you actually implement this stuff for yourself, you will build a successful agency. And I'm not promising you that you're going to do it in 3 months. Some of you, it's going to take a little bit longer than that. Some of you will do it quicker than that. The rest depends on you and your mentality and who you are. But the information and the what and the how, I'm going to be running through today. Okay? So you need to be able to hit targets. And finally, what separates you and I and you and Harry is you have to be coachable, okay? Now, right now, you might be looking at some of these thinking, Jordan, this is me. I am this guy, okay? Cool, embody it. Become that person. Do the thing you need to do. It's all well and good saying you're this person, but do you act like the person, okay? Are you even who you say you are? Think about that. Are you even who you say you are? Who you say you are to yourself, who you say you are to your friends, who you say you are to your own mother? Or do you just like talking about it? Okay? We need to embody this person. And I'm guilty of this myself. I was for years the kid that I would sit there at parties and late at night with friends, and I'd just be like smoking a joint, and I'd be drunk and whatever. I'd just be like, oh, I'm going to do this thing, man. I'm going to build this business and I'm going to be successful. And yeah, I'm going to think of the next Uber. And yeah, I can't wait till we're millionaires. And when I make it, we all make it, boys. Let's do this. For years, like, as far as I can remember, 14, 15, 16, especially when I was in university, I just talked the talk, but I never walked the walk. And I never started walking the walk until pain was so much in my life that I just realized that I would never be happy and fulfilled in myself if I didn't get off my arse and actually do something about it. Okay, so, and I think this is so important to understand, like, the things that I'm preaching to you right now, I'm not saying this to be a dick, I'm not saying this to be arrogant in any way, shape or form, I'm saying this because I wish someone said it to me when I first started. I wish somebody drilled this into me, because I needed to hear all of these things, and I sucked ass on all of these things. Like, I didn't want it enough, I didn't hit targets, I wasn't coachable. And it's not until I changed these things that I became the right person that actually deserved success. Okay. So what do I mean by being coachable? I mean being open to being coached, being open to other people's opinions, being open to different ways of doing things, and actually just not being an arrogant tosser. Okay. When I first started my agency, I thought I could do it all myself. I thought I had it all figured out. Okay. Now, fortunately, I'd been in sales, and so I'd already been coached to some degree, and so I had a bit of an unfair advantage, and I scaled to 10K in 3 months. I signed up my first client in a couple of weeks. Okay. But it took me a lot longer to push past other bigger mental and financial barriers, okay, to hit that 100K month, for example. It wasn't until I accepted that I needed to be coached, I needed to accept outside help and guidance, okay, in order for me to reach that level. And all these people that you've seen, Harry and so on, okay, all of them have remained coachable because I've coached them myself, okay? And I'm not saying you need to be coached by me, you just need to be coached by someone, okay? Because if you knew what you needed to know, then you'd already be successful, okay? You'd already have a big agency. Okay, so it's who we are, and what else? There's another thing. It's what we know, okay? The difference between me being successful and you being successful, yes, of course, there is mentality, but it's what I actually know. It's the information I have in my brain. It's knowing, okay, I need to sign up clients, and then actually having the skill set to go out and sign those clients. It's all well and good me saying, okay, guys, you need to build a lead list. You need to start selling, okay? But you need to know how to do those things. And I think I do a pretty good job on educating you guys on YouTube. You could literally go and build a 10K a month agency with the information I put out for free online. Okay, you have to just apply that information and really study it. But I'm going to break it down in simple forms to you right now. Okay, so let's go through it. First of all, we have to build our foundations. Okay, let's go through the whole path actually, and I'm going to set you some targets as well, and we can actually we can get this stuff nailed once and for all. Make this the last video you watch until you actually get started, until you actually make this happen. And for those of you guys that have already got started, just bring it back to basics. Get rid of everything that you're doing right now and just focus on this progression path. Trust me. So we've got our foundations. This is what we've done in this series. Okay, we built the Mason Flow foundations. We've got all that stuff. We've got the website. We've got the name and all of that. Okay, and then we need to find some clients. Okay, so we're going to have to do some lead gen. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to sign clients. So we're going to have some meetings. Then we're going to fulfill our service. And I don't care what service you offer. Doesn't matter to me. It needs to be something that you're interested in. It needs to be something that either saves a client time or makes them money. If you're stuck, then ads is a nice place to start. Okay, lead gen or something like that, local business. Okay, and then we're going to have to hire a team. So this is the progression of an agency, right? We lay our foundations, we find clients, we sign them up, we fulfill service, and we hire a team. Okay? Now, most people, 99% of agency owners, they just stop in between each of these stages and they struggle to break through. You might think that's obvious, okay? Well, I'd started my foundations and I couldn't get to finding clients. I then couldn't get to signing clients, couldn't get to fulfilling service, couldn't get to hiring clients. Well, obviously I haven't scaled the 10K a month agency yet. What I mean is most people don't progress because they get stuck in a cycle of overthinking. Most people don't build a successful agency because they are constantly focusing on the wrong things. They think, oh, let me just build my agency and my website and then I'll launch. Let me just write my scripts and then I'll launch. Let me just get 100 leads and then I'll launch. Let me just focus on this back-end flow or this new concept or this new AI bot that I just saw on YouTube, and then I'll start my agency. You're in this constant state of overthinking and procrastination, okay? So much so that you're never actually working on the productive tasks that are going to progress you to the next level. And the real secret to building a successful agency and progressing is obsessing over one thing and one thing only at any one time. And that one thing will only change when you are progressing to the next stage here. Okay, so let's go through what that one thing actually is, and I'll give you some frameworks for how you can actually stick to that. So when you build your foundations, how are we going to do this? Let's do some text, okay? So when we build our foundations, the absolute basics, and so these are literally only fundamentals. What I'm going to be going through right now are the necessities in scaling an agency. Anything other that is not a necessity should be completely ignored. Anything other than what I go through on this screen right now should be ignored completely. Okay, so first things first, we need a website. Okay, that's it. It can just be a simple landing page. I'm going to call it a landing page because it's going to be one page and it's going to be really simple. And you can just replicate what I've already done in this series if you like. Okay. So you need, before that we need a name, we've got a landing page, we have a niche, and we have a service. That is all we need. That is literally everything that we need. Okay? So these are our foundations. Focus on these 4 things, and then we'll have scripts as well. Okay, so our outreach scripts. Because at the start, we're going to reach out to people. We have to think about how we're actually going to sign up clients. Like, let's be realistic here. When you're first starting out, there are really just 2 ways to sign up clients. Let's just call it 3 ways. First one is outreach. So we're going to reach out to people. We're going to either send them emails, we're going to do DMs, we're going to do cold calls, we're going to go door to door, and this is the order. Door to door is king, then it's cold calling, then it's DMs, then it's email, in that order, okay? And it's also in the order of which is the most intimidating, the most scary, and that is for good reason. I think that is what life does to us. It gives us the most challenging things are always the most rewarding and the most fruitful. So think about that, okay? Most people, 99% of people who even watch this video, please don't let that be you, they're going to start from the bottom. They're going to do email, then they're going to do DMs, then they might try cold calling, and they'll definitely never do door to door, okay? Go from the reverse, go door to door, go cold calling, do all the hard shit, do the shit that other people aren't willing to do, and you will get the result that they cannot get, okay? So we've got outreach, then we've got networking. I cannot recommend enough getting yourself out there in person and showing your face. We're in a trust epidemic, okay? People do not trust people right now, and so especially not online. If we get in front of people, we can actually get seen, we can actually meet people in the local area, you're going to be able to sign up your first couple of clients. So have a look online, go to some networking events. The final thing is going to be referrals. It's going to be existing network. Who do you know in your vicinity? Can you post on social media? Let people know you're starting an agency. Make it known, get yourself seen, and then get some referrals from people. You'll be surprised at who you've got around you. So outreach, networking, referrals. Cool. This is all we need to do. Don't do anything else. If you're working on anything else right now outside of foundations, stop it. It's just not worth your time. Okay, out of these 5 things. Cool. Then what have we got? We've got finding clients. Okay, so finding clients, all we need to do is we need to get a list of 200 leads. Okay, in fact, I'm going to say 100 leads. Get a list of 100 leads. This is all you really need to get yourself off the ground. This is all you really need to get your first few meetings. Because realistically, what's going to happen is you're going to get anything from 2 to 6 meetings from this. No joke. And that's if you cold call. If you send emails and DMs, you're not going to get 2 to 6 meetings. You need to cold call. If you do door to door, you're definitely going to get 6 meetings. If you go door to door and 100 leads, you're going to get way more than 6 meetings. I'd hazard the bet you're going to get 10 meetings. Okay, I'm going to put 2 to 10. If you go door to door, you'll smash it, believe me. And this is all we need. We need 100 leads. Okay, and then every week, all we're going to do is we're going to spend roughly, in fact, we can do this daily. You can do 1 hour per day lead gen to sustain the rest that you need, okay? If you can afford to do so, then pay people to lead gen for you on your behalf, right? Next thing we're going to do is we're actually going to reach out to those clients, okay? So to actually get those meetings, so we're going to do lead gen. To actually get those meetings, I'd reach out to 25 companies a day, outreach. Simple, do that, okay? Then what we're going to do is going to sign up those clients. We're just going to obsess over, I'm saying 25 companies a day. Right, this is if you're working like a part-time, fuck off, come on. This is if you're working like a full-time job right now. If you're full-time in your agency, then you could easily be reaching out to 80 companies a day, okay? I used to cold call 150 companies a day. So do with that what you will. Signing up clients, you're going to have a 20% close rate. Okay, which means 1 out of 5 client meetings equals a client signed. You're going to charge anything from $500 to $1,000 for a client, and you're not going to be afraid. You're going to be open to free trials. Okay?
I don't care who you are, don't care what you've done, don't care what your accolades are. If you're just starting an agency, be open to free trials. Free trials is your opportunity to get the single most important and valuable asset that we can have as an agency owner, and that is case studies. And case studies are leverage. Leverage is the most important thing as we grow and scale. And we have to start from the bottom. We have to eat shit, to be honest. We have to really focus on just getting ourselves out there and proving to people that we are who we say we are. Okay? And then we can do what we say we can do. And one of the best ways to do that is by offering free trials if we get pushed back in the meeting. If we're jumping on a meeting with someone and they're like, I've been burnt by agencies before, look, I'm one of your first clients, I don't trust this, be like, look, I know how you feel and I know this will work for you, so let me do this for free for you for a month. And then after that month, you can pay me money, but I'm going to prove to you what I can do. Okay, and in that time period, you're going to show them and you're going to get a great case study, and that case study is worth infinite. That case study, one single great case study is worth way more than $1,000 because you can use and leverage that case study over time. And with every case study you unlock, you get more and more leverage, you unlock better quality clients, you make more money, you can hire a team, you progress through this whole path. Okay, case studies, I'm going to put this above here. Case studies are the most valuable asset that we can have. So I'm going to put that there. Okay? In fact, I'm going to put all the North Stars here. And I'm going to put this. In fact, we're not even going to bother going into hire team right now because you don't need a team. You can hit 10K a month without a team. You might need one team member. That is it. Okay? And it's just like, and that's always just going to be service only. In fact, let's not even get into that. I don't even want to like get stuck into to hiring a team right now. So here's the thing. These are the things at the top here that we should be spending all of our time doing. These are the only things that we should be obsessing with at every stage of our journey, okay? And we only focus on the next thing when we have got past this stage. So if we haven't signed up any clients yet, then we need to be focusing all our time on generating enough leads for the next day. That is all we need to do. And hitting outreach KPIs. Okay, and by outreach KPIs, I mean between 20 and 80 companies a day that we outreach. Okay, and I hate saying numbers like reach out to 20 or 80 companies a day. Like, I hate saying that because what it does is it limits people to what their capacity is. I could reach out to well over 150 companies every single day. In my agency, we reach out to over 1,000 companies every day because we have the team capacity to do so. But as an individual, you could easily reach out to over 150 companies a day. So please don't take these numbers and think, that's the only target I need to go for. The more you put in, the more you'll get out. This is an input-output business. The more work you put into the business, the more results you will get on the back end, and the more money you will make, the quicker you will scale. It really is as simple as that. Okay, so set targets that you can realistically hit and stick to them every single day and follow them. That's how people like Harry scaled to 20K in 11 months. That's how people like me got it in 3 months. That's how people like Charlotte, okay, let me see if I can show you Charlotte. Where's Charlotte? Let me get Charlotte up right now. 1 second, I've said it now. Here, this is Charlotte. Charlotte went from 0 to 10K a month in 10 weeks. Okay, she went from 0 to 10K a month in 10 weeks. That is under 3 months of signing her first client. How did she do that? She did this. She hit her outreach KPIs every single day, and she generated enough leads per day for the next day. Okay, and if you've got money on your side, you can really skip this part because you can pay someone else to generate leads for you. It's pretty cheap. You go on somewhere like Fiverr. It is well worth the investment, and that's all Charlotte did to hit that figure, okay? And then all you do once you start getting meetings is you try and optimize for a 20% close rate. Now, this is a pretty low close rate. We now close at over 40% with every single client that we speak to that is qualified. Sometimes it's more than that depending on the closer. But in the early stages, you need to be realistic. You're realistically going to close 1 out of the 5 meetings that you actually have show up, okay? So optimize for this. And if your close rate is above this, then don't be focusing on like, oh, I need to now have some post-call follow-up process, and I need to make sure that my pitch deck is better, and then I need to focus on getting a ghosting flow set up. And all this just bollocks. It's just noise. It is just procrastination. It is just a reason for you to not put in the actual work and be focusing on the task at hand. You need to understand that your mind is going to do everything that it can. Your subconscious is going to do everything in its power to not make you do the stuff that you need to do, okay? You're going to procrastinate. You're going to veer off course. So just have these benchmarks. If you're closing at above 20%, don't do anything else apart from focus on getting more leads on the front end. More meetings, more clients signed, that's all you need to do. And then when it comes to fulfilling a service, your obsession needs to be collecting case studies. Case studies are the most valuable asset that we can collect as an agency owner. And the way that we get great case studies, the way that we get great service is
just by doing the thing. There is no amount of theory that you could learn and is going to prepare you to deliver the results that you need to deliver to your clients to get great case studies. To get great case studies, to deliver a great result, the truth is you need good experience. And we get good experience through repetition of working with a number of people, okay? No amount of YouTube videos, no amount of courses, no amount of coaching will prepare you to be an absolute killer at service. The only way you become a killer at service is by obsessively working with a specific niche over a specific time period, okay, or over an elongated time period. And with every single client that you sign, and with every single mistake that you make, which you will, you're going to get better, and you're going to get better, and you're going to get better. And of course, if you do have mentorship and you have coaching calls that you can jump on, that is going to help you, that is going to aid you in your journey, because you can have qualified people that have already gone through the shit helping you succeed. But the truth is, if you rely too heavily on external forces, you're never really going to learn how to be a master of service yourself, because the only way we can do that is through failing forward and making the mistakes on our own. And say, okay, so case studies need to be prioritized above everything else, and fulfilling an incredible service needs to be the most important priority for us as an agency owner. But this is something you can't hack. You can only get there over time. And the truth is, all of these things need great time in order for you to succeed at them. All of them, and just doing anything in life successfully, requires consistency over time. Going to the gym and getting jacked or losing weight is consistency over time. Starting a business is consistency over time. Starting a sport and getting great at it is consistency over time. Okay, everything worth having is consistency over time. Okay, and the time that we spend and the quality of our time is the thing that we need to prioritize the most. Okay, every single day we need to spend 80% of our time on one thing. On the one thing that is the most important part of our business at any one time. And for all of you that are pre-10K, that one thing is getting as many meetings on your calendar as you possibly can. And anything else is just noise. Everything else is not necessity. In fact, I want you to write this down, and I want you to print this off or whatever you need to do and put this on your desk. Stick this to your computer. Put on your computer, is this absolutely necessary? Is this absolutely necessary? So every time you're working on a task, every time you're watching a video, every time you're procrastinating, you look at that sign and you can think to yourself, is this absolutely necessary? And if no, then get straight back to that one thing that you need to be doing in order for you to hit 10K a month, which is going to be getting as many meetings as possible. Everything else that isn't on this screen right now is just noise. Now, of course, there is more to scaling an agency than just the things we see on screen right now. But these are the core fundamentals, the most important pillar tasks. And there are roadblocks in the way, there are intricacies and details. But it's important not to get lost in those details. And every single day, just remember that one core task that we should be working on that's going to progress us through to that next stage. And if you do this, you've got a chance of hitting 10K on your own. You've got a chance of hitting that milestone. And sure, it's going to take you longer than Harry or other members of our community that have an unfair advantage. But you will be able to get there over a period of time through stumbling forward yourself. That's how I did it myself. But the truth is, if you want an unfair advantage, if you want to get closer to somebody like Harry, or if you want to get closer to the results of someone like Charlotte, who hit 10K a month in 10 weeks, which isn't typical. She's an absolute animal. But if you want to scale an agency in the fastest time frame possible, the truth is you need a mentor. You need people guiding you through this process. Because entrepreneurship is lonely, and going at it alone, it's very hard to know what to change when you need to change something. If your close rate is less than 20%, how do you know what to change on your meetings without just guessing and hoping for the best? Now, ideally, you need somebody who can listen to those calls, who's already gone through this process, who's a master salesperson, who can identify the specific problem and where you're screwing up on your calls. So when you change that thing, you've got the highest chance of increasing your KPIs. Or when you're laying the foundations of your agency and you're coming up with a name and a landing page and the niche and the service, you can have an experienced agency owner looking at those foundations and signing them off and saying, you know what? Actually, I think we should do this differently. Or actually, that niche is quite saturated right now. Or actually, that service doesn't really make sense for this niche for these reasons. Because they've already been out there and done it and have a breadth of experience. Or when you're looking to set targets based on your specific circumstances, and we reverse engineer your goals, you know exactly the amount of outreaches you need to do on a daily basis in order to hit those goals. because you've got a mentor who's speaking to you every single week, checking in with you and holding you accountable to those goals. And these are the kind of things you can gain access to when you join our program. We will mentor you for 90 days one-to-one. We will hold your hand through the entire process, and we will always make sure that at every stage of your growth, you'll have everything you need to be successful. And we guarantee you'll sign at least 5 clients, either your first or your next 5 clients, in 90 days of working with us. We're that confident that this will work for you. But you have to be willing to put in the work. And you have to be willing to be coachable and to be open to feedback. Because that's the true secret to growth. Being open to other people's feedback, being open to learning from people that have already done this. That's how we expedite growth. So if you want to apply for that, I'm going to put a link in the description. You can book a call with our team. We don't accept everybody. We do have limited spaces. But if you want to book a call with the team, we'll explore your options and we'll see if this is a good fit for you. And we would love to work with you one-to-one. We can explore how we can get you into a similar place as the guys that you've seen. Now, this, of course, is not a free opportunity. You will have to invest in yourself. It's very expensive for us to facilitate a team of experienced coaches who can work with you one-to-one. I invest a lot of my personal time into weekly coaching with our community as well. And, of course, in the development of our ever-growing education platform and learning materials. We literally give you every single resource, script, and so on that is working right now that you could use in your agency. So at every single stage of foundations, finding clients, signing clients, fulfilling service, hiring a team, we have you covered and we leave no stones left unturned. So you know exactly what you need to do at every single step of the journey, and you have a network and a community of incredible people that are on the same journey as you, all wishing your success. So if you want to book a call, I'll put a link in the description. Now, for those of you that aren't in the financial position to invest in yourselves right now, firstly, I know how it feels. I've been there myself. Trust me, I've been in thousands of pounds worth of debt. That's why from day one, it has always been my mission to give more away for free than other people will have you pay for. And I hope you can see that in this series, how much time and energy and effort I've put into over-delivering to each and every one of you and really giving you the how. Okay, showing you guys what to do. I think I'm the only channel on YouTube that actually shows agency owners how to do this shit. It doesn't just talk about the theory, because the truth is, most of these guys don't know what they're talking about, because they don't even own real agencies. I'm the only educator in this space that actually owns a real 7-figure agency, Affluent.co. Everybody else just talks on theory, okay? So I'll always be in the trenches on your behalf. I'll always be continuing to strive to deliver and over-deliver value to all of you. But trust me on this one. When you make some money, when you sign your first few clients, invest in mentorship. It is the best thing I have ever done. And I'm saying this as someone that it took years for me to invest in myself and my own education, and I was handicapped for a very long time. And when I invested in mentorship, I doubled my revenue the second month, and I never looked back. And my biggest regret in entrepreneurship is not investing in mentorship sooner. When you can offload the brain of somebody else who's already achieved your thing you're trying to achieve, it is second to none. I invest hundreds of thousands every single year into mentorship, and I will continue to do so for the rest of my entrepreneurship career. So when you have the means to do so, join a community, be surrounded by other people, and be guided by someone that's actually done it. You know, there comes a point in business where it doesn't make logical or rational sense not to pay for information, not to pay for mentorship. Because you could spend months trying to figure something out yourself, or you could just spend a couple of grand and have someone figure it all out for you because they've already done it. And what's worth more? Months and months of your time, or a little bit of cash? Cash is replaceable, it's dispensable, time you can never get back. And so I will always invest in myself to claim that time back, and you should do the same thing. Now, finally, the giveaway. I'm going to be announcing the winner of the Mason Flow series, or the Mason Flow agency, I should say, in our free agency owners community. I'm going to put a link in the description. It's on School. If you haven't already joined it, it's a free community, okay? No payments. It's got some extra value in there. We put out a bunch of exclusive content. It's all agency owners on the same journey as you, all at different stages. On Monday, the 8th of July, I'm going to be hosting a live call where I'm going to announce the winner of the Mason Flow series, and then, of course, the MacBook and the 12-month access to Go High Level. And if the winner of the Mason Flow series has joined the Affluent Academy between now and that live call, so if you join the Academy between now and then, I'll also refund your entire fee to join. So again, if you join the Academy between now and when we announce the winner of the Mason Flow series, and you win Mason Flow,
I'll give you your whole feedback. So you get 12 months worth of coaching, 90 days one-to-one. You get to work with me personally, and you get a ready-built agency. That's a recipe for success. I'll see you soon. Cheers.